뭐 잘해야 된다라는 부담감도 있겠지만 잘 재밌게.
I just couldn't sleep. I have a lot on my mind. I'm probably overthinking about my event. I'm probably overthinking about how I am as a streamer.
Hello guys, I'm Curse.
I'm
BDR
100%
jungler.
am
Hello guys,
overthinking
I'm
about
Ackerman. I'm
things.
super of Mavier, and I'm gonna try to help him to clear the jungle.
I'm listening.
And I feel like it's
Okay,
hard
don't forget
because,
that.
you know,
I don't know where's the keep.
Wait,
I
don't move.
just recently jumped into
Go
the
slow,
streaming
slow,
stuff
right, left.
2 months
down.
ago. And like going back into it and stuff in May.
Okay,
Where I
let's
just
go.
came back because I wanted to do more streaming
They're running,
things.
okay?
And
Yeah,
it's
you're
been
in the middle. You have to back, you have to back.
it's been
No,
good
back,
progress.
down,
Super good
there,
progress.
there.
Super blessed progress.
Keep going,
But then my expectations are like
that is fine. Click,
different.
keep going.
Thank you.
Yes.
I appreciate you.
The mouse
for
left.
saying that.
Yeah, now use Q. And you're gonna start the camp.
doing it?
I
Yeah, you're
also
Yeah,
doom
but
scrolled
fine.
a lot
No.
after the 2
mean,
hours,
almost
and I was
finished,
just
300.
like making
You're gonna
sure.
smite another camp.
And my difference
Go
of
to
my
your left.
analytics from
Your
when I
right,
do
your left.
scroll
No,
is
no,
that
no,
it's
no.
all about growth
Click.
content,
Go,
growing
full,
yourself.
Go click, go click.
That's about like
Where I am?
business, the
Now go
ads,
left,
the
go left.
marketing, how to do
Yeah,
this.
go
It's
left.
like more how-to tutorials for
Go more. Q.
smaller people or for real people,
Now
or
you're doing
people who
another
just want to
camp. You're
do
gonna smite.
real
But your
things,
mouse
right?
needs to be more
So,
right, a bit. More right now.
It's
I
those
don't find
things
this one.
that make me happy,
you're
and
doing
those
it,
things
you're
that
doing
teach
it.
me,
It's so
and
hard, actually.
I'm always striving
I
for
don't know
education
where I
and
am. It's so
knowledge.
hard.
Keep walking. Pull down. A bit more.
So I was
down.
probably up because of that
Yeah,
too.
More down. Yeah. You're gonna start a second, another camp.
Did I start?
Yes, yeah. You're kidding.
Yes, the self-growth
More
doom
left,
scroll
the
is
more.
too real.
Up.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I drink black
bit
tea.
left,
I
a bit
didn't
down.
like. I don't drink tea as
We're
often.
gonna spawn Q.
And when I do drink tea,
My up is up.
No. It's up, sorry.
I think it had like caffeine in it. That's for sure.
Click.
Okay, do the Q through the wall, okay?
Fine, you're fighting. You're doing camps. You're doing camps.
What?
Yeah,
Are we
I hope
okay?
you're doing
Yeah,
great.
yeah,
I hope
yeah,
everyone
yeah.
else is doing good too.
You're gonna do it. Your move is so good.
My move is so good.
S.
I actually
the mouse,
want
just
to
move
hop
to
in
left.
and check
I
in
don't
on
know.
something. So we're gonna
I'm doing red.
for a sec. Let's see if my computer breaks. I've also been like, since I've been working on tech stuff for a couple years now, I've also been to upgrade my graphics card and my GPU, or my CPU, I mean. Actually both GPU, which is my graphics card, and my CPU. And yeah, it's been also the technical issue parts, right? Like streaming is not cheap for the for the computers and stuff like that, for sure, 1000%. Especially when you're doing desktops. They call them desktops. I want to get in and launch and see if I have my reward for when I was streaming 2xKO.
Like listening. What's fun?
See what I got.
跟 Knight 做队友，我觉得就特别有趣吧。然后他实力又很强，然后又比较幽默，打得会比较开
Gotta
心。
log in to 2xKO.
最大的体验就是觉得他确实是一个实力非常强的选手，和他做队
They
友
gave people who co-streamed
他会
titles
给
for streaming
队友
2xKO.
是可以让
Oh no, there's an update. I forgot. I haven't
进行得更加
long time.
Knight 选手他自身本身就比较强嘛，然后
Ready for some more.
游戏内容他的指挥也特别棒，然后游戏跟大家的交流去运作
Also
这个团队也
wanted
做得特别
to.
好。
I need to fix the laptop
还有
because we have another laptop I just need to fix up.
能力都是
I've written down so many notes for things right now. I have to do a content video by today too,
操作能力
because it's Friday, and I usually do my recap videos on Friday.
这就是他为什么这么强的原因吧。不管是作为选手还是朋友，最喜欢奈特他身上的那股不服输的精神吧。
我觉得就比较稳重吧。
Are you at work? Come on. And thanks for being being awake to watch my stream again.
World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its
Oh, there's
trophy
updates
system
for
is built
League as
to match.
well.
The club championship trophy, awarded to the one club that
course,
rose above the
update.
rest and reigned supreme across
Let me see if
all
I do have space. I know I am.
games. Every participant
Feeling
earns a
at home.
key engraved with their name. That's
Feeling like a villain, is that what we say?
reigning champions hold a key
Hey.
unlike any other. The game trophy ultimate prize for every game's champion. Incomplete until
I just saw
champion's key
Faker actually was he's now, what do you call it?
champion's key
He's the game ambassador for the Esports World Cup and the Esports Nation Cup.
etched with every EWC champion.
I think that's crazy.
The losing keys are
Cool,
crushed.
but crazy.
The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game.
Did everyone? Yeah. Yeah, some people really wanted the sleep cam because they know I don't sleep. And it's okay, so to ingrain how that came about, I think it's been habit. And it's not like, oh, I was younger, couldn't sleep, had insomnia, stuff like that. It's been like habit, like really bad killer habit. There's a time where I used to work for a group, and well, the group was paying me money just to be me and to do what I do, but like it was it's a sponsor basically. But it was like an actual job still, and what they paid me to do kinda took a lot of my time, and it was pretty big work, heavy work actually, for big meaningful things. And then that caused me to do in 1 month of September an all-nighter once every single month. What's up, Abu? Free Fire today? It's Free Fire today, by the way, Abu? Yeah, so I did an all-nighter once a week in 1 month, and it was really bad. Kinda bad to do an all-nighter for 3 days in a single month. Like, not one after another, but like, yeah. Or life circumstances. Well, my life circumstance is pretty nice. I like where I live. I like what I do. Oh, it's midnight. Oh, lucky. I'm more comfortable in the place I lived in. Like, I'm staying at right now. Like, where I'm living right now, I'm very comfortable. I mean, I have a lot of cool stuff around me. I cleaned up my room where you can walk. It's crazy. Sometimes you can't walk in my room because of the amount of things I have. And like, it's not my just things, it's my non-profit things. Like, I have 2 gaming PCs down here. And they don't have certain items, so they can't turn on. Or when they can turn on, they haven't have the boot disk in it. Right? Because I do esports work. I have consoles. I have every single console. Because a non-profit gives kids an opportunity to play any of the console games and all the new games without having to pay money, because we want to break that access, right? So I have all that stuff. It's just that, you know, I implement it to my brain. Can't sleep. Yeah, I think habitual. We probably mainly 100% can be just the way if I've been like, they say it shortens your lifespan if you don't get enough sleep. I do believe that, but I also believe that the way you take care of yourself also matters in that too. Like, when you're tired, you can't really do so much for other people, you can't take care of yourself in so many other ways. I know that, right? But I have been crazy to do a lot of other things. They're not consistent. It's just that I have to accept that it's not consistent. Right? With I'm not Superman, what everyone says, but for some reason I make it work. Which is crazy. It's very crazy. Yeah. Alright, let's check for... Look like they're about to start. have a reward. Switch over out of EWC first side.
Whenever we let it out, it
Gaming
becomes our
setup and my
superpower.
gaming scene.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Right now, might get a bump.
The group stage is over. 8 teams have emerged from the perilous best of ones with their tournament lives intact. Now their attention turns to the quarter-finals. There is no more lower bracket. One loss and you are out of the competition. There are no second chances.
Oh, it's so blurry.
Hanwha Life Esports.
Is this? Is this what we're capturing? Yeah, this is what we're capturing. Okay, yeah. Okay, let me check if I have my rewards. Then we'll go back to EWC. Because we are in the quarterfinals. And if you haven't seen this, this is 2XKO. This is League of Legends fighting games. They have a fighting game, crazy enough. And it's free to play. Super cool. The opening. We got some time to kill still. They're still trying to start it. And the major part about our coach stream is that we're trying to get the actual stream of League when it actually comes out. They're just doing the trailer right now. It looks okay. The trailer for the next game. Maybe I should look at. Okay, wait. There's an in collection inventory. Cards and titles. Oh, here we go. It's probably gonna be a title. 2x prime time? 2x scale prime time? What does that mean? Huh? What? 2x scale prime time. What does that mean? Maybe that's the tag they gave me? Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, well, 2XKO Prime Time. That's my tag. Nice. See what we got. Do we got more stuff? What is this? Impact Green? Oh, that's a free thing. Level 2. Wait, Prime Time. Wait. Green. I guess that's it. That's all I'm getting. I haven't played a lot of this bunch of one too. Go back to the EWC. I'll do some research on stuff. Okay, so we're going to look at this T1 versus Hanwha Life. Okay, so there's a little bit of research that we have to probably do. Let me just research real quick this prime time thing for EW 2x scale.
So 4 Korean teams, 3 Chinese team, and 1 European team. There's so many dramas going on, but again, T1 HL League gonna be the most exciting one for sure. The reigning title defenders Gen G also.
Okay, so the 2XKO prime time is for the co-streamers. Wait, that's cool.
What is your tournament favorite now that we know the top 8 and the draws?
It's gotta be BLG. I mean, I love Viper. He inspired me to start learning ADC. I just think he's the best ADC in the world. He can play mages so incredibly well.
Alright, so let's get into this drama situation with Hanwha versus T1 drama. So, the drama centers around Zeus, which is a top laner, right? That's on.
I mean, it's gonna be on Live Esports again because I think the AP bot lane is just helping them so much. Yes,
Oh, so T1 and Zeus had contract negotiations. Do it. Let's show. What? They're outside. What the heck? I wish I was outside.
And for more on the club championship and what being a title winner means, let's send it on over to the players in their own words, covering exactly what it means to be here.
All right. So this guy right here, Zeus, right? He used to be on. Yeah, he used to be on T1 for SKT. So the roster for the top laner for SKT T1. So he was with Faker at the time, at a moment. And actually, how long had he been there? Oh, sorry, I spelled Zeus wrong. T1 Zeus. That's a TI. T1. Yeah, there you go. There's him with the SKT Dragon. But how long has he been there? Oh, and he won championships. He's been there for 5 years. And he won 2024, 2025 championships. Right? Yeah, he did. He won 23, 24. And then when they lost, because I remember they lost in 2022, 2025. Oh, he became a permanent starter in 22. And then he left at 24. Oh no, he was part of this legendary roster called the ZOFGK. Oh, sorry, FGK. That's crazy. That's probably Zeus, Ona. What was it? Okay, give me one. I'm forgetting the T1 lineup. Yes. So it was Zeus, Owner, Faker, Gomiucha, and Kyria. That was a legendary roster, I guess. And then he left in 2024 and went into Hanwha Life, which is the HLE team that we're facing off right now. And now they're on their team. They're actually on the same team, doing the same roster stuff. Wow, that's kind of crazy. So it's just a battle of the teams. But did they face off in MSI? That is the real question. So let's see. At MSI, did they even fight each other? Because then that would have been a crazy matchup. So in round 1, in plans, they played against Team Liquid, Carmen. Team Liquid, Carmen qualified. Qualified. And they had T1 against Billy Gaming, but they lost. Wow, okay. So they haven't faced each other. Have they faced each other before?
Yeah, I mean, they did get a 4-0 start on T1, solo bolo in the mid lane on Faker, which is incredible. They do also have the reverse sweep on MKOI, so MKOI getting eliminated as well.
So what are the other tournaments that had happened in 2026 for League of Legends? We're doing research right now in front of everyone, guys. If you're just now tuning in stream, thank you, welcome. My name's Hugh. I do a lot of educational esports for my entire viewers, so that way everyone learns and knows what the heck is going on. Okay, so what other tournaments has happened in this 2026 season? Maybe in Asia tier? Because isn't Huawei... Yeah, Huawei is a Korean team. So... And we're researching SKT, which is one of the best League of Legends teams. And they are fighting against Huawei, which has their former player on their team.
I don't know whether I want to put my favorite
So we're gonna go
teams in
all the
there
way to the.
or
Oh my
least
gosh.
favorite teams, and do I even have a least favorite team? So I'm gonna probably go with my favorites. I'd put D plus Kier in there, unless I am D plus Kier and I won the tournament. I'd probably put Genji in there, and
Wait, what are we looking at? SNT. Oh, so we're looking at tiers right now.
T1. I'll put T1.
I mean, I guess they are.
You
In
know
tiers.
what? I think that's going to be a great trophy, but that's it from us over at the Key Wall. Stay tuned for the rest of the competition to see how this wall is going to be filled up. We're going to be heading over to
What
Thailand
tournaments are we
so we
looking
will
for
definitely
right
check in
now?
with the
We're
fans.
so if you don't know what Wikipedia is, it's basically Wikipedia for all games. This is crazy. This is crazy. Yeah. Alright. S hosted by Riot. A hosted LCKs. B's Miners. Okay, we're gonna try A tournaments. So A tournaments has happened this year. So we're gonna see in the Demacia Cup in December. Don't know if that was a change. So let's see. At this prize pool, do we have Huawei? No, we don't have Huawei here. No SKT either. So we got the kickoff. There's T1. Huawei's in here. Let's look at the matches. Oh, they have faced each other already. Oh, and Huawei has one. But it's was this where they had their... Was this when they had their change? Like first time facing off with a change? Seems like some B club thing. What the heck? Yeah, this seems like some B club thing. I don't know these team members. Who's Cloud? Oh, okay. I guess it's a B team. Okay, well, this might be their first match against each other. So, former top laner for SKT facing off against their old team. I'm fully trying to see how that goes. I haven't seen anything like this. Maybe it's not in A tournaments actually. Maybe it's actually in an actual S tier tournament. LCK Cup, that probably would be a higher one. I went with the Faker in this game. Okay, there's Huawei. Go to brackets. Find SKT. We find them. Find them. They lost to Fear X. They're just really good at Worlds. Like, Faker's really great at playing at Worlds. But, yeah. LCP. Did they play against each other in LCP? We're trying to see if Hallway Life, HLE, played against SKT while they did the change of the teammates and the team players.
Friends at home, you can help decide the deep cut here. Naruto and Sasuke. It is T1 and Hanwha Life Esports as we take a look at the
I like how they're calling it Naruto and Sasuke.
Since 2025, these guys have been playing so many times. Now, including in just 2026, you see how many times they played? It has been an epic battle every time these two teams meet up.
I mean, for me, most surprising one was Road to MSI because it was T1 who had the momentum from the regular split, and I think HLE was still struggling to find out their theme of the game.
Okay, so basically, it looks like they've been equal on these fights, and as we just saw, they look like they played in a couple places too. Did they play though in
and you know,
MSI?
one of the big
Let's
matchups
check
that
one
I
real
think
quick.
has gotten a lot of eyes on it since 2025 was the top laner swap. It was Zeus and Doran.
They didn't play in MSI, unfortunately not, because Billy Gaming is the one that took them down.
But it does seem like one of these top laners currently has an advantage here, Jack.
Yeah,
Alright, there we go. We have Doran against Zeus. The story that they were saying that Zeus taught Doran, but
the rest
Yeah.
of T1 falters. Their loss against G2, it felt like it was really about
This is the story, y'all.
taking over the lane against
Korean,
Doran,
former
and then the rest
Korean
of
right
T1
here
wasn't quite
on
able to get
SKT,
over the finish line. And we've
fighting
seen that Zeus is a
his own
player. I mean, if
teammates
you give him resources,
or
he
former
gets ahead,
teammates.
he's for sure
Dun, dun,
going to
dun.
carry you
Drama.
the game.
The drama
so
is
they
real.
need to shut Zeus down and help Doran out if they're going to be able to win this one.
I mean, for T1 right now, they're trying to find some champions that Doran can actually fit in. Like they're trying some.
And it's just for
tanks
$2
here,
million,
and I think
right?
they're trying to fix the draft as well. So I feel like they're
Alright.
getting better.
We
when
also
the game goes
have
on,
some
and I
more
think,
fights
still,
going on right
like,
here.
Zeus is too much power in the top lane, so it's for sure it's favorite for HLE this
Oh,
time.
let me write that down. I need to write down the drama.
It will be best of threes here, so those top laners and the teams will flex their
I have a
champion
notepad just to let you
Speaking of
guys know.
pretty
I
big
write a
champion
lot
pool,
of
we've got
excruciating
Delusion
notes
standing by
on
right now
my
with Jenny. Take it away.
desk.
Thanks, Digon. Well, Guma, you're joining us for a little
It's
bit of an
Guma.
interview ahead of your matchup against T1. I want to cast us back to 2024 EWC when you were on the roster as well for T1.
Guma was
That
also on
title.
2024.
You now have the
Oh, he got
opportunity
switched
to do
over.
the funniest thing
So it's not just
and
one
actually
player,
take
it's
it away
two
from them and
players.
not let them win it.
That's crazy.
How does that feel?
일단 구마유 선수 사실 2024년
Now this is real K-drama.
T1 소속으로서 이제 첫
You got
우승을
not
거머쥐었는데
one player, two
2년 뒤에
players
다른 팀으로 와서
that used to be on
그
SKT
T1을
that are
상대로
playing against
그
their
두
former
번째
teammate now.
우승을 뺏어갈 기회를
Playing against Faker.
얻으셨습니다. 지금 기분이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
오늘 정말 재밌는 경기가 될 거라고 기대하고 있고요. T1을 이렇게 빨리 만날 줄 몰랐는데 MSI 때 못 만나서 좀 아쉬웠던 그거를 풀 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Yeah, definitely this is going to be an interesting match. I didn't really expect to meet T1 this early, but we didn't meet them at MSI, so yeah, it's going to be a fun match.
I'm looking forward to the matchup, but I'm also looking forward to the picks that we could potentially see in the bot lane. How has it been for you adjusting to that new meta on the AD carry role with more mages being in play?
사실 이번 메타가
Yeah, that is true. We've seen a lot more mages be played for that bot lane role.
선수에게도 조금 어려움이 있었을 것 같기도 한데 B1딜 적응하시는 데는 좀 어떤 과정이 있으셨는지 궁금합니다.
무작정 좀 B1딜이 좋다는 것보다는 B1딜도 하나의 메타로 해석하면서 어떤
Hold on, I recognize
상상관계가
his name
있을지
Zeka.
좀 연구하고 고민했던 것 같고요.
No.
정리가 잘 되어가고 있는 것 같아서 메타 적응하는데 큰
Oh, they
어려움이
have
없는 것
faced each
같습니다.
other in 2023. But
Yeah,
what
I
second?
didn't particularly struggle for adapting the meta because, you know, even though like AP
Oh,
Mage
Zeka's been
has
in
been
Bilibili.
a really big
Oh, and DRX.
meta picks. However, it doesn't mean that it's a dominant one. It's still like 80 carries are still playable. So it's just that like AP mages are included in the bot lane. So I think it's important to analyze those meta picks and the flow. So I think in that process, I'm doing really well.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time. Good luck on your game, and thank you, Maddox, as well, for the translation. That's it from us.
So
Digon,
I remember Zeka from this 2022 epic World Finals. They actually beat SKT. They beat T1, and then I think that was the time where I've seen Faker cry on stage because he had like a good 8-year run of winning worlds, and then there was a moment where he just lost it, and that was the year. It was like final game. It went all the way to the last game too.
We thought Ziggs bot lane is most OP champion of the bot lane,
kind of
because
crazy.
It kind of makes bot lane boring, and it enables
The
your
best
support
part
to
about
run around.
it,
But I think people are starting to get some counter picks into it. Something like Cassiopeia and also Talia with Shen, so you can actually be more proactive on the map.
during that time when the 2022 League of Legends Finals, it was happening in San Francisco. I was not in San Francisco. I was here in the States. Still doing.
And I feel like that's why I've been so impressed by Pace. The fact
Getting
that he's
there,
been pulling
getting
out
there,
the
getting there,
Cassiopeia, he's
getting
playing
there.
the Talia, and especially since he's a player that you
Getting
associate with
there.
these hyper carries, that he can only kind of play these
Getting
high
there.
resource champions, that he's able to then adapt so quickly
This,
to this mage meta.
I was a
and smurf
host
so hard on these mages.
of
I mean,
the
Pace for me has been incredibly
HyperX Arena down in Las Vegas, MC for the World's Watch Party. Yay. We had a great time. And I was a big DRX fan, more than SKT.
Faker looked like he was back in prime form.
I mean, always.
That was a time. That was a moment in life.
You might a little bit worried maybe when he's dying a lot, but it doesn't matter. He has the mentality that he's gonna do something for the team when it matters, and I think it was Faker once again playing against the one of the best team. I feel like Faker has some kind of like charisma, like when it comes to
they're saying
really
Faker
playing
has aura.
like,
That's what they're saying.
It doesn't matter what he plays, he's just gonna bring some plays for the team.
I mean, Faker
really
got
want to
20
still
kills,
right
a new
now
career high for him, and he was smurfing
pick
so
a
damn
laptop.
hard. But I actually
So I'm gonna be doing that
noticed
on the side right
looking
now,
at
real quick.
BLG, and I noticed his stats in that game. He
And
had
then
9 deaths.
after this
Yeah, and I
game,
thought to
after the
myself,
first game,
that seems really high.
we're gonna do what I was gonna do today, and that's gonna show you guys my esports merch,
And the only
my
time
League of Legends merch
Faker had
particularly.
ever died 9 times
Excuse
was
me.
once, and it was against.
I hope you guys are excited for League.
That's right. You guys are very familiar with.
Oh yeah.
The broke out.
Homo, do you play League of Legends at all?
Does bring out sometimes the best out of some of the teams, sometimes the worst here. BLG, always a menace to play against, and I think that was a fascinating thing to watch because Faker was still making plays, but every time he died, it wasn't like necessarily a knockout blow, but it just felt like the lead was getting larger and larger for BLG. So he too still adjusting with the meta as he's done throughout his illustrious career.
I mean, for me, it's all about the matchup as well, because I think he had to play Syndra into Camille support, which is not ideal for Syndra. So I think we talked about a lot of AP bot lanes and the flex picks, but when you're lost in the draft, then you have to play something that you really don't want to play into it. So that's why he had some struggling in that game. But I feel like that's the risk that you take whenever you pick the flex pick. Either you want to go for mid lane or the bot lane, so you have to deal with those kind of issues, and then if you get correct situation for the draft, then you will win the draft.
Yeah.
Otherwise you'll get punished just like
I would
that.
feel
I think
that.
we've seen the ups and downs for Faker, so it's really about, for me, for Hanwha
What game
Life,
did you play?
about shutting down mid lane
Or
and top
what's
lane.
a
Let these
good game
solo
that
laners
you would always
kinda
just
having
want to
them
pick
on
up?
UC chill, shut down Faker, shut down Doran, and that's really Hanwha Life's key for success for me.
I mean, for me, it felt like you have some solution against HLE, but they're playing literally the same strat over and over again. Just leave the Guma alone and then play through the top side. I thought they could actually play into it, but there's no option.
All right, well, here you have it. It is yet again another huge matchup. Hanwha Life Esports and T1 do battle in the quarterfinals of the Esports World Cup 2026. Only one can move on. Let's find out together.
Let's get ready.
In the beginning
The opening.
the scale is balanced. 10 summoners, 10 champions.
Paper
same
Mario's
goal,
pretty cool.
Same rift,
That's
same
nice.
hush.
I like Paper Mario. Oh, Mother 3 is cool too. I've seen my friends play Mother 3.
The balance begins to sway. One way, then the other. Two sides of the same mirror, each waiting to weigh heavier. And then, in every game, there's always one moment.
Get a power cord.
One decision.
Give me a sec.
One extra weight lands. One insignificant flap of the wings that marinates in time and causes a total storm, leaving everything after in echoes. Be the grain of sand that tips the balance.
그래도 뭐 이것저것 준비한 게 많긴 하니까 다양한 조합을 보여드릴 수 있도록 열심히 더 해보겠습니다.
그냥 어떤 상대가 오더라도 이길 수 있다는 생각으로 경기할 생각입니다.
Alright, here we go. This is the first match too, which is crazy. Oh yeah. I wanted to show you my own star rail thing. I don't know if you can see it though. Paris. Louis. Oh, I don't think you can see it. I'll show you when I do a tour in my room.
Here we are, first quarterfinals of EWC League, and I'm so excited in. Toi, ça va? Ça va bien et toi?
Tranquille, tranquille.
The lineup of teams that we've got for these quarterfinals is simply crazy. The defending MSI champions, last year's EWC winners. We've got multiple time world champions in the building, and of course, some hometown favorites too. Lou, the fans are here for it.
Exactement, moi je vais te demander en premier, t'es là pour soutenir qui? Who are you here to support?
Jesse!
Carmine Corp here, of course!
Carmine Corp.
I love it, we've got some fans down here. Excuse me, sir, who are you here to see?
Oh, it's Tyler 1. Of course, he gets front row seat. I feel bad for the 2 Koreans that have to sit next to him. Maybe he's just there just for that. Just for the intro. Maybe that's the reason why he's there. Alright, Faker, come on. Now, we are in the quarterfinal stage. This is it. You only get 1 match. I think. I don't know if this should be a best of 3. But you only get 1 match against this other team, and if you don't win, you're going home. Dude, why is my laptop not turning on?
Standing against the crowd's favorites, it's your MSI champions,
Hanwha Esports. Yeah. I don't know what Limbus company is. I might look that up. Alright. Oh, look at Zeus. He walked out and he looked directly at Faker and he's like, bro, I'm coming for you. Oh, look at that.
The draw that facing his former team is both the best and worst.
Alright, they're facing their former teammates.
An opportunity that means everything against a team that means everything.
Are you guys ready?
We said,
we're ready. We're ready. We're ready. Alright guys, if you are not subbed yet, now's the time to sub. I have been playing the final ad right before the game. I don't like having ads in the middle of my gameplay that I'm watching. And I don't want you guys to deal with that either. So play them ads. Don't forget to sub if you can. Alright, y'all.
Back in Korea, it was won by Hanwha Life Esports, but there has been some time since then.
There certainly has. A lot has changed. Hanwha Life Esports won, in my mind, the toughest MSI of all time. And they come off of that.
You know, Autonomy Corporation or Library of Romania, these games are connected to Limbus Company, which is Rise. Oh, okay. That sounds cool.
Esports World Cup in Riyadh.
Saw the Korean HUDs, by the way.
He won it with. Yeah. And a best of 3.
They're killing for T1. We're chilling for T1. T1 number 1.
Is massive. You want to be able to
T1 dot dot. T1 dot dot. No flipping way. I just fixed my entire laptop. That's all I had to do. All I had to do was just restore the factory BIOS settings, and now it's fixed. I didn't even need a re-image. What am I doing in life? What am I doing, guys? What did I do wrong? Oh my gosh, it has everything. This was my main laptop that I was using for my non-profit. It had everything on here. All the OG stuff, all my photos, Nevada Day photos, crazy. And it's the HEIC converters. And the converters I've used years ago that I paid for, that I could not find again. This is crazy. Do I have a laptop now? I have a laptop now. I didn't need a re-image or restart the entire thing. Oh my gosh. I could have done this the entire time. The entire time I could have redone this. I have an extra spare laptop. And this was the fastest laptop too.
Unbelievable for this organization. A team that, you know, managed championship in 2021 on a fluke, but since then has been trying to build to have this super team to take
look,
down
the sticky note. Look what he even says. This has been on this for 2 years. 2 years now. Unusable blue screen. This needs to be re-imaged. Not anymore. This is crazy. Okay, well.
From going from for Hanwha Life.
Y'all have another laptop. I'm so happy.
Winning first stand, this year not attending, being 10th place in the LCK Cup,
Can't believe it.
being
It's okay.
at the front of League of Legends, the face of it after that MSI win.
Okay, we haven't been in champ select. We haven't been selecting any games yet. I will get water though. I just restarted this laptop too. So I'm actually waiting for it to see if it still loads, guys.
Halfway through the year.
Yeah, and
Y'all
it's just
think it will
crazy. We got
load?
the reigning world champs.
Oh, it
we
loaded.
got the reigning
Crazy.
MSI
Amazing.
champs
All right.
facing off. One of them's
I'm gonna go
be
get some
eliminated after
cold
this
water.
best of
This is
three.
a good
That's
break
just
for you
how
guys
it
to also get
goes,
water too.
Sometimes when the draw comes
Laptop,
through.
let's
and the thing is, if you're
go.
thinking about it, you're like, well, what are the other options? Well, there's BLG, probably the next most formidable opposition here at the tournament. There's Gen.G, the defending winners here of EWC from last year. There are a lot of incredibly dangerous names that are still in the top of EWC. So I don't know whether there's all that many better options that you could have got. We'll see who is going to be able to take it here as we get into Champion Select for game number 1. I do want to echo what they said on the desk. I think attacking the top side for HLE is going to be the name of the game. Make sure that Zeus and Zeka are in the best possible position. Let Kanavi go bonkers and then allow Gumayushi just to sit back and scale. But we'll see whether they're allowed to do it.
That is often what we see. But it is worth noting that even though Doran's performances as of late haven't been his best, he has gotten the better of Zeus in playoff matches, in elimination matches, so many times when they have thought, teams have thought, not just Hanwha Life Esports, but T1 when playing against Doran on Gen.G have thought we could attack Doran. He defends, he shows up big in those critical matches. Will be an Orianna first pick. To the surprise of no one, what's more surprising is the bans here from T1 allowing that one through. They did take the Nocturne away, so that pairing won't be there. They matched the Gnar ban to the Vayne, so Zeus doesn't get his hands on one of his favorites.
Yeah, and I was actually kind of thinking that it would be a little bit more of a thought process here for HLE, just because that buy has been such high priority, especially for a player like Kanavi. But instead, the Orianna just going to be snapped up. Faker not going to be allowed to have his most stable champion there in the mid lane. And his response, potentially, is going to be that Cassiopeia that we can see here alongside that buy that was snapped away. The two big picks that were let through this draft, certainly going to be dangerous on the Rift. One going to either team. To the Ambessa for Zeus, that's a blind pick towards that top side of the map. A little bit dangerous, perhaps, into Doran.
Surprised to see that here. It's a great ball carrier, and it does have a lot of pick potential, can be great into the Vi as well, but I expected the Jarvan. The Jarvan will come alongside, as this is the strongest pick right now
Ivern,
with the Orianna.
Yeah.
I remember in 2024 Esports World Cup, Ivern was the meta. We saw it so much double AD carry Ivern thanks to the LPL squads at the time. But it is going to be the Jarvan that we expected. So a lot of setup for this Orianna in this draft, despite the Nocturne ban. See what the response is going to be here ultimately now.
Is it just a free Renekton angle?
I think it's the most likely option, especially with the mid-game power it's going to give with the setup they already have and the scaling Cassiopeia.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no Gnar here, obviously, is banned away. So I think you're on the money with this one, and there it is.
Yeah, and even if the Gnar was there, I mean, the Ambessa's already locked in, so there's just not really much of an option for response here out of HLE. Just shows that Zeus feeling very, very comfortable in this matchup and confident up against Doran in this game. I think that could be dangerous, but the Zig's going to be taken away from Guma. Definitely his favorite mage to play towards the bottom side of the map. You did see that Pays has branched out a little bit further from just regular 80 carries there on the bottom side.
Let's see what the response is going to be here in terms of Pays carry at bottom lane, as the Bard is actually still available in this draft, believe it or not. It's been very rarely given to Carrier across this year, just because he's so good at it. Even though it's not necessarily the perfect angle for it in this draft, can empower a lot of traditional AD carries.
Yep.
Akali is removed. Again, that flex of the Cassiopeia being respected here for Hanwha Life.
And one more ban come through from T1. Do they decide to get rid of something like the Camille? And they do. That is going to be removed from Delight. Obviously,
I just
a whole bunch of other
walked
engagements
outside just
if
to
you
look
would like
outside
go
for a little
down
bit
that
to
route.
put the trash cans
Delight,
outside,
we know that
or
he
the
does
trash
want to
outside.
do that.
So when
The
I go
Leona
watch the dogs,
really skyrocketing in
see how it
priority
is.
here at EWC.
And
Something
it
that
seems
Carrier
like
found a lot of success
it's
on
going
earlier
to
on
rain
in
today.
his career. And Delight as well
Crazy.
has really enjoyed that
Crazy,
champion.
crazy,
Shen
crazy.
feels like a
It
bit
will
of
be
flavor of
raining.
the month, and they are going to be banning that one away from Carrier this time. Not going to allow that Stand United
Okay,
extra
so what we're doing?
flexibility.
Oh my
I don't
gosh.
think they have to play mage bottom lane. I don't think they have to play the
Is
Cassiopeia. I think they absolutely
SKT
can
T1?
run
No, okay, no. T1 not on the right. They're on the left. Okay, they took away Faker's Orianna. Faker likes to play Orianna.
That's another good one.
I think it's just going to be the Caitlyn Bard, as maybe Guma could deny it potentially.
I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to deny SKT from actually playing their champions, which is fine because that's what everyone does when they do the bans and stuff like that. There's sometimes they're just like banning based on like, oh, this competition is way better, or this team that's better with this player, stuff like that, right? Only one person. And they, oh yeah, they definitely, they banned all of their good players. The Akali's banned, the Orianna's already picked over, the Vayne is gone, like the main characters that they play as SKT are gone. Oh look, and you see the coaches came up? Yeah, the coaches came up and said, fuck, we're screwed. It's probably like, damn. They got his voice. Ladies and gentlemen, they got
here on the side of T1 with the Ezreal and the Cassiopeia, but it also packs a big mid-game punch with the Vi, the Renekton, and the Bard's ability to impact team fights from super far away. I think Hanwha Life Esports are going to have so much setup though, and this is the kind of karma draft I really like, when you have so much engage outside of the bottom lane that you don't need to have an engaged support, so you can win the lane and empower those frontliners, and then the Caitlyn gets sit back from a million miles away and add that damage. There will be a moment in the mid game where Guma isn't able to fully come online, but if they have a lead there, it'll be very easy to then just skate into the late game. I think a lot of this game is going to come down to second dragon fight, herald fight, third dragon, those periods of the game.
Yeah, and I think so much on Hanwha Life Esports' side is going to be Kanavi. And live or die by Kanavi has kind of been the way for this squad, but especially in a draft like this, where you're just trying to get an Orianna to the late game, get a Caitlyn to the late game. The Jarvan is going to be absolutely pivotal, and Kanavi has been able to really warp games on this pick. But I don't know, coming out of this draft,
carry Arcaria wins. Okay.
As well. They managed to get the
okay.
that I don't think they've been able to do very much at all over the last few months. And the Vi has been incredibly powerful. It's a decent matchup for Faker on the Cassiopeia in the mid lane, and a counter matchup on the top side of the map for Doran as well. And so T1 probably feeling great coming out of that champ select. Let's see whether they can put it into motion on the Rift as we load up and get ready to get into game number 1. It's EWC knockout stages here at in 2026. We'll see who is going to be able to keep themselves alive. This is a best of 3 where one team is going home immediately after this. It is
best
just
of 3.
Done. There is no lower bracket to fall back.
No, it is a best of 3. So yeah,
you absolutely
I like how they did that graphic or that camera angle.
Second most played.
All right, guys, y'all, we're ready for this. This is it. This is pretty big.
Is on the Bard, but Kanavi similarly on this Jarvan, 70% win rate across so many games, 17 of them. And see how he does perform here, because I think a lot of this early game is going to be about him, his early pathing, and which lanes he can impact. Most likely the bottom lane, but that immobile Cassiopeia also a potential target.
Yep. HLE looking to try and grab the shove here in this lane. They should definitely be able to do so. Caitlyn Karma is just very, very strong when it comes to getting control of minion waves. You can see they're doing so. Decent job being done here by Pays and Carrier to try and clear out the minions where they can.
You can see it evened up in terms of the lanes there, and not a huge push, but at the cost of a lot of health of Pays and Carrier to do so. So not a free neutralization there, and Hanwha Life will continue to apply that pressure. Every Q from both Guma and Delight hits hard.
Okay, the difference here is the fact that there is Ona moving down towards his bottom side. There is going to be the trap put down, but Pei is able to walk out of it just before it arms.
And Carrier had to use his magical journey to escape, so it's on cooldown. I don't think there's really any way Ona can impact a play here. So this is just going to be a continued push for Guma and Delight. Hayes eats another Mantra Q. That is a really, really big amount of damage he's taken here. This is very risky to stay against this cannon wave, but luckily for them, Kanavi is on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and this is what this lane is supposed to do, right? If you are a T1 fan and you're watching, you're like, oh no, it's a disaster. Well, it's kind of what's going to happen. That's what it said on the tin as we came out of Champion Select, and we'll see whether they can utilize these solo lanes in order to get some advantages. This should be a good one for Doran on the top side of the map. I know he's had some ups and downs, but navigating a Renekton into Ambessa matchup is something I am still confident he will be able to do relatively well as the Ruthless Predator comes out towards that top side.
We have a sub goal, guys.
There is going to be a Kanavi up there just finishing his full clear. Both junglers looking to meet on that first scuttle on the top side. Delight moving on over, but Carrier hot on his heels.
I've been told that
Not
we
a whole
should
lot
add
of
these
here
things.
as they do converge, but that is going to be Delight now in a lot of trouble. He might actually have to flash to get himself out of this. Decides that the command protect is going to be enough, and Kanavi going to get punched here by Owner a few times. Did manage to get that knock up, but just both junglers trading blows and will back away.
Yeah, Kanavi had cooldown advantage there, so that was a little bit scary for Owner to stay, as he had gotten caught with Delight actually sticking around there on that Karma. Could have been very dangerous, and we will be able to take the scuttle. But it's hard to get a huge amount of value when the enemy support is following you there on a gank like what we just saw. So we'll just be a reset back to the mid lane here for Zeka. Teleporting in. The game is dead even, with the exception of that small lead in the bottom lane, which is expected. If you don't earn a lead like this, you probably shouldn't be playing the Caitlyn Karma, right?
Yeah.
And it is Guma, of course, one of the most iconic Caitlyn players, if not the most, of all time. So, everything is going exactly as planned. It's really the mid game where this game is going to open up. No one's made any major mistakes just yet.
And this is the really dangerous time, right? You can have a look at the backs. There's a pickaxe in Gumyushi's back pocket. His Pei's actually going to get a nice proc on that W as he does dash on forward. But yeah, pickaxe versus Tia is not exactly a great battle stats situation for the Ezreal. So Pei's gonna have to make sure that he takes these smart trades.
Faker missing some skill shots is kind of bad.
Because otherwise, Guma will just win out in the straight-up DPS war. Zeka and Faker just fighting it out here in this mid lane. Nothing really to report as we can see.
Owner has a
meeting.
very slight camp tempo advantage. Like, he's getting his very slightly faster. He's actually on the bottom side of the map right now as a result of that. This is a very scary moment.
Yeah, Carrier making his way over. Owner is going to join him. Great net going to connect onto Pace as the flash over the Vault Breaker.
This gank does nothing for them.
HLE's bottom lane safe. That being said,
unfortunately, it does nothing for them.
Not with that flash. Very important.
Not with that gank. That gank does nothing. Oh,
just leapfrogs the miasma.
that gank also. Oh, no way. Faker's dead. No, Faker's alive. No. Yeah, he's dead. He's dead. Just with the flash. Yeah. Yeah.
Makes you wonder if there should have been more communication about the fact that Kanavi was not contesting there in the bottom side. Faker too far up, and with Jarvan having such a long engage range on top of that flash to follow, Faker was going to have a hard time getting out no matter what. Didn't have level 6 for any sort of outplay there. And unfortunately for T1, First Blood will go to Hanwha as a result. Great flash away from Guma as well. If he gets caught there and he dies as well, it's a 1-for-1, right? And that ends up being a cross map, but instead it's an escape plus a win for Kanavi.
Yeah, and this Jarvan well and truly accelerated. We set up the series saying that it's going to be largely about what Kanavi can get done. And already takes the dragon down, takes the goat down, and is able to go back now and see what he can put together. Still things quite even as far as Camp's taken a concern, and Owner is going to try and push that even further into his advantage, as those Krugs seem to have his name on it.
A lot of indexing here to the top side of the map by T1, faster than Zeka can rotate. And they need to make this happen fast because Zeka is coming up, as we are going to see that dive here onto Zeus.
Yeah,
Ult at the ready.
It's going to be okay. There is the public execution. The flash out of the way is Faker.
Okay.
Is find the petrifying gaze.
Okay.
A lot of healing onto Zeus here. Faker's taking up the turret, and Zeka
Oh man, that's an OP turret. They pushed it for the turret. Is it worth it though? We don't know. I actually don't know. But it does give them one step closer to not worry about that lane. Because once a lane already has a turret gone, they could just go anywhere they want. And it frees up the top lane to do whatever they want. Dragon is also up as well. I would take Dragon here. Hanwha actually has a good map advantage to take at.
They really get nothing out of this play.
Yeah, HLE in a pretty phenomenal position now. 1.3 thousand in the lead. 1 minute until these grubs are going to spawn. And T1 starting to feel like they need to make something happen in their direction. We'll see what kind of plays they're going to have for us. They are no strangers to being a little bit behind in these games. We have seen it all EWC long. We saw it in MSI, and we saw it in the LCK. This is just the way of the circus, ladies and gentlemen. They like to keep you on your toes. But this is the MSI champs. This is the first place team in the LCK, and a team that has been able to take down T1 in the past. It was a 3-1 last time they met at the road to MSI. And HLE are not a team to give very much quarter.
Certainly not. T1 have a lot of scaling in this draft, and the spikes for Faker and Pays will come much later on in this game. So stabilization is now the name of the game. Mentioned earlier that the big fights were going to happen around those mid-game Drakes and the Herald. Right now, Grubs are spawning, as you guys can see the bottom right of your screen. But T1 need to be careful now about fighting and contesting these early objectives since they're already so far behind, because that could just end the game. If they lose another big fight, HLE will just be too big to fail, as they are going to come over here and contest this blue.
As the knock-up, as that's Cataclysm, Owner able to get out of there with an immediate Vault Breaker. And so that means Kanavi's ultimate doesn't do a whole lot. Zeka now just playing some defense, as you've got Pays moving on up towards this top side. Good defense, though, played by T1. Keep everyone safe.
Yeah, just gotta let it go. Gotta back out there. If you lose too many members, it's just going to be lights out in this game. They're already on such a teetering knife's edge to be able to stabilize here. We know they can do it, but any more heavy losses and it won't be possible for anybody. As Pays heading up here to try to poke away, they want to be able to get one of these Grubs at least if possible.
And right now all of them are going to reset as HLE with 4-man strong. There's the flash in.
Ah.
Assist comes down. That's so much.
Ah. Why? Why? No. Oh, they're taking it now. And Faker's like, okay, thanks. Damn, okay.
Laser focused and coordinated than that. I was starting to shake my head thinking, I don't know about this contest, T1. They're better set up. They have everybody there. But watch this angle. Boom, flash ult.
Yeah. That was kind of big. That was a big game. That was a big game right there. And plus they got the voids too. That's crazy. Okay, that's pretty good.
And then they have Faker following up for the TP, can head straight
Faker
back
to
to
go.
mid lane.
Ah, what a go.
Clean contest. It's really just a snap engage there from Owner, taking out his former teammate Nguma.
Yeah, Gumiushi now back out onto the map, but Carrier is chasing him down. Delight will be able to move up here to make it a 2v2, but the flash in!
What?
Cosmic Binding, the flash away is there! He gets the shield
But he's gonna escape, but that's crazy. Barely there.
T1, they are not messing around anymore.
They're after Guma, and Pays with a really, really nice follow-up there, but unfortunately misses that last Mystic shot. And Guma is able to buy enough space there with a shield coming through from Delight to escape, but he's going to have to back. So this lane no longer fully in Guma's control. He has a slight gold lead still, but is not going to feel comfortable with what just went down there and won't be able to further anything for a while. And just like that, T1 snapped back into this early game.
Yeah, it's a much better position that they find themselves in, and you were talking about it. I think that T1 will find a lot of power when two items come in for both this Casio and the Ezreal. And that is looking like it's going to be a lot more of a comfortable ride that they'll be able to pick up for themselves. Ace in the hole comes on through as Pays going to trade that with his barrier. And Kanavi is going to be blast going in his way in, but is greeted immediately by
Really bad positioning. Really bad positioning. That's dead. What? Oh yeah, there we go. That's dead. That's another death. Ah. Nah.
And then T1 fans are loving it. And this unfortunately harkens back as Kuma's also in
No, that's dead.
Oh dear, they're going for the 2v1 dive. Is Carrier just magically
No, he's 1 HP. What? What? Someone. There we go. Nice. I was about to say, we didn't get that kill.
This T1 squad, and he just gets taken out a second time. as this, unfortunately, for Hanwha Life Esports kind of harkens back to earlier in the year, some haphazard decision-making from Kanavi alone, going on this Blasco without information. The buy is here, and owner's just like, what? All right, I'll take the freebie, commits the ultimate here, and even though the Karma is nearby, the shield is just a feeble attempt. And like you said, this flash here with no information on where FaZe is just gives the kill exactly where they don't want it. He picks up a double, and then they're able to do it with Doran's help, finish off Guma as well. T1 5-2, and now in a commanding gold lead.
Yeah, things looking absolutely fantastic for T1 off the back of that play. The only thing that HLE still have going for them is the fact that Zeka has close to an 800 gold lead in the mid lane. That is balanced out very, very nicely elsewhere.
Whoa, here we go again. Okay, okay. Jeez.
You gotta be careful with crocodiles. Well, you know, they are very dangerous over short distances.
Yes, they move quite quickly. And yeah, Guma, that's his third of the game, his deaths. Stacking up here, and he was in the lead, and now he's 1.1k behind, as we will have hopefully a brief pause here in the action.
They get a pause? Why do they get a pause?
Wondering where their AD carry went.
Timeout? Timeout? Timeout to say why are we losing?
Right now, but thankfully not mid-team fight or anything like that. We will get this one sorted out as quickly as we possibly can, and we'll get any information to you if we manage to find it as well. I'm not quite sure entirely who
Good game so far, y'all.
did pause it. Having a look here, I think it was on the HLE side.
Could be HLE.
But we just have to find
Look at
out.
the HLE fan.
HDK,
Oh, crazy.
I don't know whether they won. Did they win? It's been a while.
I'll say no. Not in this tournament, but they won it in many fans' hearts, including that man's right there many years ago.
Yeah.
I love, I think for so many people who don't have the chance to go to our bigger nationals every year because it's just not located near them, it's exciting for them to be able to come to Paris here and check this out. It might be somebody whose last international event was watching H2K play.
Yeah, exactly.
So just wants to remind everybody that that did happen.
Maybe we
once
could get
upon a time.
like someone with a camera to try and find a TSM fan.
Alright,
Is there
that's
a
his
TSM
foul,
fan?
of course.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
there's a
with
dude
this
that's here for the English
skill.
broadcast. He's just hanging out next to us.
Yeah.
So we've got one of those. That's
we
not
wait
quite
for
TSM,
the
but I'm
game to
sure
come
he
back
could grab his
in.
marker out and just write TSM there. So that'd be easy. We need to yell a little bit louder as well because they're here to listen to the English broadcast, and it's French in the arena right now. So just make sure that we up the volume so they can have the full double language experience, which is
Well,
obviously
didn't
not
work the
going
way
to
it
break
did
your
with
brain
my
trying to
third.
comprehend two languages at the same time.
So just to recap where we
Definitely
are, if
did
you're
not
tuning
work.
in, late, as I'm sure a lot of people are coming in here, pouring in here for this T1 HLE grudge match. Guma just died a third time to Doran. The Caitlyn is not off the ground. The Ezreal of FaZe is massively accelerated. Sure, Faker has that deficit you just pointed out briefly moments ago. So it looks like we are good to go here in this game based on that timer. I actually don't know. I'm just speculating. I believed it. I saw it went 3, 2, 1, and I thought that maybe we were in.
I realized that I can turn around and I can see the play like a screen, and I can see that it is still just a little paused, which is great. We
Looks
did
like
just
a
came and
Kanavi issue.
delivered an extra water, and I'm surrounded by hydration already, but staying hydrated, very, very important. So thank you very much for that one, Wadid.
Yeah, Wadid is a hero.
Thank you, Wadid.
This comp for T1 scales so well. We're rushing towards that 2-item for FaZe, and Hanwha Life are in pretty dire straits, and on top of it all, it seems to be some sort of issue here with Kanavi, just based on the fact that we have Maddox on standby there with one of our referees. So I am hoping to get this resolved very soon.
Yeah, bit of an odd situation here. Not a lot of information being given over to us, and we don't want to speculate too much. But it's starting to look like, you know, Owner is getting ready to get back into the game. I'm feeling like the vibes are starting to get back towards Summoner's Rift. And in fact, Wolf, it's time.
I just got the confirmation as well. We are going back into the game.
Yep, let's get in there already. You can see FaZe scanning around the screen as Doran, yeah, He's the one down here on this bottom side of the map. Gumishi is respawning and making his way out. And HLE, now they have to try and desperately stabilize. Before, it was T1 making their way back into the game. Now, it's T1 with full control of the game.
Yeah, getting that win on the Grubs was a start. But then the second kill onto Kanavi there, then getting Guma a second time afterwards, and then getting Guma a third time. And I mean, the dominoes are well and truly falling over here for HLE at this point in time. They have a strong mid-game comp, but the Caitlyn is not a part of that. And she is now, she was one of the leaders earlier from the laning phase, but now 1,000 gold in the hole here for Gumiishi.
Yeah,
that's a lot. 1,000 gold's a lot.
Zaya's going to move down towards his bottom side to catch this wave. The Doran is shoving his way. But it's a 3-0-0 Renekton. And maybe even more.
Never mind.
Cease and
That's
desist comes
done.
down. Carrier turns off the turret. And the public execution is
Yep.
not going to save Zayas this time.
They're not gonna do anything. They can't even defend this bot lane. They should just push it. Yeah, that's where you go. Just push it. It's a free turret. It's another free turret.
But Doran is going to take that first turret down and move T1 to a 3,000 gold lead.
Now, this is a massive advantage right now, as Kanavi's not going to get his Gromp either. Smoked by Owner, and the angle on that ultimate from Carrier to make sure he doesn't hit the Ambessa, but is able to just graze the edge of that turret to disable it. It's just the kind of thing you expect from Carrier on one of his best champions, the most iconic this year.
And now booking it towards his top side of the map. Kanavi just cannot go anywhere without being discovered. Hayes finds every button in the jungle.
Another kill. Dude, T1 is dominating this entire game.
It just feels like it's hide on Bush. The whole T1 squad edition is okay.
Carrier maybe in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't manage to flash away from the 90 caliber net, but there is the flash forward from Delight. Hayes keeps his bard alive, and T1 not going to be falling down in that scrap.
Had that net connected, headshot would have followed to take him out for certain. So a good flash there, but now he is flashless. As Pays is walking a tightrope here, very low on health and mana.
Bit of extra damage here towards this turret.
Oh. He doesn't get that kill. Not at all. This is so close.
I know you're behind in this one, but Pays has got the barrier. That was such a risky play, and it does not pay off.
Bro.
Pays is 4-0, and Guma is 0-4. True opposites in this game as he pulls up to a 1,500 gold lead. So watch the first-person view here. Pays holding strong. He's up a level. He has just enough mana here to try to hold on. He just wants to thin the way. Barriers this damage. And question mark fakes him!
Oh my god.
God! Oh dear.
He tells his own team, he's like, why are you doing that? Why is he going in? That is true. Why are you going in?
He'll make those decisions sometimes. Is Kanavi gonna try and get out of the enemy jungle, but I don't know whether Owner is going
Especially if you don't need to go in. Why? Oh, no way. There we go. Another kill. No way. Yeah, another kill. And another kill. Wait, I thought they got the turret though. I guess they didn't get the turret. That's how.
Is helping, but the Vault Breaker is going to slow him up, and I think the Orianna will be safe for the moment. But T1, man, they only know one direction, and it's forward this game.
Kuma's hiding, tucking tail, and running between turrets.
No. Another kill.
T1 has squeezed every last drop.
Dude, that's so sad.
There's no Hanwha life on this rift.
That's very sad. I'm so sad.
That's 16 minutes here.
They're trying their best.
I think this game is completely done, Atlas. T1 taking this mid turret. It was an early pick onto Guma that made us feel like the game could be competitive, but everything that followed after that has just been T1 hiding on Bush, popping out of Bush, and now Pays taken over. He's fully stacked his tier. He's going to have his Muramana completed very soon, sub 20 minutes. And they're going to look for this dragon now as well. Will be their second of the game. It's an Infernal. Pays says no Guma in this map.
Yeah, he's going to teach Guma how to do it, and that is how.
Good, wow, what a kill.
More money, and then just hit him a couple of times. Delight is going to try and slow up this Ezreal as Carrier takes a magical journey over. There's the miasma down, and Kanavi, I mean, he might make it towards this inner turret, but it ain't helping, ladies and gentlemen. HLE are just falling apart here in this game.
There's hardly a good choice to make for them now as they've stacked their soul laners topside here to try to get a bounty turret and try to maybe kill Doran as Zeus is waiting alongside. Doran goes forward, here's the angle.
Yep, there's the shockwave connecting on to this Renekton. Delight is going to show up to try and figure something out as well, but I have a feeling that Doran is going to be all right. No slow to come in, and he just gets himself out of there. Now Pays and Carrier are turning up, and HLE, I mean, they're trying to deal with this turret.
Oh, they try to save the turret, but it doesn't matter about saving the turret. It matters about stopping the Abetsa from doing anything while they kill their friend. Oh my god, that's another kill, and they're gonna get another kill. They're gonna try to dominate this game. That's not bad. That's they're trying to prove something.
Pays is so early on in his career. He has so many kills to his name so quickly. He's moving up the leaderboard.
Well.
I know.
See whether he can find another one in this game.
He's just insane.
A whole bunch of knockups come on through. The season assist from Owner is
That's dead.
absolutely gone.
Alright. At least they got one kill. Are they gonna get another one though? No way. Dude, that's so sick.
He is just styling on him.
Don't let Pays get a 2-item spike before 18 minutes or you're going to see a game like this. I want to point out also in that topside turret secure, Carrier was like a millisecond away from tempered fading the turret and denying them from even getting that bounty, which is all they got. They lost everything else. So this game is off the rails.
Oh man.
Zeka's ult just dodged.
Yeah, to get out of the way of a shockwave. I mean, HLE, they are incredibly far behind, right? So there's not a whole lot they can do here, but the way that T1 just took hold of this game was absolutely ridiculous. Dodges the flag and drag with the magical journey and then just comes back and kills him. It's beautiful out of Pays.
This is just the kind of game that is a showcasing of what T1 are capable of when they get even a slight lead, what they can turn that into. And speaking of TSM.
Glad we got to pop over and say hi to Double Lifted. Doran, he's just going to move away. I think he'll allow Kanavi to have a Gromp this time. As Kanavi's going to see whether he can take down the Crocodile yet again. He does press that pesky E button yet again. And that might be enough to get himself out of the way. Flag and drag does come on through. Tempered Fate buys a bit of space.
They're getting Baron while the Crocodile is just fleeing. He gets away, they get nothing. And T1 get the purple worm at 20 minutes. A classic for T1.
Right, straight on 20 minutes as soon as it spawned too. That's crazy.
Pays coming on over here looking to see whether he can take down this inner turret. I have a feeling he will be able to. Zeus nowhere near strong enough to contend with this Ezreal sitting on 3 items. Ladies and gentlemen, we talk about the 2-item spike. At about the time you're supposed to hit it, he picks up 3. Like this guy is just so incredibly strong. 904 on the Ezreal. And T1 now with this Baron, they haven't gone for a reset just yet outside of Faker. Does come back with 2 items himself. But now, I mean, the pressure is just so ludicrous out of T1 here. They are looking to put HLE out of their misery here in game number 1.
Has such great siege with this insanely fed Ezreal. Shojin's done on 3 here, 21 minutes, 3rd item. He's just, he shoots lightning with his Q, and they just cannot step up.
Zeus is like, man, that's mine. Come on. Must be the case. All right. HLE. Desperate to try and find any sort of comeback here in this game, but at 21.5 minutes, a 9.6 thousand gold lead. Surmountability is at an all-time low. It's at a premium wall.
Yeah,
it's not exactly the easiest.
The only thing that can be surmounted this game is Faker's gold deficit. He's got 3 in the hole.
Yeah,
the only thing they can get that they don't have on your scoreboard right now is Rod of Ages is going to complete. Zeka's only a few seconds behind him in that regard, but that was the one lead Hanwha had, the one piece, the one advantage, and it just doesn't matter.
This is an SKT game.
9-0-4 on this Ezreal. FaZe does not get the assist, he gets the kills.
And Kanavi doesn't get the wolves, I don't think, as we're going to have a look at this one from FaZe's perspective. Kanavi
There's another one.
Extremely dead.
Yeah, here comes the 3rd triple. Yeah, there you go. They gotta do another one.
Now another one as FaZe
is
just going to rain.
I think he missed those quick shots, but this is it. This is game. They're playing really fast and really hard on their own teams.
As T1 will just walk in through the front door.
That looks about right.
penetrate the base of HLE. What a statement here in game number 1 in our first game of the knockout stage. T1 do not want to be going home today, and HLE, if the MSI champs want to stay at EWC.
Yeah, good game. Good game for round 1. And map 1 goes to SKT. Wow, W. Oh, they're just going back. They're just like, whatever. The Faker seal. Last one.
Here against rivals HLE. And Pays
Right.
just took his lead and sent it in the top lane, in the bottom lane, in the jungle, and in mid to push to end. Massive, massive lead on the Ezreal. I think over 4,000 there, and the end. He's just so good at this pick in particular, any pick that's high skill ceiling. But I think the ceiling was pretty low in this one with the lead he had, but he just doesn't miss.
Yeah, and Gumayushi unfortunately netting the wrong direction, but that doesn't really matter at that stage. They were just kind of counting their money on their way to the bank to make a deposit. I think the bank was around where the Nexus was.
Monolith Esports had the change jar.
Yeah, they did, and unfortunately they dropped it on the pavement on their way, and it just didn't quite work out. I'm
SKT.
still kind of reeling from that turnaround, because at the beginning it looked like what we had all kind of assumed would happen, right? Based on what we saw at Road to MSI, and then T1 said, no. This is going to happen much more differently than what you thought. Yeah, Pays did over double what Gumayushi was able to, and I mean, it's understandable. Guma was dead half the game.
Ooh, bit of a rough one, but I think Honor Life Esports can bounce back. You start falling behind at 16 minutes, that you are just not going to come back.
Yeah, what incredible performances out of T1 players, and now it is time to throw it over to the desk to break down that ridiculous game.
Thank you very much, Atlas and Wolf. That was the perfect analogy for exactly what happened. It was ridiculous.
That's a crazy game. Honestly, they're definitely still a good team without their old teammates.
And then T1 flip it on its head. It's crazy.
What did I just say in the pre-show? I think I said HLE is gonna win everything, right? But what? T1 Magic once again hits the ground, and like it's again. They're having such an incredible performance here.
Yeah, I mean, you can never count T1 out, especially at internationals. But this was not what we expected whatsoever. I mean, Pays on the Ezreal this game. He just couldn't miss the cues. He played so insanely well. But I also feel like Gumayushi, this is not the Gumayushi we're familiar with.
So we were talking about the bot lane matchup mainly because I think this draft was all about winning the lane or not of the bot lane, because I think HLE had such a great advantage of the bot lane with the Caitlyn Karma, because you have to play into Azure Bard, which is kind of easy lane for them. But the issue is that the risk is too high. But we thought they could handle it, but eventually it was not.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at this Caitlyn Karma to dominate the early laning phase, get a lead for themselves, and then they can be the ones snowballing the game, moving around the map. The opposite happened. It was Owner and Keria that took over the map completely, even farming Gumayushi pretty much. Just whenever they saw him, it was a free kill for T1, and it really defies all expectations that we expected. And I think a ton of props has to go towards Owner this game. Like how well he was pulling the trigger. He was so aggressive on this Vi, always going in, always finding his mark, and just really gapping Kanavi in this one.
Yeah, and again, this was with the Bard, Keria's Bard on the opposite side. It wasn't going early, so you're thinking, okay, Gumayushi will be able to get out of the lane, no problem here. And instead, just was punished at every misstep. And this one, too, a Doran at half health. Guma thinking he's safe, and Doran getting the kill on his former teammate.
Yeah, in the pre-show, we were kind of worried about Doran because he was the one underperforming from the roster, but I think he had such a great draft into this one because he had Renekton into Ambessa, and out of this, the laning phase, he could have the window to punish the Caitlyn on the bot lane as well. So I think it was just a really great game overall here.
Yeah, I think T1 got everything they wanted in draft.
Yes.
Easy lane for Doran, carry on Bard. I don't think, like, you don't give carry a Bard, especially in a matchup like this where you're up against the Caitlyn, you're up against the Orianna. It's so easy to find good Bard ults and so easy to set up a team for success.
I mean, you were former AD carry, so you definitely know how hard what the matchup was for the AD carry, right? Yeah. I think this Azure game performance was not that we expected because it's, again, really hard lane into Caitlyn Karma, but Pace somehow managed to win this lane and have a phenomenal performance here.
Let's take a look at one of the coolest parts here of EWC, the POV cams in the middle of the fights, and you're getting to see one of the best to do it. Pays on the Ezreal, playing on the edge, and punishing. You can see the question mark ping afterwards. What is this guy
That's a
doing?
crazy one.
I mean, Pace just knows his
Doing the
limits so
crazy
incredibly well,
like
and he's playing so
ping,
damn
saying,
aggressive,
"What are you doing?
punishing Guma
Like, what are you
every
doing,
step.
dudes?"
And I just feel like you could see that Guma Yusi, the pressure really got to him after the early game. He was missing some of the traps. He was trying to go for the 1v1 even when he actually lost it. And I think game number 2, Guma needs to step up, or this is a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, and this is a thing that we've seen from Guma before. We've seen it from Faker as well. He keeps pushing to shoot the shots. Like, all right, one of these is going to land. I'm going to get going. I'm going to be able to outplay this deficit. And then on the flip side of that, sometimes it ends up becoming an 0-3, all of a sudden 0-4 before he gets his first kill. The last one I really wanted to shout out was Doran. He's under so much pressure. He's been called out so many times, Bin as well, and then has himself a fantastic game against one of his arch nemesis. They will be forever linked in Zeus. A great, great storyline here. Now it's time to hear what you all think. With the opportunity to play with the pick'ems, head on over to the EWC website and make
See, I can't do the pick'ems. I'm not allowed to. I'm in Las Vegas. They deny me for doing pick'ems.
Might be moving. You can also make the votes on all the other quarterfinals happening right now. We're gonna have a short break. When we come back after this piece.
All right, so they're gonna have a short break.
T1 and Hanwha Live Esports.
Since they are gonna have a short break, we are also gonna have a short break with showing off some esports merch. Yeah, y'all are review. Y'all interested in it? Y'all want to see my merch that I got? Pretty cool. So I am a big fan of League of Legends. You didn't know. Oh, what was that? What was that? What happened? Okay. Wait. I don't know why things aren't loading on my
City
end.
Grid right now with our lovely Glitter, and Free Fire is heating up. What's going on over here, by the way?
Okay, so this is what we've got cooking right now.
All right.
It is survival stage for the teams today, which means we've got 12 teams still remaining, and only 4 survive. 8 keys are going to be crushed today after 10 matches. So it's a really big deal. And what we've got so far, we just finished our first 3 matches on the day.
Alright, we're gonna do
Game
IRL.
number 1, the important teams we're looking at in the CC realm of things, Falcons got
Alright.
3rd place with 21 eliminations.
Let me
Vitality
show
got
you
9th.
guys what I have. God Ninja. Do front camera. Back camera. Alright, do you guys see? Wait for it.
Do you think it's likely for Falcons to be making it out of today? If we get the performance that we saw in game
Alright, there we go. Sweet. What is this? What is this thing on here? That's not that. Is this? Oh, this is this. Okay, sweet. Alright, sweet. So I wanted to show you guys my merch that I got of League of Legends and stuff like that. We're gonna go to my classic gamer shelf. So I'm gonna show you guys some cool stuff. So the first thing is my gamer shelf. I need to turn on the light on my lamp. There's a lamp here for a reason. Alright. Got the lamp turned on. So this is like all my stuff that I've usually gotten throughout my entire esports gaming and living around life and friends and stuff like that. Like all this cool gaming stuff. I have some card stuff too because I've done Pokemon stuff all the time. I've gotten recently into One Piece, which is super cool. Starting to like it a lot better. And then of course I got all my other gaming stuff right here. Mainly esports stuff. And then these are some brand publisher things that I think was cool and that I liked and I had. That's like the Nessie and the esports things and Razer and all this. And I have to show off my League of Legends things. Yay. So I have right here at the very bottom It made Faker mouse pad. It has Faker on it. It's from Samsung Galaxy. We also have our regional qualifier pin from Las Vegas. That's from my friend. This is the other little branch thing that was off the Poros. This I thought was cool. It's like a Red Bull gives you wings type of vibe. So I was actually gonna use this for other things. Um, this is we'll show some figurines. So we have our Irelia figurine, and our Talon figurine. This is from the Immortal Journey. My friend from Chicago, one of my best friends, James, he got me this, and I'm so happy to have it. Of course, I have a box that I would like to show you guys. It is the World 25 League of Legends box. I have one of those, and it's pretty cool. But this is for the mouse. That's the mouse I'm actually using right now. I like the holes. I dislike the holes at the same time because I feel like you can get anything you want inside there if it's small enough. This is my Bard Meepy. Here's the cupcake from Lulu Cupcake, and this is the Poro from League. I've collected all these, including minions and stuff like that, but I have given it away to other friends, which is cool. And everyone likes it. Like, everyone does like it. Okay, this is the heavy one. This is one of the rarest items I've ever had. This is the one, the only Coca-Cola League of Legends Wild Rift collab. When I worked for the Esports Awards show, they had these for anyone that attended, and it was super rare and super cool. How cool is because when you opened it, and Wild Rift was the first ever like mobile game for League, and look at that. Grab, play, refresh. The first ever Coca-Cola X League of Legends Wild Rift limited edition cans, and there's 5 of them. They had like Lucian, they had like Annie and an All-Star on the other one, I think it was. And yeah, and they got Ari and Senna on these ones. I have some news, and I don't know how rare or good that it would be. There's still Coke inside them. Like they're unopened. They're 100% unopened, and we're gonna keep it that way. We're gonna keep it unopened that way, and we're gonna keep them because it's such a collector item. It's like a 1000% super rare, ultra rare collector item. Maybe it might be worth thousands. I don't know. Oh no, my Morgana fell. Morgana fell. It's from my persona. Oh gosh, come on, come on, come on. Stand up, you cat. There you go. Yeah. You like my League of Legends merch? Super cool. I didn't buy it anyways. Oh, 90% of the stuff that you see on here, I never bought. It was either gifted to me by friends or publishers or had a connection and stuff or two. I don't even know what this is. All right, before we get into game 2, I feel like I have a chance to show this off. All right, this is one of my other prized possessions that I got, and I did an entire content video with it. This is the League of Legends Riot Games World Championships 2025 box. It came from China. Look at this. This is super cool. My nonprofit, Nevada Esports Education League, we give these boxes away for free. So it's crazy enough. We had 3 of them in 1 year, which was super crazy. But yes, this is it. I gotta, give me one sec. I gotta use 2 hands. Oh my gosh. Okay. It's pretty big. It's pretty huge. Alright. Okay. So, this is what it looks like. It's super cool, super huge. It has worlds on it. And this was like, it's sponsored by Kia, Hyundai. Oh, it's the Opera GX browser. It's super amazing because here's how it works. You take, okay, give me 1 second. Okay, wait, hold up. I can't. I'm not getting my tripod out. I'm like really lazy right now. Okay, sweet. So you undo this, the outside opening. This is the emblem. What's crazy about the emblem, it doesn't open up like a regular like box. And here's where the sound comes in. So you gotta. Okay, maybe I do need my. I'm so lazy to grab my tripod. It's okay. It's okay. When you open it, look at that. Plays the Summoner's Rift theme. You got wind up minions. This box opens up. It's super cool. You get a little crystal. That's the Nexus. On top of that, on the sides, I gave one of my good friends, Tim, I gave him the bottle opener, and there's a multi-use tool that he has from them. Over here is a mouse pad. It's a Xinyao mouse pad for Worlds. It's super cool. That was on the side. What else? Yeah, the music is still going on. Oh, and it blinks both red and blue for both Nexuses. It is super cool. Alright, and then on this other side, I got these really cool items. So this is an official card, and the card itself talks about like how it appreciates Worlds for the last 25 years, stuff like that, anniversary, yada yada yada. This is a what is this? What is this? Stickers? Huh? I guess these are stickers or something sticky. Yes, that's the card. That's this. This is the ad, of course, for Opera GX, of course. Got the HyperX mouse was from in here too. And then look at these pins. They got the World's pins. Super cool. And then I think this is the most awesome item ever. Besides from the other item, which I was about to show you. This is the World's 25 recognition and Hall of Famers of who's won World Championship Series. So as you can tell, from 2011, we started with Fnatic. I guess that's where all my esports came from. So Fnatic has won. They're in the very first one, right? Against All Authority. Then the second one has been Taipei Assassins. Now this is the journey of T1. T1 has won in 2013. And then in 2014, we had Samsung Galaxy win. Then we had T1 come back in 2015, 2016, 20. Oh, and then they lost to Samsung Galaxy in 2017. Then Invictus Gaming is won in 2018. Fun Plus Phoenix won in 2019. I remember this year. This year was awesome. Then it came to Daiwan Gaming in 2020. That's during pandemic. And then you had Edward Gaming winning in 2021. T1 in 22. Oh, sorry. This is DRX. See, DRX in 22. And then T1 in 23. Then T1 in 24. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 championship series under SKT, which is crazy. And Faker's been playing this game ever since. Teaching so much esports right now. Okay. One sec. Oh, when you close it, you gotta close it with 2 hands because it doesn't open like a regular box. That's for sure. I gotta put on this cover so nothing falls out. Oh my gosh, come on. Come on. Come on. Alright. Sweet. Sweet. There we go. Alright. Yeah, put it in the box. Give me one sec. As you can tell, I am quite of a fan of League of Legends. League of Legends is kind of cool. Alright, and then of course I have to show off. This was the final thing in the box. It's the rough scuttle. Look at him. He says 25 year on it. And then what's great about him is that when you fight him during the league game, or when you see him, you can kill him, and then he'll give you vision for free. He doesn't die really; he just hides. But yeah.
I'm not gonna lie though, like it's Zeko or Guma, and that doesn't fill me with confidence on either front. That's what
But yeah, that was all my stuff. Just wanted to show off my League of Legends merch stuff. Because we are watching League, so makes sense. Alright. It is 5 AM now in United States, US. Let's go back into the games.
Going into the jungle.
Come on.
What are you looking for?
Come on, big pace. Come on. I think.
Pick the brand. Let's go.
Oh, Faker's so locked in. He looks actually like he's like, I'm actually gonna lock in. Kind of crazy.
And this Poppy's still a flex, so it might actually go for.
He really wants to win this one.
So it's easier to pick up the draft. Oh, it's just another flex.
Wait a second. This could just be the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Or this could be the T1 players picking for themselves.
What do we do, guys? Are we allowed to rank here or not?
Yeah, please
guys, you would see this in solo queue as well. How would you ever draft accordingly? If I'm playing top lane, if I'm playing Joe, they can literally triple flex all this stuff, by the way.
Yeah.
Yep. What are you supposed to do?
Not to mention you're playing now Lee Sin into Talia and Poppy.
And I
on the
know
side.
in pro play, yeah, you know where they're going. I'm just ranting.
We don't. We don't. How do you know?
Not right now, but after they lock in.
Oh, yeah. After they lock in, yeah.
Swing coming in. Now, that's also, by the way, that's a battle mage, though. That's what you're looking for.
He is a battle mage. He's a battle mage. Fair.
That's some honesty that's going to be picked up here.
Oh, they're just trying not to look for real ADCs again. They're trying to look for mages. Mages has been the newest thing, it looks like, currently.
So far already. At MSI, and he's undefeated on that champion over the last few weeks. His Swain looked absolutely ridiculous. Is the Silas going to be taken away here? And I actually think, Demon Flare is pretty powerful for the Silas to pick up away from the Swain. I like that ban.
Yeah, it does feel like they think this Talia is likely going to the bottom lane.
Varus, okay. So they don't think the Syndra is going to the bottom lane. That's what I'm getting.
It could be Varus top that they're banning it for.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Oh, man, everything goes
likely.
everywhere, doesn't it?
So what's your take on Talia Pantheon? Do you think that's relevant? You think that could be a bottom lane?
So that used to be an old boosting strategy back in the day. That actually was really messed up. They used to duo queue, do that all the stuff. They used to abuse bot lane. I think it's actually extremely strong. I haven't seen it in a very long time. So I don't know how, but like I said at the start, I think Pantheon is extremely strong. I think these Sky, these Sunder,
Sky, yeah.
completely broken for all these champs, but yeah.
Is Tyler 1 actually at the casting desk right now?
Keeping it very flexible in terms
Sounds
of
like Tyler 1 is.
Could be doing. That's why, as you mentioned, Tyler 1, this is such a difficult draft to ban for as Hano Life. Nautilus gone.
I feel like the biggest flex for T1 is...
It is Tyler. It's Tyler 1. That's funny. They put the crazy short dude. If you don't know who Tyler 1 is, he's a short dude that's kind of buff, and he's always talking smack about everything.
The last minute, or they could just be like, well, obviously, like, I picked it, it's mine.
Bro, this timer gives me anxiety. Can it just go to 0 already? It's like a track.
Oh, the API bugs out all the time.
Bless you.
Yep. All right, Gumiushi, what are we picking here? Will it be counter pick for Delight? No. So they are holding on to the flex for as long as... another flex.
I want to see...
more flex.
I want to see Pays on an 80 carry here. Dude, if he beats him on 80 carry twice, he's just so much better.
What if he just goes for like a Lulu lane? Like Yunara Lulu?
Yeah.
Oh, Pays Akali? I can't wait.
I think it might just be Pantheon. I'm not even...
Oh, man.
I'm not afraid. Like, you have Talia Pantheon and the double global with that, too. Take the power and the synergy in the bottom lane, you move it around the map.
Okay, so it is going to be the Talia
They get to the Akali back to Faker, which is crazy. Akali's kind of... she's kind of strong.
Going to do it.
I think it's good. I think it's right.
Also, by the way, if Pantheon is locked, it still could be jungle.
True. Oh, no. And do you know what? Pays has actually been playing a lot of Jace in the bottom lane as well. I do want to point that out.
He has. Wait a minute.
Hang on. That's a Xin Zhao. I don't know where I am.
That's a jungle.
It's still a top lane for Doran, obviously.
Yeah.
You know Doran
plays a lot of top Akali.
2 mages to their jungle. Kind of big.
Okay, all right, HLE, show us where your stuff's going. Counterpick the 6 supports and 6 top laners and 5 mid laners and all of the other things that Tier 1 have represented right now, as instead just going to be Gumayusi's Jhin.
Bro, what is going on?
So Swain top, Syndra mid.
Okay, so this draft kind of, I kind of like it here for Hanwha Life Esports. You know, you have a large front line to set up the Jhin. It's very difficult to access the Jhin. Even though T1 do have that Akali pick, it's going to be really tough to actually kill Gumayusi if the setup is good here for Hanwha Life. And your take, Tyler One, who won this draft?
Man, this is a disaster. What is going on? I mean, I'm focus, like, do some analysis here. I'm like, who is going where? I can't even prep my thoughts. I'm going to say, okay, HLE looks a bit beefy, a little beef ball, and they have mixed damage. I don't think it's so easy for T1 to play this game. I'm a T1 fan, so I think they're going to do it anyway.
All right, I like that take. I think there's not a lot of consistent damage here on T1's side. I'm a little worried about this draft for them. They have a lot of burst power. They have good setup. But, for example, the Swain gets rolling in a team fight with Shen also to empower him and back him up. It can be very, very difficult for T1, I think, if they're not ahead.
Yeah, and it's 3.5 melee.
Well,
it's going to be rough.
It certainly will, but thank you so much, Tyler, for taking us through this draft.
It was a pleasure.
We'll have a chat to you backstage about what actually happens in the game and congratulate you on how incredibly correct you were with all of your takes.
Thank you, guys.
Sure, after this. It was an absolute pleasure. Everyone, a round of applause at home if you're sitting in your room for Tyler One. And now it is time to get on to the Rift for game number 2. HLE seeing whether they can bring us to a series. I mean,
that was fun. I mean, that was really
cool.
I mean, it's not every day you get to sit down with someone like Tyler One and do a draft of an elimination game. Right now, T1 in match point, right? But the eclectic set of champions here for this second game.
I love that also, like, Tyler comes on and complains about the one thing that is exemplified in this exact draft, which is where the heck is anything going?
Yeah.
Like, both of these drafts were just flexing all over the place. Maybe they got word that they needed to do that for Tyler, and that would have been absolutely lovely.
All right, there we go. We're starting. We're starting for game 2. Actually, this might be the last game. We'll probably see. And then after that, we'll check in the actual. We'll check in the actual schedule too to see how long we will be doing our things today. But expect Dota 2 today. Because we are definitely running into Dota 2. Dota 2 is something I'm going to be running into.
That does mean that the Poppy will not be in the jungle this time, and instead it will be the Xin Zhao versus Lee Sin battle in the jungle there.
Yeah, I like this matchup for the Akali, as long as you do not get too incredibly bullied in the lane. This is unfortunate for Faker. He's probably going to end up eating some damage here on his way back to the lane. Leave the Q there and the Airy damage, but the whole name of the game for Zeka is in these early levels to try to get some chip damage in before Faker can actually start to fight back. But the Akali is so difficult for the Syndra to deal with because she's so mobile and her Shroud makes it difficult to scatter.
Yeah. I mean, once Faker hits level 6, that's when Zeka is in danger of being all-in. But at this stage, can you dodge the balls that are just appearing underneath you over and over again? That is going to be the question. Zeus, man, he has looked so good on this Swain. It really does feel like HLE, if they lose a game, they're like, all right, okay, Zeus, what do you got for us? Is it Swain or is it Mundo? Which one is just going to be immune to losing so that we're going to guarantee staying alive in this tournament?
Yeah, that is a pretty interesting way to look at it, but I think kind of accurate.
Yeah.
The Swain in this game is interesting because obviously he's so durable. It's very difficult for the Jace to find kill pressure. And the Swain is got decent sustain, and if he never moves, you know, you actually start really getting a lot of control, as we just saw there. So I'm excited to see if Zeus can continue to pull this off. The T1 composition is not easy to pilot because it doesn't have a direct theme. Zeka is really putting the hurt on Faker as well. Another scatter will hit.
Yeah, this is what the Syndra is supposed to do. Absolutely bully at this stage of the game. A little bit more of a different vibe to what we've been seeing for a lot of the Syndra picks so far this tournament, as Doran taking so much damage into Zeus here towards his top side. But this is more about Faker being like, I can stay alive and take some of this farm and then be better later on. And we're seeing exactly why the Syndra has been banned and picked so often, and that is because that is so hard to do when you are just eating Q after Q after Q here in this lane.
See, Faker's trying to use his backflips to dodge some of these combos from Zeka and also then apply that to the CS, but finds himself down a wave over the Syndra, which is expected. He's been so great on Akali this year, by the way. I think it's one of his best.
I have bad
picks,
news.
kinda sleeper that people haven't necessarily realized. He doesn't play it that often.
I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs.
Off. Everyone remembers that 2023 Worlds as he's going in here.
Yeah, looking for an angle, but Kanavi's going to make his way over the Q.
But we only have 4 matches, at least, or 2 matches.
Blood goes over to Zeka,
And Zeka
once
gets it.
again, a great start here, but we'll see whether they can keep it up as this game goes.
Faker a little greedy there, was just not aware of where Kanavi was. Owner going to try to make something happen here with Keria, though.
Yeah, actually flashing forward, the heroic
Nice
charge,
kill.
wanting to find a lead in, and he'll get there. Owner is
Good
able
kill.
to return the
Nice.
favor pretty immediately as Faker turns back up.
Had they lived a little bit longer, the kill might have gone over to Faker, which could have been even worse. So just straight up getting the return kill with the Poppy. And as Lee Sin, you often feel like you can kind of be wherever you want. So we'll go back to this.
We
point
got 2
here. Initially,
quarterfinals
Faker
for
gets
Dota
shut
as
down,
well.
but goes back in. And that's the problem because Kanavi's here, gets the flash on the Sonic Wave, but there's just too much damage there. Kanavi flashes, hits him with the E. But then Kanavi's playing around with Owner here, thinking, okay, I'm very mobile on this Lee Sin. Even if somebody comes over, the Faker teleports here, I'm Lee Sin. But Keria says no, because he's Poppy, shoves him into the wall.
Yeah, and the scatter missed from Zeka there as well. Like, if he had that for the Poppy turning up, then it could have been a very different story, but not going to have that available and didn't even have that information there, I guess, as Keria does come out of the fog of war and really ruin their day. So nicely done from T1 to answer back. As Vision of Empire here towards the top side, there is some Sith hands for Zeus.
Yeah, I'm feeling the
not
2
having
hours.
the greatest of times, but he's keeping up in farm quite nicely on this Jace.
He certainly is. As long as he does not die.
Zeus hasn't gone back yet, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. He's still sitting on the Doran's ring. And Doran, I mean, he provided it with his ring and is now going to have to go back again, perhaps.
It starts to feel like Zeus took it from him at this point.
Yeah, I think it might have not. It wasn't a purchase. Let's just say that.
Yeah, might have found it in the treasure chest after a defeat. As Owner is going to come up here and punish. There is an ult here for Zeus, but that's not necessarily going to be enough to save you. He might have to flash early, see if Owner can get the jump on him. Owner is flashless, so Zeus might just have enough distance here.
Yeah, Zeus going to be able to flash out. But there is the shock blast to take him down. And even if the never move hits, still going to be good news here is Owner, man, he is having an absolute day out here today. And I think a lot of people have been quite critical on how Owner has been playing over the last few series. This is vintage Owner, man. This is what we wanted to see from him once again over the last couple of weeks, because we know that he's got it in him.
Yeah, it is very, very fun watching Owner as well set Doran up for success. You know, Doran is the one who's been targeted. We talked about it in game 1. A lot of people have been saying, you know, we saw the desk as well discuss this, that maybe he played through topside and Owner's there against this counterpick Swain. Speaking of him being there, he's here in the mid lane.
Yeah, another heroic charge going to pull Zeka back. He's going to have to flash to get out of the way of the Poppy Zinzao.
Oh, when becomes lightning, gets him as well. So he's not only now flashless, but at half health as Faker shows back up to the lane at full with level 6. This is such an uncomfortable position for Zeka, even though he's ahead in this lane.
Now, Kanavi is at least able to grab his big raptor, but it feels like Owner can kind of go anywhere he wants here in this game.
You want your win this one again.
Kanavi's kept up in
You know,
camps,
usually they
still a 200 gold advantage here for
would
Owner.
switch
And
sides, but I don't
goes to
get they're
that
not
Doran as
switching
well,
sides.
Off the back of that gank towards the top side.
The wave not in a great spot. Zeka has to back. Keria is lurking to try to punish him immediately. He's still there on the Poppy. And let's see if he can actually get anything done there in the mid lane as Kanavi goes top side here for the overload. Keria looks like he's going to leave as the wave does eventually push back.
Yeah, and there is no Stand United here for Delight. So Gumayushi is just extraordinarily far up.
He's
with
exposed.
A whole lot of places to go. Keria does have the flash available. There is the flash out from Gumayushi as the rocks go down. The heroic charge pushes him back. There is the steadfast presence to help out here. But Gumayushi just stands and delivers. And just not quite enough damage here as the curtains are now being called. Pays takes the first one. Second one going to miss. There is the third, and the fourth will be blocked. And T1 looking a little worse for wear, but looks like Guma is kind of all right here in this bottom lane.
Yeah, very, very strong flash from Guma there. You could see the moment where he was calculating all the possibilities, all the different angles Keria could take. And we do have Delight here for the defense, so Faker needs to be careful. TP, though, from Keria on Unsealed. So it's just going to be a 2v2 here as Keria is It's such a great early game on this Poppy, despite not being able to get that kill on Guma. Now the Jhin is flashless, so no flash on the Swain, no flash on the Syndra, no flash on Jhin means this early game for T1 has been incredibly successful. And a follow-up And any of these lanes with these missing flashes could be massive.
Yeah, it's about what happens next. That's the most important part, as Carrier takes half of his health bar in damage from Zeka here. Just trying to convince them to leave this area as Delight getting himself out of there. Good taunt onto Ona. But this is T1 just demanding respect, right? Moving into the enemy jungle and taking anything that they want with this early game power that they do have. The Shen moves over here, but you can see Kanavi, he is out already. Moving towards this top side, seeing whether he can at least return the favor, maybe with a steal away of a blue buff of his own. The problem is, T1 is ready to defend.
This is kind of the greatest hits of the ones who didn't go to Honor Life Esports for T1, by the way. Owner on Zin, Faker on Akali, Carrier on Poppy. And it's such a strong draft for them. They obviously have a massive amount of mastery of, and they're just showcasing their ability to take over games early. Now, it's a lead for HLE, but T1 have a lot of control in it. Like you said, there's a lot of things that could happen very soon with the amount of pressure they have right now that will change that gold lead rapidly as Doran's going to go in here.
Yeah, actually to the skies, onto the Swain. Never move is going to miss as Carrier has a pretty good setup with the Vision of Empire. Man, Zeus, that was very, very clever. Spots him out, understands where this Poppy's going to be, and then just zaps down these minions. The Swain in an alright spot, even if he is 400 gold behind. Great seismic shove there from Pays as he finds Gumushi walking up the lane. The 1v1 between these two AD carries has evolved into something that's not quite 1v1 between AD carries, more like a mid laner and an AD carry.
Zeka still gone unpunished, as speaking of punishing.
Oh, there's the taunt. No steadfast presence to come down as Kanavi. Let's see whether he can actually lock this Q onto Carrier. Was looking for a bit of an angle, but there's the boot back. The kick to make sure that Doran is the target. He is showing up a little bit late, though, and now Delight is in a lot of trouble. He flashes.
Oh, I was gonna say, if they didn't get the kill, they did so much for this. Okay, they're gonna lose this one. They're gonna lose this. Dude, they were doing so good. What did they do? Why'd they go back? Why'd they go back up? That doesn't make sense. Okay. There we go. Faker. No, the Swain is OP. Swain is OP. He's just gonna heal. He's just gonna heal. Oh, he leaves. He leaves with 1 HP. Oh, Zeus almost died.
Gold on these plates, 2 going down. And he's got a huge wave there that
was
he's
almost
trying to
crazy.
surf towards. Looks like he's not going to use his Weaver's Wall to get back to the lane. He'll get there just in time to catch this next wave.
If you are just now tuning in,
Great play there from Faker coming in on the
we
ball
are
to actually salvage this, because
in
initially
the stages
as Carrier comes over here.
of
As starts off, they hide on the brush. Look for the trap here as Doran goes
we're in
too
the
far
stages of the quarterfinals for League of Legends. T1 has already won their first game. They just need to win another game, and everything's best of 3. So after the best of 3, it's done from there. So whoever loses, they're going home. No second out their chances. It's done. Yeah.
Make me sound a little silly. Takes half of the health bar from the enemy support. Is actually layering that damage very,
that's
very
where we're
well.
at, y'all.
Captive Audience comes down. Deadly Flourish misses
Where
on the
we are
Carrier.
at.
It's T1 lurking around this dragon. Will be the first of the game, actually. Quite a late one here at 11.5 minutes. And Q is going to connect onto Ona. Kanavi doing a fair bit of work as Sundered Skies are completed by both of these junglers. And another Q going to come on down. Tempest not going to quite find the mark or anything like that just yet, but HLE, I think, have bought themselves some space to get into this river.
No Weaver's Wall for Pays, so he's not going to be able to do any zoning here in this fight, with the exception, of course, of his Unraveled Earth. So he could slightly zone with that, but no obvious play here for T1 to actually start this dragon up. May look for a contest, but it will be late here as Faker does not have access to the pit. Zeka, who has a massive lead and a first item spike here, is just denying the Akali entry, and I think T1 are likely going to have to give this up. Best case scenario, maybe look for a steal. Faker is completely on vision as well.
They're going to get spotted out, because now the teleport is going to bring Zeus in. There's the taunt.
There we go.
And the curtains have been called.
Well. This way too low. But there's an execution that you can do. You can do like 3 kills, can't you? One of them is for him to fall back, but... Okay, there we go. Nice shot, Faker. But now Faker, I don't think he's going to survive this, yeah. He survived the last one, but he's not going to survive this one.
And Zeus, just seemingly ignored throughout all of these fights, just stands to pick up this dragon and lock it up for HLE.
Now, I think one of the big wins, really the only true win for T1 in this fight, as HLE do smash it. They had so much setup, and Guma is massive now, is that Faker got a lot of money, despite him dying there at the end. You can see in this commitment from T1, this double knockaback from FaZe, Faker's like, I can actually skirt around this fight. They're so low, I'm gonna go in. And there's a lot of money picked up here. Ends up getting the shutdown onto his opposition there on the Syndra. And so Faker, with this double, ends up in a really good spot. He's the only real winner here for T1, but otherwise, going in was incredibly risky for T1. They are punished. The Dragon still goes over, and Guma is huge. See if Faker can utilize the gold. That's the real question.
Oh, and also, let's see whether this trap is going to be sprung by Carrier and Doran towards his top side. Zeus is going to walk towards this brush and does not get the information. Ooh, very, very sneaky. Now Delight possibly in trouble. He's able to taunt his way out of
FaZe
there.
is up there too.
Okay. FaZe in position. Zeus, Demonic Ascension not available just yet. And Flash now not available as well. Seismic Shove does go wide. He gets the full information as to who is here and will be able to back away using that. The Rylize is completed here as well for the Swain. Very, very frustrating with the build that he has currently, as now Ona moving towards Guma. The Flash going to get him out of the wind, becomes lightning, as the Weaver's Wall did bring FaZe on over. I think the Flash was a good idea. Let's see whether Faker can keep himself alive here as well. Dash Cannon to get himself out of the way, and Scatter the Weak will land. Dodge this.
Oh my gosh.
And they will be able to take down
now they're focusing Faker. Now they want him to disappear.
Massive play here. And the defense of that top side cost T1 so much. They lost a huge wave that went to Owner in the mid lane, and then he wasn't there to defend bottom side. Now they're going for part 2.
Yeah, the problem was the ulti then came back up, but it was not enough to keep this Swain alive. And now Zeka teleporting in is somewhat dangerous. Deadly Flourish is going to go wide for the curtains. Now coming on out. They can just leave, and Gumayushi doesn't find any value out of that ultimate.
Very close call there for T1, but they will evacuate. And that's a big strike back, taking Zeus out in this case. Now Flashless on the Swain. Flight is not ready to leave just yet.
Well, this double back is going to get stopped here by Carrier. At least one of them does go home. Zeka able to get back and spend some money. He has extended to almost a 40 CS lead on this Syndra. Blackfire Torch now done as Kanavi wrapping around. Stefan's presence doing exactly what it's here for, to deny Kanavi a way in. And now Doran is flanking his way over. The Q going to connect as the flash away from Carrier gets him out.
Oh, what?
There is the boot back onto Kanavi as Gumayushi is the next one in trouble, and Kanavi's going to try to keep him alive. Decides instead that he's just going to have to get out of there as Doran gets
no way.
W takes him down.
No way.
All of these angles for the rest of HLE. Zeka will stay alive, but the rest of his teammates not
Okay,
so lucky.
well, comeback game is for a reason, and on top of that, they kind of got that. They kind of got all of this now.
Continue to frustrate him, and then this is first turret, by the way, on top of this.
T1.
And then Doran says, we've got that control ward. I've got TP. Let's try to make a play here because Delight's so low. He bursts him down, and then without the support, it just all falls apart like a house of cards. As Gumayushi doesn't have his ult either, has no mobility, just cannot do anything. And Kanavi is not able to peel for him, as now you do see Delight once again, the target.
Yep, Shadow Dash not going to be used there because the rocks go down. The Steadfast presence was threatened. I mean, this Lee Sin and the Shen have such a difficult time, as the Herald is going to be able to take down this outer turret in the mid lane. Probably going to get another charge here. We'll see whether anyone is going to drive Shelly towards something else. But HLE will deny it for now. Own it down to 50%. HLE still with some fight in them, but T1 finding so many great angles. Now another curtain call does come in. Seismic Shove to try and remove Zeus from the equation in this mid lane. And Kanavi going to be able to kick Owner away, but he keeps himself alive. Doran, not so much, as the shutdown goes to his opposite number, as Zeus is going to be able to close that massive gold gap just a little, and they'll take a turret.
This is a really big win here for HLE. Faker is going to be able to get some side lane gold here throughout this moment, as he is down here by himself alone with this turret. But that was a very, very close call. The Herald goes through, and T1 stay around a little long here, trying to set up for a second charge. The scatter comes through onto Owner. He doesn't crescent guard here critically, as he wants to be able to defend the turret, because he's looking steps into the future. And then this ultimate here from Guma misses the second time. Kanavi's like, all right, we're going in on this. Crescent Guard comes through, but Kanavi is the one who hits him, so he can actually apply that damage.
Damn,
and then,
okay.
For Doran, he's the one who's the casualty. They get the turret in exchange. So a turret for a turret here, and like you said, they cut the gold lead for T1 in half.
Zeus going to move on over. Vision of Empire is not going to be able to steal away a blue buff. And the Cloud Drake looking to be taken here. So far, this series, we have only had Earth, Wind, and Fire Dragons. Last time it was in order. This time, we've got the Mountain and the Cloud. Will it be? It is another one. It's another Infernal Soul. It's only Earth, Wind, and Fire here.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a bit early for September, but...
No, we are going to groove tonight, Wolf. Absolutely. And Dorian going to be able to take down this this outer turret as well.
Let's see what HLE can get done. They're pushing up super far forward in the mid lane.
Kanavi, that's their base. Buddy.
That's a Talia also.
Yeah.
They are trying to get this inner, and they have a big wave here, but I think this is going to be the end of the pressure. Zeka says otherwise. Carrier, look for the punish.
Wow. Does he kill? Do another one?
Pay some attention here as well. The taunt, fantastic here from Delight. As they look to get on top of Pace, they get rid of him. The flashes
Perfect.
get them out of there as the keeper's verdict.
Perfect.
Just kind of helps to get them to safety.
Blake gonna taxi over.
I personally am not rooting for either team. I'm just rooting for a good League of Legends.
Still a risky call. Owner very healthy.
Yeah, these health bars are actually looking a little better here for T1, as it is going to be that red buff secure over to T1 as well. Zeus now moves in, gives them that man advantage as Faker able to backflip his way over this wall. And that control ward will be taken down. Teetering on a knife's edge, I feel like, in that last fight.
I mean, HLE wanted so badly to push that inner and apply the pressure where they had control in the jungle. And if a few things go a little bit more wrong in this fight here, Zeka gets completely punished, by the way, by Carrier over the wall here. And this is another shutdown onto the Syndra.
Oh, it was a three-man
Oh.
What the heck?
No.
On follow-up. If they don't get that combo, they get completely routed. The game might actually end right
Let a
there.
replay.
So heroics from both the top laner and support as we
Why
have
is there
yet
pause
another
now?
All right,
That's
Pause does come
crazy.
in. I assume someone was like, how did that never move hit all three people? That's ridiculous. But instead, it is actually looking like it's on the Hanwha Life Esports side. We'll make sure that we get that one all sorted out and back into this game. But man, this one's intense, Wolf. You were talking yesterday saying, like, I'm glad that we finally got a close game. I believe that was the last one that we cast yesterday.
I need my socks on.
First one, that wasn't close. This
I'm
one
starting to get a little bit
absolutely
cold,
is the
guys.
neck and neck between these two
Oh, yeah.
squads.
Got to be thinking too for Hanwha Life Esports. I mean, they fought their way back into that fight with the never move and the taunt there from Delight, but had that not gone well, it's so scary. And moments before that, T1 were just getting everything. They had the successful topside play, they got that catch on Delight, they got the turret, right? They had the charge, they got the mid turret. And it was like, wow, if you blinked, you might have missed it. You know, if you were like, oh, I'm going to go get a drink out of the fridge, you come back and you're like, I thought we were winning. But they are able to get back the gold lead.
I love that sign saying the quote from Gumayushi, you can't let Carrier have Bard, and then he just let Carrier have Bard. Well, we did learn from that one.
Good to go.
HLE,
Oh, look, they got a Teemo. Teemo plush. I wonder how much that
if
is.
you do let him have it once,
Kind of want
then
one.
he definitely can't have it again.
Yeah.
So I guess there is that.
And you get to keep your bans.
Yeah.
I guess. So hopefully we'll have this resolved for you guys as soon as possible. But very tense game. Very, very close. Hanwha swing back in that last fight thanks to Zeus' heroics there. But it is still on a knife's edge right now. And Faker's getting more and more gold on this Akali. His performance obviously was pretty rough in lane. It's a tough matchup, but outside of lane, his team has set him up. Pays had a pretty good, few skirmishes. We won't talk about the teleport too much, but from his perspective at that time, it looked like they were going to close it out, but Delight made the play, and then they were outnumbered. So
yeah,
he looked silly in hindsight, but at that moment, I think it was a pretty decent call to make.
No, I would agree. Actually, I think that based on the end of that play, now we've got a very close game on our hands. I think beforehand, I mean, when Doran had like a 2.5k gold advantage, I didn't know whether the Swain would ever get to that critical mass that you kind of need to be at in order to take over this game. Obviously, Carrier will always be pivotal and be able to just knock the Swain away, which is exceptionally important. But now it does feel like Zeus might be able to hit that point, might make sure that Carrier does have to do that, and I think we are getting back towards this game pretty shortly.
Small update, the issue which you guys might have been able to ascertain is
why is it doing technical
hardware
pauses?
issue on his mouse. So with this peripheral swap coming thugh, they will do the required tests to make sure it is functioning properly before we do go into the game again. So hardware issues are always the easiest generally to solve, especially when it's a peripheral that has a backup setup, because that's what you do.
Yeah, you just plug a new one in, and that is going to work. All of the players also always bring a spare with basically everything, and have that one backstage. So that one is going to be plugged back in, and
it's crazy how much audio we can hear from the actual crowd.
Going to be finished up by the game being there, because otherwise this crowd's going to have to hold on to this until we resume.
What if they restart the entire game? No, they wouldn't.
Okay,
They won't restart the entire game, but they will restart some of the
I mean, when you do that, I don't know exactly what that type of clap thing is called, but
the slow clap thing.
Look at him.
But when you get to the end,
Look at the Korean.
faster and faster and faster. There is like a limit to how fast you can clap. You can't go like supersonic speed. It starts to make a buzzing sound in here.
Yeah. The ETA, by the way, guys, is a couple of minutes to get back into this game, and maybe we should actually let everyone know, as they're all the way back in the bleachers as well. I mean, there are so many to witness this. This
crazy. I can hear everything in that arena.
This is the game of the tournament thus far.
So far,
Here
I
is
mean,
number one support.
the beauty of it is that we
I don't
have,
know
like,
what
a
champion that is.
like,
You know, if you ever
G1
just
versus
look at
Gen G
random
perhaps,
fans just
HLE
drawing
versus
like
Gen
random
G perhaps,
artwork or
as
like
we get further
artwork that
into
looks
the
like it would be a
tournament,
character,
BLG versus
I would
anyone
say
on the
this
LCK
a
also
good
sounds incredibly
80,
high.
just
Already had it
80% of the
once.
time.
Yeah.
It's just some random drawing.
And
It's
in
not
the
any
best of
champion,
series,
it's not any character, it's
taking on
just
the
a
team
random drawing of whatever
Up
they
until very
thought was
recently
cute.
on a golden road. That one now not looming over their heads. They now have been unshackled from that golden road, which has plagued a lot of teams throughout the years.
I think
JDG
Gam
notably,
did a-
Gen G notably.
Crossfire.
Looks like this mouse issue is still ongoing. We've had some classic mouse issues over the years in esports, and one of the main reasons why most tournaments require you have a backup peripheral of your exact mouse or keyboard, whatever the case may be, your mouse bungee snaps, is because there were a few left-handed mouse players in the past who were unable to
Oh,
get backup
G2!
peripherals.
That's a G2 match. That's so tight.
It's also the case in the past of people who have super
Aw,
old
look
rare
at
mouse
that.
that are difficult
Worlds.
to find.
Oh, I imagine it was even worse in the
That's
StarCraft
not
games, right?
that. That
When
has nothing to
you
do
need
with
to
League of
find
Legends.
that specific
That's nothing to
mouse,
do with it.
that everyone uses.
Or the specific keyboard. I need my QSEN.
And you then need to make sure that you know the guy that has hoarded all of the mice of that specific model, and he owns all of them and is now
Baker,
like
Addict,
has a
Furia,
monopoly
all
and like
support.
he's like
Oh,
sitting
nice.
in like a chair
There
in
it
the
is.
back. And
I'm pretty
I
sure.
I don't remember his name.
Naniwa, I'm pretty sure, had like all of the specific type of left-handed mice that existed in the world. You know, there's other games where this has been an issue.
What'd
like
she
Smash
put on
Brothers,
her
where it's
phone?
like there's only a limited number of GameCube controllers until they got re-released later.
Yeah. Magic the Gathering has LS, who owns all of the
He has
Black
all of the
Lotuses,
cards.
you know, and the rest of them probably.
One fighting.
At this
Just to
point,
go.
moving now into Riftbound as well, where he probably also owns all of those cards as well. I mean, I thought that I got like a special promo card. I'm pretty sure I'm going to check my luggage, and it's just not going to be there. I imagine Nick has already made the
Dude,
move,
they're
in
so
order
good
to
at
take
drawing.
it. But we are
they
very,
got so
very
many
close
good artists
to getting
over
back
there.
onto the Rift here. Kanabi has his new mouse, is ready to go.
He
and
has his
here
new
we
mouse,
are.
and they did where we were
Wolf,
them back in.
where am I? We've
20 minutes in.
20 minutes on the clock. We
Baron
should be
spawn.
near the Baron. Because that is just
Dragon
spawned, but
spawns at
instead,
3.
T1 just going to be pushing out this bottom wave.
It was after a reset when this pause happened for that last little skirmish, so we do jump out
There we
of
go
the
with the
pause
jungle.
into a bit of a setup where just farming.
Set up, jungle,
fight, or
counter
getting
jungle.
another team fight,
What?
pause
That
and
hit
move a team
far.
fight. It's the most chaotic and worst situation. we
That kind of
cannot
crazy
have.
hit far.
And if you look at the gold, it's 100 approximately for T1 in the lead. 2-kill advantage. And it's such a close game.
Well, I just remembered. I remember my favorite pause. It was the Umpty pause.
I don't want to talk about that pause.
That was my favorite. It was very, very cute. He just made a little bit of a whoopsie.
He's playing Zen. owner actually understands
like,
the ability.
Why didn't he get knocked up? Well, Umpty, that's because your 3-talent strike wasn't a third talent of the strike just yet. Oh, there were actually, now they're all flooding in. There are some really great ones.
We're not getting into static
We don't
shit.
need to get into it. Maybe you can get into it in the Reddit thread or something like that.
No forbidden item discussion.
Yeah, the static shift did come to my head. That was the next one. Both of them. There were actually a couple.
Yeah.
It's all right. HLE now looking to defend. We're still in pause mode. We need to get back into game mode.
We gotta go again. It'll take one team fight, I think, to get Atlas out of it. But Faker here is just gonna get pushed away. And you do have, right now, a group around the Baron here, but there's actually a ward in the pit. T1 are getting all division around the pit itself, but not actually able to find that ward within it. Owner may be able to if he has a sweeper right now.
And
he does.
So, Wolf, who has the scaling advantage?
Well, that's the question that I was going to start leaning into as, you know, we get 25 minutes later, but we can talk about it now. It's tough to describe, really. I lean towards the side of HLE because they have a Jhin that's online here. They have a lot of setup for this Swain that actually becomes
That's crazy. They have a gym online.
T1's comp. And if T1 don't hit combos, they just don't have consistent damage output. I think it gets harder and harder for T1 to kill Zeus as this game goes on. Sure, he's 1,000 gold behind right now, but the later game parts of trying to burst him down are going to be so difficult. You know, he's got plated steel caps. He's got Rylai's, and he's just going to continue to burn everything.
Yeah.
That's consistent damage in itself, and there's so much pick potential here for HLE, not to mention Never Move, which can set up taunts. So I like the late game for HLE.
All right. About hitting the 6
I
a.m.
think
mark.
that this is going to be something that T1 do need to navigate. In saying that, there is also the carrier X factor, right? And Poppy always adds just an element of weird to later on in the game.
Yeah, not scaling damage, but scaling, I knocked 2 people away, now it's a 5v3.
Yeah, now those 3 are dead, and we will probably kill the other ones when they come back. So it's one of those things where, like, I think Lee Sin can also kind of warp a game in that way, where if you do get that one kick, you can really start a snowball in that direction as well. So just have to see who can clutch it out as we get further on into this one. But the Leandri's being completed for the Swain is a huge power spike here for HLE. And the Drake has now spawned. Will be the 3rd of the game and the second for any team that picks it up. Started already here by T1 as HLE move towards the river. Zeus.
Haze Wall.
Vision of Empire does come down. There is that Weaver's Wall you were talking about, the Demonic Ascension. Oh, they just evacuate the Swain. And Kanavi not going to be stealing this one away. The teleport is so aggressive, though, from Faker. Scatter the Weak does come on down, and Faker still looking for more of an angle. The Unleashed Power is not going to quite
They're not
kill
going to
him.
get killed.
And HLE
It doesn't look like they're going to get a kill, but they've done a lot of damage to them and pushed them back.
T1, they had the flank there for Pays to deny the follow-up there for HLE, and then the TP deep from Faker seemed risky initially, but allowed the poke to come through Doran. Doran does not know where the enemies are.
Yeah, the enemy's not actually able to hit him with the Scatter of the Weak there, as Zeka has to flash to get out of the way of the seismic shove. T1 actually able to back up their top laner quite nicely as Doran is able to flash his way out of there into this Baron pit. Kanavi with the drive-by gets the smite on the Raptors.
Kanavi did use his flash in exchange, but I think a very, very positive trade for HLE given how mobile Lee Sin is, whereas Jace, the exact opposite, now flashless.
I would normally say that, but when there's the rocks, when there's a steadfast presence,
that's fair.
I do feel like dashing is not exactly all that valuable here.
That's fair
for HLE. Still, I mean, the flash from Jace being down is a huge deal.
Do see the group up here again to deny Baron vision. I think the turn for T1 is insane, as we saw just there on the Dragon. Sure, it's not a turn to kill that we saw there, but a turn with, you can't get near me and I'm knocking your players away. That is so difficult to deal with for HLE if T1 have the setup, if they're the ones with Prio. And a term that we don't necessarily use as much as we used to. But
I know.
First on
Sleep is
objective,
hope.
having that control, turning.
The 2 is hitting me right now. And I have to leave soon because I have to leave the dogs and feed the dogs.
has been landing a decent amount of these Qs. The pressure on his control mages has certainly gone up in recent days. I was a little bit worried just because it is Zeka, right? Managing to find Carrier here as well. He's not going to quite find him, but the Baron is getting pretty upset.
2 hours
Carrier's
worth.
gonna have to go lick his wounds
Decaffeinated
somewhere
or
else.
caffeine or something that happened. It's dying down
Zeka continue
hard.
to expand that champion pool over and over again.
He just looks really good on this pick right now.
Ooh, okay. T1 actually going to try and force this one. Pace gets right into the back line. Not sure about that one, but they just eviscerate Kanavi. And immediately the Swain
That's a night kill. Yep.
We mentioned it before. He is going to be able to come back in. But can they actually do enough? That is going to be the question. As Zeus is just so difficult to kill. Owner gets into the back line, though, and takes out Delight. And they're just distracting this Swain over and over again. Doran picks off the carries one by one. And yeah, Zeus now completely alone. He'll be taken out, and it's just surgical here by T1 in the team fight.
And that'll be Baron, and I think surgical is the exact right word for this. We talked about how difficult it is to kill Swain in the late game. We're not quite late game yet, but you saw how difficult it was to kill him even there with everyone dead. But if you kill every single other member of HLE, and the Swain is the last man standing, and won't be standing for very long. Very low health bars here for T1. We do have some contesting members coming over, but I think they have the damage. It's going to be close. Kanavi's heading over. T1 not going to bail out.
Oh, he's
so close.
He at least got the ward in, but T1 are going to be able to finish off the Baron. And HLE with not enough members to actually get enough done here. So, Kanavi back out onto the map. The Baron is now gone.
Look, I mean, when you look at how this is set up here, gets the kill on the Lee Sin. They get the knockback. Jin goes down, right? Get the follow-up here from Faker. And then now Owner's like, well, Delight also, potential target here is waiting, biding his time. And the Swain's doing his job, but he's just going to ignore it. He's going to find the juicy targets here in the back, avoids the scout of the week. And then Syndra here kind of lurking around. He's like, got you too!
Oh, man, the follow-up from Doran over and over again as well. Every time, Owner marks a target, and Doran says, all right, I'll kill him. And you can see, I mean, Tom and Easy were still a little bit stressed. We're going to have a look at this fight as well. The fling back onto Zeus. He is going to get taken out. There's a lot of damage done, though, as Doran was traded as well. Scat of the week avoided by Pays. Gumayusi is there with a fair bit of damage, has a full health bar as well. HLE still needing to be respected as T1, I mean, that was best case scenario in the last fight. They'll have to do that again if they do want to make sure that they win. But now here with the Baron.
You know, this draft just, and how this game is quickly shifted to a 5,000 gold here for T1 just kind of harkens back to what Tyler once said in the draft, you know? It's going to be hard, but they'll get it done. They are getting it done right now. Delight, I don't know if you want to stay here. He's going to bait Faker a little bit.
Yeah, Deadly Flourish does come down. Gumayusi going to get dashed on by Faker.
It's such a difficult draft to pilot, but they've just done it now 3 major fights in a row. Just impressive feats, ignoring the Swain, and 1,000 gold still Gumas, right? He's had that basically all game. Watch this here. So big group up from T1. The knockup, Zeus is burst down. They have so much damage because they got so much gold from that last fight. Not to mention the Baron buff on top of everything else. They will get this Infernal Soul Point. 3 dragons to 1 here.
Oh,
5 minutes time. HLE are going to have to hope that scaling is going to come in big. But they do not have any map control to fight for that prio I was talking about.
And Gumayusi might have a lead. Pays is still absolutely gigantic in this game.
He's got a Magi Soul Stealer.
Exactly. 10 stacks. Probably has, you know, as far as equivalence stats are concerned, pretty good in comparison to Gumayusi right now with those 10 stacks that he has put together on the Forbidden Book. I mean, also with the Oblivion Orb, this Swain going to be less dangerous.
Yeah, that's a really big buy. I'm glad you pointed that out because that really impacts things, especially when the shove comes through for Pays and he's the one setting it up and applying that immediately in these team fights. And I'll say the thing that we say often, Guma's ahead, but he's Jin, and that means he needs setup. That means he needs control. That means he needs a front line. And that gold isn't necessarily otherwise going to be utilized here as Doran is going to run away. A little bit of vision here in this Triburst, but otherwise somewhat dark on the map. Does not want to push his luck too far. So it looks like we have an update here on the other series.
Yeah, so Gen.G able to win their series. The previous winners still alive here at EWC for 2026. But see who is going to be joining them from Korea, whether it is going to be T1 or HLE, is T1 right now in a great position, but there's the kickback from Kanavi. Perfect execution does come on out, and Kanavi straight back in there, gets the shutdown on to the Akali, and Delight comes on over to try and make this one more difficult as well. Owner is going to be able to take down Kanavi, though Delight not going to be able to fight him. Gumayushi comes on over, the Deadly Flourish is good, but Owner is better, managing to take down the Shen. Curtains now getting cold, pays so much damage, but he dances out of the way. Owner gets on in there, and there's the shutdown for Gumayushi. Vision of Empire comes in, pays. The Deadly Flourish does not get the stun, but he is still limping away.
Doran's
in the meantime, yeah, Doran is just going to be taking down the enemy base. But HLE going to do their very best to just ignore that.
The reason why this is so important, even though it's a massive win fight-wise here for HLE, especially considering how far behind they are in gold, is it now means the push will be on the top lane, the opposite side of the map to where that Infernal Soul for T1 will be spawning. So it's a great map movement. Let's see if he gets punished here, however.
Yeah, Gumayushi's moving up. Doran just clearing out the Krugs. He is the Krug Lord after all.
He gets away with it because he is.
Absolutely.
This game is
a special place.
This game is still so playable for HLE, as we saw in that last scrap. They can index into finding one target, someone who's overextended. Can really be so difficult for T1 if they get separated instead of being a fist into 5 fingers. And that's exactly what happened in that last fight. But one of those, maybe perhaps the index was pushing into that inhibitor. So now, again, HLE gonna have to fight for prio and also manage that wave. So teleport cooldown's really important. Zeka right now is the one who holds it, so he might be the one who's relegated to go up there and defend the push.
Yep, and a minute and a half on that dragon that you were talking about, the all-important Infernal Soul for T1. 36 seconds on the Baron as well, as Owner picks up that Sundered Sky. Had grabbed that one a little bit earlier on, though, but now has 4 items, ladies and gentlemen. More Malmortius, the Black Cleaver, and the GA.
3K up. He's never afraid to go in. And I mean, he's the main character of this game.
Yeah, tell me the last time Owner looked this dominant, man. Like, I feel like this was, like,
Thank you.
Definitely a vintage performance from Owner, who's just come alive in this series specifically.
This has been one of his picks that we associate with him more recently, and he is just once again popping off on it. Now, Zeka is in position to defend that wave, does have TP as we're looking for the angle here into the backline.
He gets on in there, the Crescent Guard, just to split up the fight. There's the Demonic Ascension, and out goes the Swain. He's going to try and get back here, though, and it wasn't the full commit here for T1. Weaver's Wallace pays is going to try and find an angle. They do push the Shen away, but HLE playing this one defensively for now. We move over towards Faker, who looks for the angle. 5-point strike and a connect onto the Shen. Ninja versus Ninja, but no one is going to draw blood this time.
30 seconds until the Dragon spawns. T1 aren't able to get the picks they wanted, so there's still some fight here for HLE. They can respawn and set up for this Dragon. The top side push out was enough to buy them a little bit of space there. And T1 do not have this Dragon for free. Pei's going to back and TP back in here as well. See what he can pick up, actually, in his inventory right now.
Yep. Keeper's Verdict going to be the biggest cooldown to keep your eye on around this Dragon. But HLE, I guess maybe they're going to give up the soul and actually just look for a Baron instead, as Keria has to flash. Get out of the way of that Deadly Flourish. HLE are able to kind of grab you from very far away.
T1 need to stall because right now Owner is on that Dragon. Well, he was. He's actually backed away. They're going to rush over and look for a direct contest. This could be the end of the game if HLE get routed.
Yeah,
top side push is huge.
In. Half the health bar now, but here is the turn. Looking for the angle towards Faker. There is the kickback onto Owner comes in. There's a nice stun off to the other side, but Doran just decides to jump in on top of Gumayushi. He gets the barrier. He gets himself out. The Keeper's Verdict once again as the Deadly Flourish comes down, and all of the GAs are being destroyed. Zeus, not so demonic this time, as Pays is able to put him down. And T1, they may have not been able to do it at the road to MSI, but it is not that anymore. This is EWC, and they want to stay alive at the tournament. They'll take out the MSI champs as they move into the base.
Yeah, pushing forward now. The wave was cleared in the top side, but another one is coming. The mid lane push is coming. Guma with a feeble attempt here to slow the onslaught of his former team, but HLE are going to go down, and it looks like they're going to go down here and now. Zeka with a heroic attempt as well.
Yeah, Pays taking a fair bit of damage here, but Gumayushi just gets piled in on. There is Delight falling down, and Zeka, the last man standing, tries to get the scat of the week, but there are no
with a statement 2-0 tonight against rivals Hanwha Life Esports. What a game, a tough draft to pilot, but owner across both games just would not be shut down. Pays plays 80 carry, but he plays mage in game 2, pulls out the Talia. Carrier's got that classic poppy, and the flex picks here came in bigger for T1 in this pivotal series. One of the toughest for them to win on their road to lifting a second Esports World Cup title.
And there is still Genji there waiting, but man, it really did feel like Hanwha Life Esports were going to be the biggest test. I thought that the draw was so rough for T1, but if they wanted to be the winners, they're going to have to get through the best no matter what. And if you do it already in the quarters, then it's going to make it so much easier as you move further on. But man, I haven't seen T1 this locked in for what feels like months. This was unbelievable.
Hanwha play, especially in game 2. Obviously, game 1 was so one-sided that we can't fault Hanwha, but there wasn't a lot of playing to be done. In game 2, they played really well. It was a really competitive game, tough draft. I would argue much harder to play for T1, and they were able to do it. And it's crazy because all of the doubt, all of the fears T1 fans have had this year, feel like they just washed away in this series.
Unbelievable stuff. But now it is time to throw it over to the interview. Take it away, Ian.
Paris, make some noise. Faites du bruit for your EWC semi-finalist, T1! We're here with Doran and our translator Maddox. Many said that HLE coming into this were the favourites and that they would send you home out of the tournament. You send them out. What would you say to the doubters?
일단 도란 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 정말 많은 분들이 사실 한화생명의 승리를 예측을 했습니다. T1이 여기서 떨어질 거라고 예측을 했는데 그런 의심의 눈초리를 가지고 바라봤던 분들에게 이렇게 T1이 승리했던 모습을 보여주셨으니까 한마디 해주시죠.
네, 일단 하나생명의 기세가 너무 좋아서 저희도 준비를 되게 열심히 했는데 또 준비한 대로 잘 나와가지고 뿌듯하고 이렇게 멀리서 와주신 팬분들이나 또 현지 팬분들에게 감사의 말씀드립니다.
Yeah, we were a little worried because HLE was on their best form. So yeah, I mean, we did our best and we showed our full potential in this game. So I'm really grateful for it, and thank you for all people here watching and cheering for us.
They can continue to cheer for you because you go into the semi-finals. Now, you joined this T1 roster after they won EWC in 2024. This time, you could have an opportunity at the trophy. What does that mean to you?
사실 T1이 2024년도에 이번 EWC 와서 한번 우승을 했었고 그 이후에 이제 도란 선수가 합류하시게 되셨는데 만약에 이번 연도에 EWC 우승을 하시게 된다면 선수 본인께는 어떤 의미가 있으실지 궁금합니다.
일단 또 선수로서 이렇게 좋은 대회에 참가하게 된 게 너무 좋은 일인 것 같아서 이런 좋은 기회 꼭 끝까지 잘 잡고 싶습니다.
Yeah, it's always a really grateful opportunity to play in this big stage. So that being said, I really want to lift the trophy.
Now, you're a very humble and kind man, but will you get any joy out of crushing HLE's key here in Paris?
이제 또 대망의 키 부수는 이 의식이 남았는데 하나생명의 키를 지금 부술 일만 남아 있습니다. 기분이 좀 어떠신가요?
네, 승부의 세계는 냉정하니까요. 부숴야죠.
I mean, you know how it is in the competition. It is always cold, so yeah, we're crushing.
I mean, this is pretty cold what we're about to do. We talk about keys getting crushed at EWC. They don't get much bigger than this. Doran, we're going to leave you in the hands of our key master here as you have the honors of crushing this key. Paris, are we ready? From lifting the MSI trophy just days ago to witnessing their EWC key crushed in Paris, HLE's pursuit of back-to-back international trophies is over. T1 march on. into the semi-finals. Now, I touched on it with Doran. He wants to get his hands on the trophy. He's another step closer to it. We're going to have a quick look at it and stand here in front of your fans. Quick message for your fans here in Paris.
마지막으로 파리에 이렇게 많이 모여주신 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
감사합니다. 메르시.
Paris, one more time for Doran and our EWC semi-finalist, T1!
As it is T1 winning the Battle of the Brothers over Hanwha Life Esports. They will move on here at the Esports World Cup in a 2-0 fashion to the semifinals.
What a game, what a series. I mean, once again, I predicted HLE to win, but it happened in the opposite way. T1 with the phenomenal performance right now. Once again, with Doran and Honor being amazing again as well. Like, this is not the one that we expected here.
Yeah, T1 stepped up massively today. I feel like all the members were just on consistently, especially Doran on the Jace. He was finding those shock blasts everywhere.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. It just feels like Doran has been this lightning rod of opinions, and in this biggest moment, amongst all of the Parisian crowd, he and the rest of T1 step up and take their bow as victors, and we'll march on as we take a look at the gold graph. It's nice, but we've got a special guest here on our analyst desk. Joining us fresh off the victory, it's Pace from T1. Pace 선수, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
어떻게 지내세요?
경기 준비하면서 잘 지내고 있습니다.
Yeah, I've been preparing matches, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's been very, very busy here for T1.
So I wanted to ask you, Pace, in game one, you guys played Ezreal Bard into Caitlyn Karma, and me and What did think it's very hard matchup. What made you guys comfortable to play it?
사실 첫 번째 경기 때 이즈리얼 바드를 케이틀린 카르마 상대로 픽을 하셨잖아요. 이제 잭스펙트라랑 저는 이거 좀 많이 힘들 것 같은데 이런 생각을 했었거든요. 좀 본인은 어떤 마음가짐으로 이즈리얼을 픽하셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 그렇게 힘든 구도라고 생각을 안 하고 있었어가지고 그냥 게임 이기는데 이지카르마가 더 편하다 생각해서 그냥 편한 마음가짐으로 했던 것 같아요.
So I personally think that this matchup is not that hard. So I felt like it was just a comfortable pick for me to pick Ezreal there.
What a chat.
Absolutely. You get to play in front of this Parisian crowd very, very close on up. How's it been in front of these fans specifically in France?
이제 어떻게 보면 팬분들의 이런 응원과 열성이 어느 때보다 정말 뜨거운 이 현지 프랑스 파리인데요. 좀 어떻게 느껴지시나요?
제가 원래 평소에 더운 걸 안 좋아하는데 근데 이게 팬분들의 열기라고 생각하니까 더워도 그냥 기분 좋게 게임할 수 있는 것 같아요.
I mean, personally, I don't really like the heat, but I think in a different way, this heat is from the fans. It's the fans' passion. So when I think that way, I really like it.
So I want to ask you, Pace, I'm also ADC player, and I really don't like mages bot, but you had really good games on Talia, on Cassio, so I want to ask, do you like the mage bot meta?
이제 저도 어떻게 보면 원딜 유저로서 이 메타에 대해서 그렇게 달갑진 않아요. 좀 메타가 좀 힘든데 이제 페이지 선수 같은 경우에는 탈리아도 그렇고 카시오페아도 그렇고 너무 다 잘 다루시는데 개인적으로 이 메타 마음에 드시나요?
일단 픽 툴이 넓어진 거 있어서 저는 되게 저랑 잘 맞는 메타를 생각하고 또 인게임 안에서도 뭔가 원딜이 전보다 할 게 더 많아 활동 반경이 더 넓어진 느낌이라 네. 되게 마음에 드는 것 같아요.
I think it kind of expands my champion pool, so I can pick whatever I want. And also, there's so many things that I can do on the Rift right now as an AD carry compared to before, so I really like it.
Well, do you have a question? I know you've been caught translating, but do you have a question here for Pace?
I mean, I'm gonna ask about like how he feels about like France in general, because I'm pretty sure he's been around the world, but like this is here, like especially EWC in France, right? So, 이제 페이지 선수 같은 경우에는 당연히 정말 많은 나라를 왔다 갔다 하시면서 많은 경험들이 있으실 텐데 프랑스 좀 어떻게 생각하세요? 이제 좀 며칠 스테이한 지 좀 되셨잖아요.
제가 프랑스에 지금 세 번째로 왔는데 세 번째인데 방문이
네. 그럼
올 때마다 되게 만족하고 있는 것 같아요.
어떤 부분이 가장 만족스러웠어요?
일단 음식도 입에 다 되게 잘 맞고 또 그냥 거리들이 너무 이뻐서 제 스타일인 것 같아요.
So actually it's my third time being in Paris, but I really like the food and the structure they have, the buildings and the streets are so beautiful, so I really like it.
Can I ask him what's your favorite food?
가장 마음에
In
들었던
France.
음식은 뭐였어요? 프랑스에서?
그냥 양식이 제가 평소에 양식을 좋아해가지고 그냥 일단 스테이크나 뭐 피자 같은 게 제일 맛있게 먹었던 것 같아요.
I like Western food in general, but especially pizza and
그 스테이크.
steak and pizza. Yes.
Steak and pizza, so good here in France. Now, obviously, we're at the Esports World Cup. We have some of the best teams in the world, and we're now in the final top 8, top 6, with Gen G winning over JDG. Is there a team that you wanted to meet and already did, or a team that you want to play against later?
EWC에는 정말 강한 팀들이 즐비하고 있는데요. 이제 젠지가 JDG를 이제 옆 스테이지에서 이겼고 한데 페이지 선수는 개인적으로 좀 만나고 싶은 팀이 있다면 궁금합니다.
일단 강한 팀들이 많아서
네.
딱히 한 팀을 고르기는 힘들 것 같고 그래도 안 만나본 팀을 한번 만나보고 싶어요. 네.
So I can't really pick up a specific team that I really want to play against, but I want to play against someone that we didn't play against it. So I think it kind of refreshing.
We'll see what the draw does later on. And finally, this is to all of your fans. Do you have any message for your fans?
마지막으로 팬분들께 한 말씀 해주신다면.
내일 바로 4강을 치르게 되는데 내일 경기도 이겨서 꼭 결승에서 만나뵐 수 있도록 오늘 잘 준비해서 내일 경기 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
So we're gonna play semifinals tomorrow right away. So we're gonna be prepared, and I will see you guys at the finals.
All right. I love the confidence. Pei is one of the most successful AD carries in the world. Victorious again today. 축하합니다. 감사합니다. Pei 선수.
감사합니다.
All right. We're going to take a short piece of content when we come back. It is our second quarterfinals. Who will be joining? Let's find out after this.
이거 진진. 이거 진진. 바로 가자. 나 이거 좀만 봐줘. 좀만 봐줘. 빼는 거. 나 빨리 한 대. 이거 스ሜ 온다 이거. 빼면서 오자. 빼면서. 위에 괜찮아. 빼. 못 빼거든. 와줄래? 쌤 봐줘. 연계. 나는 살짝 걸어. 잡아. 야 좋아. 봐줘. 뺄 사람 빼봐 일단. 나 잡아. 빼봐. 나 3타야. 나 먼저 할게. 3타야. 노플이긴 노플. 나 투스마대. 바로 가자. 천천히 해봐. 나 미드 타고 갈게. 얘네 풀 못 썼지? 방금 진 썼고 원래 노플.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan EVO. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
K-Corp have been a revelation of the LEC in 2026. Relentless, ascending, and yet still second best. Twice they've ended splits as runner-ups to G2 Esports, and the EWC qualifier looked set for the same script when G2 swept them 3-0. But K-Corp clawed back through that lower bracket, took down movie star Koi in the Second Chance series, and booked their flight to Paris. Now, the French side plays on home soil, not just in Europe, but in Paris, with their own fans packing the arena.
Overall, we're just focusing on practicing and making sure that we can be as strong as possible, I guess, for the tournament.
home turf has boosted rosters to upset before. Can K-Corp do it again?
Jenny, what are you doing here?
Yo, I'm with my people, man. What are you doing here?
I must be lost.
Now we can tell. This is EU. This is EU. And they went back home.
These are KC fans, I can tell.
Oh, yeah. Who are we? Wow, look.
Casey, man. Casey.
Right, dude. You're in Paris, man. You might as well join in. Right?
Maybe. Let's see it first.
Yeah,
All right, let's show them what we got. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, no more from me,
Come on, man.
We book Esports World Cup up.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup playoffs. We are in the quarterfinals, and it is the only non-Eastern team left. The West's final hope rests on the home team, Carmine Corp. But in their way are last year's EWC finalists. It's AGAL, going to be a fantastic matchup. Welcome back to the analyst desk. Tegon here alongside Jack and Aux to set you up for our second semifinals on the stream A. But over on the B stream, we already had one of those matches, and it was Gen G and JDG. And surprisingly, look at the kills, look at the gold, still in the side of Gen G, and a huge team fight goes the way of Gen G.
This one was crazy, and honestly a heartbreaker for JDG, who had such a solid lead throughout this game, but Gen G just notorious for being able to claw it back in the later stages, showing a lot of resilience here. So yeah, a bit unfortunate there for JDG.
And it's the last European representative with KC now going up against AGAL. I'm pretty worried, especially due to the fact that AGAL took down G2. They took down DK, who took down G2. So it does feel like this is a very uphill battle for KC here.
Well,
because I have computers on the other side.
Let's see who will be joining Gen G and T1 later on. We know a person who has hopes, dreams to join them. It is owner of KC, co-streaming live here from Paris. Kameto joins us on the broadcast. Welcome, Kameto. You asked for BLG yesterday. Hin said you get a different LPL squad in AGAL.
Yeah. We got AGAL. Thank you guys for welcoming me. Yeah, we didn't get BLG. We might face them in the final. No, I'm joking. First, we have to beat AL, and they're very, very strong. So I'm a bit stressed right now.
Yeah, how do you feel your chances are, Kometo? I mean, this is the team that took down G2. I don't know how you view G2 at this tournament. I feel like maybe they were playing a bit weaker than we're used to. At least that's what I'm coping with, you know?
Yeah.
But you guys have been playing much better. What do you think?
I mean, G2 changed their coach, so they might be a little weaker in this tournament, and they might come back stronger in the summer. But for us, I know that the players have the hands to do it. They have the brain to do it. They just lost confidence after MSI, and this is the right time to gain it back.
So being in front of the French crowd, the blue wall, how much of a difference do you feel like that makes for the team, for the players?
I mean, I talked to them yesterday and the day before, and it really pumped them a lot because when it was in Korea, we had fans, but not as much as here. Like when you look, the stadium is full. They're cheering for them. They're sending them love, taking pictures with them, and they know that they don't just play for themselves. They play for that fan base also.
I love the Parisian crowd to let everyone know how they feel. Kameto, what's the score going to be? A 2-0 or a 2-1?
I will always say to OKC.
There you go. Kameto, best of luck today. Enjoy that coach tree. Hopefully the nerves settle down after a KC win.
Thank you so much.
There it is, Kameto, everyone. A fantastic presence here at the Esports World Cup, and the greatest representative of esports that France has here as we take a look at the child of France, the son of France. It is Caliste, who has been a revelation here throughout his debut a couple years ago to today.
Yeah, I think if KC are to take it today, I'm really looking at this bot lane as the focal point for them to focus. He had a really good game against Gen G, had that solo kill you saw there, and then a really great Kai'Sa performance up against Sentinels. I think his spacing is world class. I love watching his team fighting. He's a player a little bit similar to Jackie Love. He can go a little bit too deep, but when he's on, when he's playing well, he's playing so damn fantastic.
Yeah, I'm a big Jackie Love fan, and I love that sort of killer instinct he has, that Caliste has as well. He sees the windows, the opportunities, because you can play AD carry very successfully by just playing safe, sitting back, doing the damage. That is not how he operates. He sees windows to win the game, and he takes them. And yeah, sometimes that'll backfire, but in moments like previously in this tournament, like yesterday, he was taking over.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just him who's willing to take those chances to win the games. Also, it is Yike who's standing by right now with Jenny. Take it away.
Thanks, Digon. I'm standing by with Yike ahead of your matchup against AGAL. First things first, you guys had a phenomenal game yesterday against Sentinels, and that makes you the last hope of the West, at the very least, the last hope of EMEA. Does that put any additional pressure on you guys?
I mean, there's a bit more pressure, right? Being the last European and like Western team, but overall, I think the team is feeling very confident. I'm feeling very confident, so I don't really think about it. I just focus on the next match, right?
The next match is going to be on the main stage as well. And yesterday we already saw, even if it was the B stream, there were so many fans present. This is Paris, this is the home of KC. Do you think the crowd is going to shake your opponent in any extent?
I think so. Like, I remember both times we played in the big crowds, or like the first time we played in the big crowd, it was like very crazy. They were so loud, and it's just so hyped to play in front of the big crowd. So I just want to play it more and more, and I hope we can win so we can keep playing there.
I hope so too, honestly, like no bias here, but either way, I want to continue also talking about the fact that we're seeing a couple of changes in the meta, especially when it comes to that bot lane on the AD carry, and how are you, as the jungler role, fitting around that to make sure that you are continuously setting up your bot lane successfully?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot about jungle right now because bot lane is going to be more mages, so they're kind of independent more, and that means I have to play with booster together, like jungle support, and I think that's what we have to work on the most, which I think it's been going better and better. In MSI, it was like probably the hardest, and I mean, it showed like with how it went, but I think in EWC it's gone better, and I feel like we improved so much with that.
Yeah, we've seen the improvement, especially yesterday, so thank you so much for your time ahead of your matchup. That's it from us over here. Back to you, Digon.
Thank you very much, Jenny, and I think Yike hit something right on the head that AGAL has in spades. It's that jungle support synergy with Tarzan and Kyle, who had some insane plays earlier against G2.
I mean, Tarzan put on such a masterclass last year across multiple internationals, across his entire career, let's be honest. But yesterday was just on an absolute tear on this Jarvan, just time and time again. He was just getting on top of key targets, even playing into picks like an Ezreal, like an Ari, who aren't great options to go for on a Jarvan. It felt like he was just sticking to them like glue and constantly being this threat, moving forward and dictating the pace of his team.
And Tarzan is the engine of this AGAL squad. And my worry is that there's a very few junglers in the world that has been able to completely neutralize Skumon. And when we saw Skumon face Yike in the LEC, it was so favored towards Skumon. But Tarzan was one of those players that completely neutralized Skumon yesterday. So that's the biggest worry that I have going into this matchup.
That's right. It is kind of wondering if that same result will happen here, if Yike can step up to the task. And now we ask you all at home to participate as well. Head on over to the EWC website and make your pick'ems now for this match and the other match that is happening, our other quarterfinals matchup, as it is AGAL with 86%.
What?
86. I feel like all the people, all 14% that voted for KC are here in the stands. Jack, I don't know how that bodes well for you, but we are about to find out as we are just moments away from the blue wall welcoming AGL and KC to the quarterfinal stage.
Paris, comment ça va tout le monde? I can sense some excitement in the STC arena for a certain team to step onto the stage. Now we've already witnessed a piece of history. The MSI champions HLE's Key crushed. They are no longer in the tournament. T1 waiting in the semi-finals for an opponent. Who will it be?
What a question, Ian. I am biased here, but we don't care. I am with KC fans, and they're ready for it. Les gars, on le sait, on est en quart de finale, c'est déjà un espoir de dingue. Personne ne s'attendait à ce qu'on soit là. Est-ce qu'on en a quelque chose à faire? Des prédictions ici? We don't care about predictions, of course. Et je vais te demander, qui est-ce qui va carry aujourd'hui du côté de la Carmine?
Caliste!
Caliste about to carry the BO. We're gonna see, les gars, est-ce que vous êtes prêts? Les Ultra Carmine, on va faire entrer les joueurs. What's the color? What's the color? I said, what's the color? Let's go! Carmine! Le dernier espoir de l'Ouest. The last team standing for the West. Can they make the impossible? Can they defeat the LPL? We're gonna see that right now.
And their opponents, AGAL! You can boo all you want. Last year, they arrived at the Esports World Cup for the very first time and came within a single game of the trophy. They left as runners-up. Now they're back, this time in Paris, with a hostile crowd, and they want to shut every single one of them up. Carmine Corp have the full force of Paris behind them. Across the stage, AGAL will look to silence this crowd and impose their game from the very first minute.
Does KC have what it takes to beat the odds? Mesdames et messieurs,
faites du bruit!
It's a friendly boo, but it's one to warn off anyone's legend as they enter the stage. They don't get much crowd support, but will they even need it? Their run here, swift trouble, as facing up against KC, who had to get their way out of the dregs versus Team Secret and Sentinels, was a long one for them.
Absolutely. Happy to be joining you here. I feel like KC were sort of lucky here with the draw as well. I feel like they got an opponent that hasn't necessarily shown as much strength as they showed last year at internationals.
Yeah.
So this is looking very, very winnable, and they are the last hope for EMEA.
And it is a best of 3. 5 off the table. Does it make it better or worse? A lot of fans might say that makes it better for, these teams that don't have as extensive pools. AGAL is a team I fear for champion pools with players like Tarzan, Kyle, with all these niche pocket picks. They can go any direction, and the longer the series goes on, the more fear I have as an EU fan for KC.
Absolutely, and I felt like they said it very well on the desk as well, that we're looking at consistently KL and Tarzan making plays all together. However, the one thing that worries me on the other side for AGAL is that Hope hasn't really shown many mages down that bot lane. If you look at his entirety of the year, it has been him primarily sticking to traditional AD carries. Now, we have seen that teams can still play traditional AD carries and make up for it. I feel like AL have been playing their team fights really, really well in the last 2 games that we saw. However, KC have a lot more reps in this tournament.
But you know what I'm laughing about now in hindsight is that we look at Hope's champion pool, but I look at Kalista and I'm like, yeah, he can play mages, but not really that well. I haven't enjoyed his Ziggs this tournament. I haven't enjoyed, I think we got a Syndra down there as well. People can correct me if I'm wrong. I have not enjoyed Kalista on these mages. So likewise, we might get in a traditional AD carry versus AD carry matchup down there with a flex that comes through from our supports. Remembering that Camille has been priority picker banned so far as well. We even had a bit of Poppy that Carrier has made look absolutely broken as of the Humble Life series.
I feel like when we go back to the more traditional AD carries, we see a lot of Ezreal, we saw some Kai'Sa, and there was a lot of back and forth. So we might be into a very, very explosive best of 3.
Oh, yeah.
We do have more traditional AD carries, the Lucians, the Ezreals we mentioned. The 2v2 really does count, and KL and Hope have really showed that they want to take their chance.
And historically as well, Hope and Kalista both loved the Ezreal. Ziggs has taken off the board. There goes that Poppy as a reflex from the last series, I'm sure, but also the tournament. Nocturne going to go through as well. Reminder, Jhin has also been great with a lot of these Syndra comps and Jace comps. And speaking of, Jace is still available, while AL do not, or rather AGAL, do not want to give over that Ezreal to KC as a first pick.
Permaban the entire series versus Team Secret as well for KC. Kalista showing what caliber of an AD carry he can be on that particular pick.
Nice,
and now, is it Cassiopeia? Is it the Jarvan? Is it the Syndra? It is going to be the Jarvan locked in for Flandre right here, which means that the Cassiopeia I'm expecting to go over to KC.
Jarvan, most big jungler of the tournament as well. I'd be surprised if that's an Akali. As you said, Syndra is available. Side note, Varus as well as an option that can also fit into the poke comps. I'll just leave that there because for now, KC thinking about what their 1-2 is going to be.
I feel like Camille is also pretty early in the rotation for game 1. So it might just be a Cassiopeia into Camille sort of situation right here for KC. Just to take it away from the double wall that the Jarvan creates with it.
Kana Jace.
Kana is going to choose for most likely himself. We have seen a very rare occasion where Jace might just end up in the jungle at this point, but it's a very, very rare occasion as well. Again, I am expecting to honestly see the Cassiopeia right here. However, Yehu played a really sick Akali, so they might even be looking for that counter pick.
It's always there as an option as well. And Nivea for setup might also be there. They were flexing around the Rumble before, obviously thinking that maybe Flandre builds a hot pot for himself. As it's going to be Victor early. This is blind, no support, no AD carry. Interesting from KC that they set up a blind mid.
This is making me a little bit worried from KC because a lot of the times in the LEC they locked in their tops of the map super early and got countered on every single one of them. I feel like Shanks and Flandre have shown the caliber of players they are in their traditional lanes on the 1v1. Flandre with so many weird picks in his back as well. Could definitely pull out something like a Yorick to go up against Kana's Jace here.
That's also true.
But again, Jace could be a wild flex into Yike's jungle as well, so we'll see that Varus getting locked in, another flex.
I truly wonder though if this victor on the side of KC was a preparation for the potential Cassiopeia that has been left open. You know, trying to get some lane priority here for Yehu against Shanks.
And Shanks
reverse? Loves Cassiopeia, well maybe. But the setup so far, Jarvan Varus, is it going to be that Camille we talked about? Are they going to play for lane dominance, or is it going to be the matching of mid here so that Shanks doesn't lose those options that we enlisted before?
Knowing Flandre right here, this could very well be a Varus top lane going up against the Jace. I feel like it's a pretty fine lane.
Or he's Shen again for like the 3rd time this tournament.
I mean, AG is just triple flexing right here. Sorry, double flexing.
Yeah,
is gonna come
the classic of the meta, isn't it?
But it could be KL on the Shen, or it could be Flandre, and then traditionally it could be Hope onto the Varus or Flandre. So KC are going to have to make a really big call right here. Traditionally, you do not want to pick Camille down that bot lane when Shen is on the other side. A lot of people have been saying, not necessarily a counter, but it can flex around the map really easily and follow up that Camille. It is going to be the Nafiri for Yike.
Yeah, so who's going to follow that up? Because so far we've got a bit of poke. We've got a safety net built by the solo laners, and now dive built from Yike. He needs follow through. Side note, Flandre's only played Shen this tournament, so if that's not a Flandre Shen, I would laugh. As we're going to get more of the answers now, of course, as well as we do find out in these next 10 seconds where KC are going with bans. No bottom lane picked up. for them, but there's no support on the side of AGAL either.
I feel like KC right here have built a lot of range with the Victor and the Jace. They just need somebody to engage these fights, or disengage rather, what AJL will be throwing their way. And with the Poppy being one of the many disruptors permanently banned almost in this tournament, they're gonna need to find other ways, whether it's something like a Brom that can go down bot lane. They have played a lot of Seraphine lanes as well, but I would like either some hard engage so they can have the ease to start fights themselves in their own terms, or something that is like super disengaging down that bot lane that can actually dissuade AGL from getting too deep into the back lane.
Poppy would have been really nice as well. For now, Camille's going to be taken out, so that's one thing that can help with that dive. Bard taken away by KC themselves. Busio, this split, his Bard hasn't been super exceptional, but it is still a comfort and a favorite for him. Regardless, though, doesn't want to give it to Kael with that Varus, which is very well put here. So again, what is the final option going to be? Camille's already taken away. Another engage piece. Maybe it's going to be the Nautilus ban here, Trouble. Just something that could follow with the Neferi.
Nautilus, Rel, I wouldn't be surprised maybe to see even
Leona
Seraphine,
range.
even though I do not want to see Ash Seraphine down bot lane for Kalist and Bustio. I mean, I don't know, maybe something like if they want to play super aggressive, they can lock in their support here, or their AD carry. Something like Lucian could potentially work. He's very slippery to get away from the Javan as well. And then you counterpick, you try to create a lane like a Nautilus or a Rel.
Yep.
They're going to pick the support instead.
So there's part of the engage that was kind of needed for KC's comp. But I do worry about the 2v2. How is it going to shape up? There's been a lot of roaming at this tournament at MSI. It's been all about those level 2s, those level 3s, getting impact in mid. We were talking about that set lane as well a little bit before. The Cassiopeia has been left up and available. The Victor was picked optionally into what was going to most likely be the Cassiopeia. Now it's confirmed. And is it going to be worth the Yehu as Shanks gets, let's say, comfort, or one of his best?
That's pretty much going to give us the answer of where Shen and Varus are still going. We don't know if we're looking for an AD carry or if we're looking for a support right here, since the Varus and Shen can flex on both of these positions. So this last pick right here from AJL,
I think it's going to be a Shen top. It's going to be a Shen top. I mean, Shen versus the Jace feels nice. Flandre comfort. Flandre on a pick that can actually hold down the fort. And I think the Nautilus here, nice little takeaway with the Varus. What have KC got for Kalist in this game? I don't know if it's a Kai'Sa game here, Trouble. What do you think?
Play Kai'Sa into Cassiopeia. Shen would be so difficult. You're a very short range AD carry. Having to make your way through so much CC would be a little bit scary, but the... Oh my god, I thought the Syndra got locked in there for a second.
It might be.
Thinking about it, it would work in terms of competition as it as get actually locked in right here.
It could also be the Victor bot. We've seen it from T1. Victor bot could have been the long run flex that we've seen this whole time. Let's just see where they swap, because the Syndra versus Cass, nice matchup. Victor in the bottom lane versus Varus. I mean, look, to me, in this mage meta, it doesn't always feel that great, no matter what lane you're going into here, into that Varus.
I don't know, man. I'm worried a little bit for KC right here. Yes, they have a lot of damage on the top side of the map, but they're also very vulnerable, all very squishy once that range gets broken into by AJL, who have multiple tools to do that. The Nautilus, the Javan, the Shen dive in the backline. It might be super disruptive. KC are going to have to play those teamfights really well. They're going to have to get objectives always first.
How important is their lane going to be as well? That's going to be the biggest question here. Yeah, who gets the Syndra? That's the final pick, and it does go into the mid lane, into the Cassio. More important for the matchup. I think bot is just going to be surviving and scaling for that Victor. See how Kalist can go. We were critical on his mages, as so far in this tournament, they've not been the best. But he's had a higher sample size. Kalist has had to play his way out of the dirt, where AL coming through a clean run. They haven't even played a best of 3 here at EWC 2026.
Very funny. We said maybe Kalist and Hope, they go more traditional AD carry, 2v2 heavy, brawl down bot lane. What I want to see a little bit is Yehu versus Shanks, because we saw Yehu versus Canyon on the opposite matchup. It was Yehu on the Cassiopeia into Chovi's Syndra, and he played that early game super well, landed so many Qs, forced his TP early. It was a great laning phase from Yehu. Let's see now, when the coin flips, and he is now on Syndra versus Cassiopeia into Shanks, how this mid lane is going to go.
It's only game 1. We're rolling in front of a French crowd. It's funny, I was counting the numbers, I was looking at the crowd. It looks almost as packed as T1 Humble Life, but it is still packing up, as you said. But the bleachers are extending The KC fans are huddling up. It is completely one-sided here in Paris, as you'd expect. The last hope of the West, the last hope of EU. G2 couldn't even get their way through to the quarterfinals. And now it's up to one team. Busso gives us a smile, and KC look to be in a delightful mood, which is always good to see when you are the underdogs running into one of the best China has to offer.
Absolutely. You're the last hope, as you mentioned, so you've got to be in a good mood to beat the LPL. Has been a thorn on our backs for quite a while in terms of international events. However, right here, I feel like KC are very happy to have the extra reps, having to play that extra best of 3 versus Team Secret. Team Secret pushed them to their limit. And that could also work in terms of problem solving. When you are pushed to the limit in the tournament, you actually want to problem solve really quickly. So KC have obviously, hopefully solved a lot of those issues that forced them to have to problem solve in the first place. And right here, I'm actually super excited to see Kalist on that Syndra, the redemption arc on the mages, as you mentioned as well, into one of the most aggressive bot lanes that we have in the entire tournament.
Oh yeah. Looking forward to it when we do get in now. Shanks is moving his mouse like crazy, and no one else is.
Can I just say something?
I'm worried we're not getting in. Yes.
I found Shanks playing basketball at the arcade section.
Really?
I asked him to 1v1. He did.
He did?
He destroyed me.
Honorable. Is he good at basketball, is he?
Oh, yes. He scored 67 points.
Nice.
I scored 13.
13. Where were you aiming?
You one shot! Dude, okay.
There's 60 seconds on that machine. Where were you aiming?
So maybe he wasn't good. I was
Right. I'll 1v1 Shanks. I got 84 on that machine.
Wait, you beat him?
I cleaned it, yeah. And Dagon did it after and got like 90 something. So
we should have put you there. Maybe you could have like destroyed his ego.
No, bro, that's unfair. He's going to go into this game and feel sad because I destroyed him with basketball. But nevertheless, he's on a high here as KC surround their arena with their delight. But how long will it last? And can they get it across the line? T1 awaits in the semifinals. But GAL are heavy favorites here. Anyone's legend missed MSI. I was saying it only the other day. It was because of WE's miracle run that they went to the lower bracket. Then BLG took them out cleanly. They have a tendency to go over aggressive. But against KC, will that matter? Good little Dark and Dagger to start off from Yike as he is on the Nefiri. And KC want to get the ball rolling real fast in this game.
And one thing that's really going to go well for KC right here is that they do have champions that can actually force a push. Now, Fairy wants to be free to farm. This is the whole point. Want to get to the first item super quickly, get a Voltaic Cycle Sword in there, and start playing super aggressive into the Javan. On the other side, we have seen Tarzan do some crazy stuff on the Javan. We've seen the level 2 gank, into a level 3 gank, into a level 4 gank.
Yeah.
And let's see if he's actually going to have that early game impact, because he is the moving gear for AJL every single time. And hopefully, if he can get to the top lane and get that early flash off of the Jace, Flander will have a great laning phase.
Tarzan, someone who is one of the most flexible junglers in the LPL of all time. He can really be a dog to his laners, but he can also be that carry jungler himself. Sounds very basic, but when you know LPL junglers, it makes a lot of sense. Crushdown comes through from Bucio. Kael's completely fine here. Kalista steps out of the way, and behind the minion wave, the power of this Victor is he doesn't have to step into Nautilus range consistently.
Shanks down mid lane, has landed a few Qs, and
rough.
Here comes the back. Now, we also saw that happen into Owner. You back, you grab the extra long sword, and now you're ready to fight. You have the extra item in your inventory, you've got the extra pot in your inventory as well. I feel like Tarzan is looking to actually potentially play 1v1 or 2v2 versus Yike for those Scuttle Crabs.
If Yike gets involved, that bottom side Scuttle might just be the go-to as both junglers are pathing the same way. Who you can see in the middle of your screen dodge a lot of those noxious blasts. Shanks looking for it yet again here. Enough mana in the pool to get a trade. Finds Yehu. A couple of those early ones landed, and that's why there is a pot difference in the mid lane. Shanks actually up 1, but the mana difference is in Yehu's favor until, of course, he either misses Scout of the Week or launches one out to get that final pot from Shanks.
Super fast clear out here from Nefiri. Yeah, it's gonna finish that jungle really quickly, of course. Tarzan is 1 back up with a longsword in his inventory. However, they are both landed on the both side of the map, and Tarzan is slightly stronger in terms of Roy, deep power. Hope is gonna push out that last minion, and both AJL and KC are looking at that first Scuttle Crab down bot lane.
HP advantage for Kalist. Hope is on the wrong side as well, not there yet. We look towards mid because Tarzan's going there. Scuttle given over. I think Hope's HP bar was a deterrent that KC knew they had the upper hand.
So Shanks tried to push that mid lane a little bit more
Sweet
aggressively.
dog,
Had lost a couple of points for his HP bar. Plus his mana, they did no one to take the 50-50.
And take
I
out the
still
trash.
think AJL
I
could
gotta do
have
both.
fought this right there. They did have Cassiopeia who could move into the river. Yeko was 0 mana. He could never be of any impact in that river. They decided to go a little bit more slow and steady, which is very uncharacteristic for Tarzan on Javan, in particular with the extra power in the inventory. As I feel like that bot lane has been going at it back and forth this entire time.
Feels like what you do with engaged supports. Oh, that dredge line close. You see Kyle is shifting angles through this brush, trying to flank for Lisp, but Busio being the best friend, really hovering around in front of his AD carries.
Come on.
Top.
Outside.
Trying to shadow right here for Kana, knowing that Nafiri is clearing towards the top side of the map, could potentially pull a big wave into potentially a high position, which is never easy. However, Nafiri has W, and when timed correctly, it can work into Shen. This is not going to be the case. Tarzan starts the clear again, going to back now.
Kana gets away, pushed in here as well. Slow pushing.
Ouch.
Could have been a bad spot if it wasn't pushed in before Tarzan made a move. Next wave going to be hard shoved as well. Flandre will TP back in. And as Kana does that, he will have probably the advantage being able to walk to lane once it's there. No, he's going to go for plating instead. Fair enough.
A
There we go.
very uncharacteristic AJL early game right here. They are showing KC so much respect due to KC having so much pressure down bot lane and top lane. They know they do not have their lanes to move really quickly. Plus, they don't have to do anything for the time being if you're an AJL, because Flandre doesn't have level 6. You definitely want to get your
play
Shen
some
on
League
the
of
line.
Legends
Try and make plays
today.
across map whilst you know
League
Jace is
of
going to be pushing that top
Legends.
lane.
It's the advantage, isn't it? It's that
93
global opportunity that Flandre now
says
has. Trouble just pulled out, 6 wide. It was burned by Kana in the end with the serrated Dirk, and he just picked up a cull as well. And I guess it was that going for that plate. TP had to be used, of course, so both top laners now without the summoner. But again, that advantage with the Shen ulti is worth noting as Dragon might be the next port of call. Yike is looking towards his bottom side. That's the third scuttle spawn. It is going to be in front of the Drake. For now, Cliff's small health bar disadvantage.
Why the fuck is
Trying to
people
get the
so
wave
calm?
shoved in so that Yike can maybe do something about contesting.
You can see Yike is wrapping around behind the dragon. Trying to contest right here. They're both gonna pop.
Pickaxe versus
Back and forth. Tunneler.
build up into, yep. Tunneler exactly. Flandre in a bit of trouble. Shadow Dash is out there. Kana, this is his Jace. Again, his second most played in history. 69 games.
Not allowed call.
Up just under his Nav by a game.
Hard person to
This
get
is a
to.
comfort pick for him, and a lot of teams in the LEC will not give Kana Jace for this reason.
They're playing for the dive. Look at Yike diving behind that wall. They will be spotted right here.
Oh, but the health bar
But
is
if
great.
Yike actually times the W correctly, this can actually work. Flandre is running.
Dodges the Shadow Dash, Dark and Dagger #1. He's going to run on the turret, and that's a danger point here for KC. They're not going to complete the dive, instead pressure off and back off. As Ye tries to zone off Shanks as we come back towards mid. Tarzan has an ult advantage. Yike also knows that he's up here, as I believe a bit of information was gathered on the travel up.
That's a bit unfortunate right here from Yike. He wants to be ahead in terms of CS and farm. However, right here, not only...
Oh, level 6, chance of corruption, Hope. Perfect timing, Kale gets the hook in. Busio is going to shove his way out of there, but Hope gets level 6 on the minion, and the R button is pressed.
Really nice aggression from the bot lane for AJL. They're going to shove the wave. They're going to back first as well. And then Tarzan is going to be heading towards that bot side of the map anyway, because this is where his jungle is spawning next. So that is his natural pathing anyway. Now Yike has fallen behind with that attempt for a gank towards the top side of the map. Wasted quite a bit of that time. Tarzan also heading towards the top side. Can I slow push in that wave? He's going to choose to crash it right now. Tarzan will get spotted. Might play a little bit of disruption onto that Jace, but he's just going to clear that one out and back off inside his jungle.
Kana also backs off with his timing as well after the wave gets shoved in and neutralized, or at least pretends to. He's going to receive. Busio on the way up, spotted on a ward by AGL on the river. Grubs up in 30 seconds. Topside, a bit of a priority here is Scout of the Week not going to connect, and Busio just going to travel maybe back towards that bottom side where KC have more control.
They're both heading towards that mid lane. I feel like because that mid lane wave was not pushed, it's a little bit scary now to walk inside their jungle into Fog of War. Saying this, the second they spot Yefun walking back, this is where KL feels a little bit more confident to walk up, clean down that vision, and Yike knows that I feel like the ball side of the map is off limits for KC currently. They've got it all locked down. However, AJL know this as well, so they're going to contest with the top side of the map.
Bit of extra items on point here for Tarzan. Pickaxe and longsword for Yike versus the tunnel and longsword and Crystal plus the moat.
Just forcing them off.
And he's going to force them off. That's Kyle looking for an angle as well. Who's going to have to face check. Shanks in the petrifying gaze, waiting, trying to lure them in. That's one scuttle picked up. Yike now trying to trim off the hedges off this left side. You can see Kana has Pro. Is it going to matter? The Shen ulti going to be used. It's not. Dredgeline into a dog. Deflect over the wall to get Yike, and the Shadow Dash captures him. First blood with the dunk of the Cataclysm.
AJL were playing with their food, I feel like, right there. They were trying to toy with Yike, walking up close to try and potentially look for those void grabs, but they were better. Kalist now.
Hail of Arrows getting the sack up the Blight. Hope to use the chain disruption. You're going to fly forward anyway, looking for the piercing arrow after the Blight is applied once again. Kalist in trouble, trying to use this choke to his fog of war. No, Kalist is going to flush on out. He survives for now. Hope will not be able to get the chase. The Q's on cooldown. Kalist will survive.
It's always at 9 minutes, man. Any carries get bored. There is no action, and now they're both going to show up at Dragon with no flashes. But let's look at the fight that happened at the Void Grab. So Yike walks up, tries to challenge the 50-50 on the smite on the Void Grab, but stays around because he knows that his top laner is first in the river. What he didn't account for is that it doesn't matter because Shen can just hold and make the play.
Call the pack was nice for the initial engage, but then Shen rocks up, and there's nothing that Yike can do against Flandre, who opens with a kill. Minimize that gold cap that Kana was really finding himself a bit of a lead with. And AL are going to be first on the ball. Gold lead is still in KC's favor, and for what it's worth, it does feel like that is because of how Kalist has been farming, how Kana's been holding that lead. But Dragon's still on the menu, and AGL keep doing it. Feel pretty confident here to contest the round as Yike is going to be first started off.
Yeah, AGL had to grab some waves. Kalist was pushing down bot lane, and Yehu, before he headed for that river, had precious wave in mid lane as well. So AJL are gonna have to forfeit that one over to KC. So real nice handshake right there. One void grab is enough. Lost Yak in the process, but got the dragon later on. So the first handshake happens right here with the void grabs and the dragon going each way.
So I guess I should correct myself. I mean, Yehu with this Syndra, kind of the power of it, the pressure through the lane and the quick wave clear has been leading to some success. The ability to move first, KC on the board. And it is a big objective. Cloud's coming up next. It does feel like as well, the game's going to stagnate for a little bit longer too, until we get those first items. And I mean, we have a Jace, we have a Varus in the game, you know, Shen as well. Voltaic Psychic Sword picked up by Yike. I mean, those first items are important because, yeah, there's a lot of champions here that, you know, are practicing with lethality, as Serpent's Fang picked up firstly by Kana as well.
Well, there are a bunch of shields. Cassio will get her own one later on. Nautilus, Jarvan, Shen have it paired in their kit. So really nice first pick up right here from Kana. Was accumulated a 300 gold lead on his own, about 30 CS up, or ish, 30 CS up onto the Shen, which is a very normal CS difference to have when you are playing this matchup right here. However, Founder will pick up his first item as well. It's going to be the Titanic Hydra, and Tarzan will claim yet another crab on the top side river.
Yes, he will. Going down from KC, maybe to try and find a pick out. Everyone posturing. Flandre's open in the bottom lane as Kana uses time to reset. Looking at them aggressive. Dredgeone's coming in because they know there's a Shen ulti back up and available. Yike gets low. Rooted is Busio as well. He takes a Noxious Blast, and there we go. Stand united. Busio's about to get Shadow Dash, and Flandre's about to get another kill. AGL playing around that ulti timing so damn well.
Yeah, and that was worst case scenario for KC, for Flander to get the kill, because Kana's been doing so well building up the HP difference, but now Kalist stuck underneath the tower. No TP to get out. Oh, sorry, no flash, no TP.
Flash, Shadow Dash sticking around is ruthless from Kalist, but not a smart move. He tops away from the ult. He's somehow alive. He's ticking down. He will live as AGL botched the dive.
Home thought he had it with the last auto attack, but the tower was too ramped up for AGL to keep tanking. Kalist gets out.
Somehow, some way. Top turret's still going to be under threat, but at least Kalist can reset and walk back to receive the majority of the wave. So that is a sigh of relief for the European fans as Flandre made that taunt flash stick.
Ooh, we're getting the Kalist POV right here. All right, gets flash taunted right there from Flandre, or taunt flashed rather. Dodges the initial Q from Hope, and that's how he stays alive.
Lucky man.
Or mega skill.
I mean, he did click left and right a couple of times.
That's right.
That's not wrong. That's not wrong. But Flandre almost with a third, or at least sending a 3 over to AGAL. And we've got Herald in a minute 45. That's the next look up. Second Dragon as well of the game, which KC were able to find the first. And we already talked about first items on the board. It feels like everyone's caught up. Yehu and Kalist are now there as well.
The one who's not there, though, is Shanks. And that Rod of Ages is getting delayed just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
Which is a bit problematic for AGL. They definitely want to have that Rod of Ages on Cassiopeia starting to stack already. I'm assuming that Shanks will make a trip to the shopkeeper eventually to get it before those two neutral objectives spawn, because it is going to be of pivotal importance right there. However, a bunch of first item spikes have come through in general, as you mentioned. I feel like KC are looking and feeling very confident having them in their pockets already.
But you know what I've loved so far about this game? For HAL, they are tempering their aggression until Flandre has his ulti up again. It's not this over-aggression, they're kind of seeding vision in the river. But as soon as Flandre gets his ult up again in about 30 seconds, let's see how it changes. And especially with that timing coming around Herald, Flandre safe to play without TP on the bottom lane. Granted, HAL don't overstep.
Skag and Kana towards the bottom of the map, trying to take the Skull Crab, establish some vision down there with 1 minute on the clock. And I will agree with you, I feel like AGL have been using that Flandre ult really well timed. They're using it in between the timer of any objective and on the timer of the objectives to take control. Now, seeing as Flandre is taking towards the bottom of the map, however, he's going to be around the play in general. No flash, though, for that toned flash to come through.
So won't be able to make the same plays. It's 5 seconds on that ulti. Let's see. Reset timer comes through from KL first. You're mentioning Shanks' item choice, or rather his lack of building that first item. I can't see it right now, but he still hasn't backed to get himself that Rod of Ages. Overloading Flandre, always an option for the Shen. Good damage here from Kana as Yike spotted on a ward. Tarzan's hovering. And now it will be about the Dragon, so Flandre won't have to think about the ulti while he receives the wave.
Shanks is still not backed. Doesn't have an item, which needs time to stack.
There's the Shen ulti going to go from a small trip to right in front of his face. Kana's going to flash away as Tarzan's Cataclysm is now down. Flash from Buzio, dodged away by Tarzan. They find Flandre though, almost dead, not quite. He stands his ground, he makes it a 1-for-1, but now Kalist is in melee range. Will it matter? Hope steps up, right in the middle of the Chaos Storm. Buzio gets a great stun, and Kalist survives. Buzio with some great mechanics on the Rel, going to chase on up as Hope runs for his life, but this Rel has movement speed in the kit, an array of death. Kalist sends the Hope.
Kalist goes huge in this team fight. He's super tanky, and the initial engage from AGAL does not go as planned. A 4 versus 4 win for KC. They take that bot lane tower, a bunch of platings from the mid as well. Kalist is rich.
And that looked like a horrible fight for KC, especially when Flandre survived for so damn long after being the one getting engaged on. We'll get a replay in a short hot sec, but as you said, 4v4 trouble, there were no mid laners to speak of.
They get the flash off of the Nafiri first, and then the flash off the J, so the initial engage completely fumbles from AL. Once they engage, they cannot re-engage. They've already used their cooldowns. So Kalist sees that opening, walks up, puts down his ult, and then just bunch up underneath it.
Everything used. Kalist surprised me with the melee range, but it looks good. Kameto popping off over on the, well, not the French, but the French coast stream. He's loving it right now, and Kalist with 1.5k gold lead, loving it too. 2 items, Protobelt picked up, and Kana already with the lead, now finding even more success as he holds the gold value too. AGL going to start off this Herald, but KC with the item advantage want to fight.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Shanks has his Rod of Ages finally, as KL gets interrupted right there from Kalist.
No Shen-ult.
I am not very sure what is happening right there. Shanks gets his Rod of Ages completed 17 minutes in.
Took a while for him to pick it up. Flandre without an ulti though. AGL don't feel confident fighting. Herald's going to be given up even on full vision. Hex Flash used. KC probably going to take this and take the long way out as anyone's legend find an inside track on mid, and Flandre is alone on this turret, but there are no TPs from KC, so Khan's going to have to take the long way down, or at least give up a lot of plating here on this turret.
The good thing here is that KC know exactly the whereabouts of all AGAL players. They've got wards on the top side of Tarzan's jungle, so they did notice both Cassiopeia and Javan walking up in there. So they are free to walk into Fog of War, and Kana can take the shortest route towards the bottom of the map to try and catch as many minions as possible. So a really, really nice pickup from KC right here. The Rift Herald can be used to open up the mid lane tower. Opening up that mid lane tower with things like the flag around those walls could be huge for them.
That Herald mid is a very feasible target right now. Top as well. A long lane here for Kana as he pushes up. Tarzan is on the bottom side of the map. There's not vision that extends into the deepest parts of that jungle from KC. But Yike hovering around this bottom side. Quick note, also picked up the Serpent's Fang. So trouble, as you said before, all the shields. A lot of value being added here by the lethality users of KC.
Normally Dustin Dawn as well for Flandre on that Shen. He has been the recipient of all the kills for AJL. Not sure this is the best outcome possible. However, we've seen him completely pop off on Shen. If he gets like a really good taunt with flash available, it could be game changing for AJL. However, as we expected, KC using that referral the OG way to try and open up.
Tarzan hovering over the side, Kyle as well with the Hex Flash. Herald's going to go down, Yike press the W now, waiting for the flag and drag. Dreadblank gets a dog, and the Stand United was used. Thumbs up from two players at KC, because they know that's a big commit from anyone's legend.
Huge bait right there from Yike, tries to take the Rift Herald, but he turned around, so it died whilst the players were hitting it. Ends up stuck in the middle of everything, and AJL see it as an opportunity to potentially strike back. Wasn't quite the case, and a very important cooldown for Flandre, which might be very close to not being up for this one.
Let's see, I think it'll be there, but if only just. Baron's spawning now as well, for what it is worth for the fans out there, and I think KC, every time they see that Shen ulti used, there's this sigh of relief. But, you know, Yahoo has been playing sides, can continue pushing. Kana can do the same if he's not matching this Shen, which for the most part he has been. But just knowing that it is strictly a 1v1 with vision tracking is really nice here from KC. Yike clearing away some of that defensive vision when he was legend. As the blue buff attempted steal, he is going to resume after the patience goes down, depending on if he's scared of Kyle and Tarzan moving down. Scout of the week. Shanks may be in trouble. Boost is coming up. It is indeed, and Callista's also walking up as well. There's going to be 3 members here, and as I said, KC, no fear. TP's going to be used. AJL getting support. Shanks just petrifying gates. Nice onto Yahoo. He drops the grounder down. Miasma's big, but Callista's in. The flash out, and Shanks getting Shadow Dash though. The TP from Flandre. It makes sense. It brings in clutch plays, but Kana cutting up the retreat. Tarzan, flag and drag. Finds one. Yahoo's down. Flandre the next play, but he flashes away. Cataclysm down. Helps out taking Kana. And KC felt safe, but they were wrong. Teleport in. AJL looking for the chase up as they've gotten 2 victims in the sand.
They're looking for one more potential to turn it around for the Baron. Say, screw that. They're starting the Baron anyway. It's never a 50-50. Yikes in the pit. Can they keep him out, though? That's the question. KC are pulling TPs. They're trying to strike back. Tarzan falling super low in that pit, and Busio could find an angle here.
Callista's teleported in. Busio, his angle from the right side. Tarzan getting low. Flag and drag. It's a bait. He gets Shattering Strike rushed down. Tarzan's dead. Yike with a reset. Kyle's
crazy up to 50. Know who's gonna win. Only 20 minutes, but this Baron is a game changer.
Kalist spacing. The ray comes out again. And Yike sees and smells the blood. It may be green, but it'll taste all the same. The dog running forward, ready to sink the fangs in once again. And Shanks up in the corner of the wall. Matter not. Scatterweek doesn't need to connect. It's KC with a bombardment of blood.
Summoner's Rift turning blue. KC turn around. What looked like a great gang on the top side of the map into a very sad team fight for them, almost losing the Baron, and with numbers disadvantage, they catch AJL on the exit and take this one back. Let's watch this one more time. That's how it happens. Shanks in a super long lane with a super immobile champion, and Busio and Yahoo are trying to take him down. He's pretty strong and tanky, still has the Rod of Ages, and here's where Shen comes through, the next TP comes through. That taunt was incredible. That's a Dusk and Dawn Shen. You stick onto a squishy target, you can really deal a lot of damage. Holtman comes in, Tarzan from the flank, straight into that backline. This looks like a fantastic fight for AJL, but they stick around Baron for too long. They don't have the damage to take Baron down super quickly, which means Tarzan and KL tank the majority of that and end up dying to the trio of KC that remained alive.
It's crazy. I mean, if Kalis died of that topside play, maybe that'd be a very different story for KC, but the teleport in, he returns, and the Provincial Sun at a 2.2k gold lead now with Baron buff picked up as well. Excuse me, Rabadon's death cap. Baron has not been taken. That is next on the menu, of course. Dragon, another story. KC have picked that up in the replay. So at Soul Point, now the game feels very much in their hands again as KC take over the map. Kyle going to be Shattering Strike. Tarzan looking for a flag and drag. The arrow there, the Kana poke is good. Scatter away from Yehu for the top side of the play. Stand united to the Shen. Chains of Corruption. KC are in a choke. A dangerous play, but Kalis flushes away from the Petrifying Gaze. Shanks getting taken down to Yehu. Stuns up too. He'll take Shanks down with him as well. The Gravity Field in the way. Kalis spacing out nicely. Yes, Hope is a problem, but can he get near Kalis? Flash forward with the arrow. Kalis stands his ground though. Gravity Field. Hope proto-belted on. Kalis. He'll take it any day.
The prince that was promised wins another 1v1 versus Hope. On no other than a Victor, a mage that he has been criticized on when he plays them. Now 7-0-4. That's a 3-item victor. In TFT terms, we say GG. Let's watch this one more time from Kalis POV as well. He actually knows that this particular boost that he's been playing in and out of is Fog of War for AGAL. So he kept using that every time. When he has cooldowns, he walks out, he weaves in auto attacks. When he knows he's in trouble, he walks back in, as you can see. Hope on the top side of the map. He walked back into the bush to get away from Hope. Hope will flash to kill the Syndra. And this is where he knows he's got the damage to outplay. The spacing on those Varus spells was beautiful.
It's looking very winnable for game one of KC. AGAL, a lot of the fans, a lot of the analysts came in and said it's probably the best matchup for them. And they were damn right. KC on Soul Point. KC found another fight. And KC had the Baron to keep on threatening here in this game. The question is, can they get it across the line? It has been that Shen ulti to be feared, but even in that long fight, KC still found a way to come out even against AGAL.
I feel like the problem for AGL here is that they're lacking this consistent damage threat, especially since Shanks fell behind with Bind Kick, Rod of Ages, getting it fully stacked. He's the consistent damage that has to stay alive for AGL to win those fights, as Hope is playing more for lethality of Hulk powers. Shen is there to sure do damage, but primarily he is the guy who's creating space for his team. So if Shanks goes down for AGAL, KC have been winning those fights very easily.
AGAL getting themselves some vision around Baron. It's the focus here after the push comes through from Yehu. That wave adding a bit more pressure. They're going to have to go deal with that, but the vision cleared out outside of that Scuttle Crab. Puts a little bit more emphasis on KC needing to keep eyes around this purple worm. Wanderer's ulti is up and available again, level 16 as well. So we have the full evolved form. Minute 30 till that Drake. That is Soul Point for KC, and it is an Ocean Soul for that Victor.
A lot of critical items have been completed here from KC. I'm looking at the Seekers, which is going to be super important for Kalis. Stay alive. Tarzan's making a play.
United, we get Victor POV. He proto-belts away. Kalis in the 1v5, really, at this point, it seems. From our POV, he's got nowhere to get on out. He gets Shadow Dash, stunned up. Cassiopeia hit hard. Yeah, who finds a great stun, though. But the Chaos Storm lives on. Busio shuffles his way into Hope, and while he might find the spawn, Hope will drop down. Left without AL, an ace, and KC are running blue side to red.
Kalist walks up for the play to do max damage output, and KC take that chance to beat LPL in that game one of the series.
It's 15 seconds for Tarzan, 10 for Kyle. Hope's not going to be able to add range, to add wave clear. KC has 3 with the minion wave, are running to the Nexus turret. One will drop, the next will follow suit. KC, they set underdogs, but in game one, held the torch for Europe, raised it up high, and sink their teeth into China to take out the opener.
KC. What a monumental victor master performance from Kalist, stepping up in this last fight when he knows everyone's gunning for him. That was incredible.
And honestly, there were some moments in that made you think, but KC really reigned superior. Can they do it again? Can they get through these quarterfinals? As we look at some of the replays here, I think this might have been the last fight here, Trouble. We're watching Kalist POV.
Watching, he walks up.
This is Yikes, and yeah, he does walk up, but his Chaos Storm is already down. And that takes over the Rift.
It was pretty much Tarzan locking him in. Tarzan never locked him in. Tarzan was always locked in with him.
So is Kana. We're going to throw it over to the desk to break down how that ended up being blue.
It's incredible. It's incredible. As Kameto, he knew it all along. As the crowd in Paris erupts like I have not heard yet here at the Esports World Cup. It is Karmine Corp over AGL. Only one game, but a game that many people did not believe would come.
Bro, that's EU, baby. That's EU. Kana with such a master performance up against Flounder. We've seen Flounder now 3 Shen games in a row. He's thinking to himself, I can blind pick this. Doesn't matter who I'm playing against. But Kana had him in the reins the whole game, getting CS lead, getting plates, and the rest of KC. Oh, thank you, KC. Thank you.
Kalist on the Victor, not a pick that we typically associate with him having a massive impact. This felt like a composition for KC that was harder to execute. A lot of picks, like having that Jace in the top lane. If you look in comparison, AGL, it felt like, okay, we just group up, engage, team fight, more straightforward, and yet the execution was so good from KC when it came to those fights.
Let's take a look at one of them down on the bottom side of the map, 15 minutes in. Just, again, just so fun to watch.
And I love what you're saying, Ox, because you see how KC need to play. They need to disengage, flash away from the engage from AGAL, and then they can actually re-engage. But it's so much more difficult for KC to actually pull off this composition because they need to do it in these 2 steps. And that's why it's so impressive for me that they kept being able to find these fights. They kept flashing the pivotal skill shots. As you see Kalist there flashing Hope's Q, it just allowed KC to actually get ahead in these team fights when otherwise it feels like we've seen these Asian teams be outplaying EU any day of the week.
It felt like they were hand-checking them. And as the last Western team in the tournament saying, you know what, we'll throw it down, we'll hand-check, we're up against Tarzan, we can do that. That's crazy, and yet it worked so well.
And usually doesn't work that well, which is one of the most awesome parts, and that led us to that exact hand check where AGAL were like, okay, you want to fight us? We'll come fight you. One at a time, over the wall. That led into a Baron that then led to KC coming back.
Yeah, this one actually ended up starting pretty good for AGAL, where Shanks is just able to survive initially. You see Flandre come in, and then Tarzan, who joins late, gets his really high-value engage, taking out the Syndra, forcing Kalist away. And I was thinking, oh,
it's Kael.
Have KC just thrown? Is this enough for AGL to get back in the game? They go onto the Baron, but KC do not let them take this for free.
Yeah, I was ready to be heartbroken when they survived on so low HP, but due to the fact that Flounder doesn't have the ult, doesn't have the TP, he joined so late that by that time, the carries of AGAL have all been chunked by the Nasher and gotten so low that KC can just clean up, and it felt like after that fight, KC were just in control of the rest of the game, but I don't think it can be understated. You're playing Victor and you're playing the Syndra up against Jarvan. It is so difficult to play these team fights, especially when you don't have flash, because all AGL need to do is send the Jarvan in with the Shen ult, and it's so easy to clean up. But there was so much discipline, so much patience from the carries of KC that they were able to make it work.
What I loved, as someone who dabbles in wrestling, that felt like the Royal Rumble. Who's next? Who's coming in next? Here comes Flandre, gets away, but he's going to come back in. Then Yike over the wall. Tarzan from the top rope. It was just an awesome moment here in the arena. The fans were erupting, and then it led to the loudest cheer of that last match, the final fight, where finally the victor falls, but it's a cleanup from Yike and the rest of KC.
So this is kind of what we're talking about with the Tarzan engage potential, but Kalist, the proto belt, the rocket belt away from the Jarvan engage means Tarzan's left in no man's land and they're able to peel here. Yes, eventually the victor dies, but at what cost?
I mean, he got the ultimate off, and you see how big it gets, yeah, when he's able to take down these members. But I think one of the things that we talked about was proto belt being so valuable, because when Tarzan wants to go for that engage, you proto belt before he gets down the ultimate, and then suddenly an engage that would have been pretty free becomes incredibly deep, takes a lot longer, and that's how KC were able to prolong these fights and actually get them in their advantage. And for me, this game gives me hope, because if you can hand check, then what can't you do? You know, if you can win with the worst draft, what can't you do? I have full hopes in KC, and I can already see the 2-0 in front of my eyes.
I counter with, despite being on a tank in a loss, Flandre has still looked fantastic as he has throughout the tournament, and I think if he's unleashed, if that can be a win condition, maybe that's an angle there for AGAL, because that Victor and the big dog, Yike, got rolling, and it felt like difficult to come back once they fell behind here, Ox.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's fearless, so Flandre's going to have to bring out something new than the Shen, which he's kind of been relying on so far, but I think AGL are a team who are no slouches, and I think they will bounce back in Game 2 and put up a fight. Question is, what will the draft be? Because I feel like that's been a heavy talking point. MSI at this tournament as well. It doesn't mean that you have to have like the optimal draft, but a draft you feel comfortable on and can execute. I think the fact that we're seeing Clace playing these majors to such a high level, that Victor having a phenomenal performance, that gives a lot of faith, a lot of hope. But AGL, I think having the Jarvan leading the charge, having Tarzan lead the charge normally has worked so well for them, but they have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, it gives me a ton of confidence, as you say, Ox. The fact that Kalist can play the Victor, can pull out the Castiel if he wants to, or pull out whatever mage that he wants to, means that now they have so much versatility in the meta. And I think already AGL, they had an uphill battle against this crowd. Being down 1-0 now, with the whole crowd cheering loudly against you, it's too difficult for them.
Kana, Yike, Yehu, Kalist, and Busio on the cusp of a huge, huge victory here as we take in the sights and sounds of Paris. It is KC up 1-0 over AGAL. We'll see how this all concludes after this bit of content, but take it all in, European fans. They're showing up on an international stage, righting the wrongs from MSI, and one win away from moving on to the semifinals at EWC.
Okay. No, you win. You win. Go. Where's the last place? Yeah. Can you end? Yes. Maybe. 30 seconds. Let's try. Are you sure? I'm best. I'm best. I'm very best. Okay. If you guys are sure. I have TP. Yes, we can. I have TP. Yeah, TP. Nice.
I'm here at the League of Legends EWC booth where you can play League Classic exclusively. Let's see what some of these guys and gals are playing. What we got here? You're playing Rammus?
Rammusing.
You might be one of the worst Rammuses I've ever seen, but I like your effort, bro. Keep it up, man. Keep it up. Kill it. And how about you, bro? What are you playing?
Twist AP mid. Like Bevan.
Tristana AP mid?
Yeah. With DFG.
That's actually a respectful pick. Good job. Follow me. Hello, good sir. I see you're about to play some League of Legends Classic. Who you planning on playing?
I'm thinking playing Brand or something like that.
Brand, not a bad selection, bro. Good luck. And then over here, I see you're also playing League of Legends Classic.
Yes, I'm playing. I play here with Garen.
You're gonna lock in Garen?
What?
Are you gonna play some Garen? Lock him in?
Yes, Garen.
Good luck, bro. You're probably gonna need it. You're gonna. Yes. Good luck. Reminder, guys. League of Legends Classic is exclusively here at EWC. Come check it out.
Jenny here over at the Totem area, and I'm joined with reporters from our other stages. We've got Chris and Declan both giving us a little bit of an update because it sounds like nothing is going as expected over on either one of your stages.
Yeah, so yesterday we kind of had the quarterfinals of MWI and 2 Falcons teams dropped out. So that's a massive, massive thing. And it's something that Team Vitality are really trying to take advantage of. They're currently playing their semi-finals at the moment, 2-1 up, facing a bit more pushback than expected for them. They were thinking they were going to be smooth sailing all the way. But in the grand final, Na'Vi are waiting, which is huge because Fatal Fury last week, Dark Angel managed to clinch those 1,000 points for Na'Vi. So it's a big 2 weeks for them, and if they can get that on the board, they're going to be flying.
Yeah, it seems like the gap between Na'Vi and Falcons is widening even further, bro. What are things like on Dota?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's not going to help what's happening on Dota, to be honest with you. Falcons came through their group in first place, guaranteeing themselves those 200 points, and everyone's looking at their side of the bracket thinking, hey, they can make a run to the grand finals.
I remember you saying that.
I know, I was like, they got an easy bracket. Who'd have thought that? Either way, though, they go up against Vici Gaming, who weren't supposed to even be there, and Vici Gaming beat them 2-0. So Falcons crashing out of the tournament. I just want to bear in mind for everybody, Dota did not really have massive representation as far as what we would consider club championship contenders. So it was a massive moment for Falcons to get some free points, essentially. Okay, they make 200 points up on the competition, but they had such an opportunity to get 400, 500. It was a massive, massive waste for Falcons when it comes down to Dota 2.
It sounds like the Paris debuff is hitting Falcons. They're not playing on home turf, and I think they're struggling a little bit with that. That's all the updates that we have for now. We'll keep you in the loop. Bye.
Well, we got an update in the history of Dota, but now we're in League of Legends, the better game. My name's Hysterics, I'm joined by Trouble. I only spit truth here, Trouble. I think you know, you've confirmed that over the years. I am in awe of KC's Game 1. And I think they outplayed AGAL, made them a bit dizzy. That Baron in the history of League of Legends wasn't in the top 20, but it's in the top 50 for sure. Top 100 at least.
And that's your truth?
That's my truth.
Did you by any chance walk into the KC crowd and you came back with
No, I walked in, I talked to Atlas.
15.
I came back, yeah, top 100 actually. It wasn't that great, but it was iconic for the tournament. I've lost my voice a little bit. I'm going to apologize to everyone at home, but I will try and keep up with whatever happens in this game too as we're about to jump into pick and ban. Now, outside of my goofy antics and whatever I just said, Poppy remains to be banned. And I think we talked about this in Game 1, Treble, how important it was, how good it was for Keria. It feels like a pick that is going to continue being idolized at EWC 26.
Ezreal's been left open. He doesn't get left open, thus Kalista hasn't actually perma-banned.
But Hope will pick it, for
It
sure.
was only Gen G that did not ban Ezreal versus Kalist, and that's because HAL helped the first pick.
Yeah. Hope is an all-time favorite.
Yep.
Think of Elk in the history of LPL. I also think of Hope and what he's done on this champion. And remember, things like the Camille as well, Trouble, also up and available. Things that can roam, and Ezreal, one of the safest 80 carries in the meta.
I'm thinking Caitlyn lanes potentially could go into something like a Bard Ezreal that we're seeing a lot of recently. Shinza makes a lot of sense right here. Opens up potentially Ash Seraphine. However, with the Lee Sin, now I want to see a Caitlyn lane down ball.
I want to see something explosive. There's no pairing of the Syndra to go with this. Usually it has been kind of the likes of, well, what are we going to get? Rumble usually partnered with Jarvan, locked in, blind from Kana. I mean, the Varus is not open, and that has been the go-to a lot of the time globally for this Rumble option. What does Flandre have? A Rise Up also could be it. That could just be going to Shanks as one of the best next mids in the line.
I'm about to say something completely crazy.
Oh, don't do it.
I think Asante is fine into Rumble, especially if you play your 1v1 really well. We've actually seen a bunch of Casantes around the world internationally taking flashes off of Rumble in the early stages. Then you build up a bunch of MR, and then you're fine in lane. And always pretty useful when it comes to team fights. And since you've got a lot of damage coming out of Ezreal and the Rise, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad choice here for AJL and provide some frontline as well.
All right, that gets locked in. We put Rumble mid, we run Renekton top. Deal. Let's see for the time being, though. Is that Ambassador going to get locked in? Leona for Kael. Oh, what a speciality. You might be a bit bored at home, but Kael, I think, is honestly one of the best Leonas in the world.
He played that yesterday versus DK. His Leona was instrumental for that win. And paired up with Ezreal, actually, yesterday versus DK. So they've got it pretty fresh in their memories on how to win with that. And I see a lot of movement around the map in general. Usually when you have Ezreal, you want to dump him down bot lane. He's pretty slippery, doesn't get dived pretty easily. And then you go Rise with the semi-global plus Leona that's going to be roaming a lot. I feel like AJL really want to play that map in this game number 2.
By the way, you know, with that Anivia too.
They've done it again. Yeah. They picked up the whole top side of the map again.
I like it though, because again, maybe Kalish is getting more functional on the mages. I mean, last game was a weird sample size because he found a lead early, but it does feel like, again, maybe KC are growing through this tournament as that Ambassador is taken away. They don't want to give too much safety here to Flandre. Remember, he's going to play his first new champion of the tournament here because he's been 3 games on the Shen.
Shen enthusiast.
Yeah, so now there's a new champion. Flandre actually has to pick something that's not Shen.
Ooh, you mean he's going to first time something?
Lucian
and
top.
With very small letters underneath only for this tournament.
All right, let's see where we go.
Caitlyn ban, I like that. I wanted to see more of a Caitlyn something lane down bot lane to go into the Ezreal, but I do like the ban right here. I'm looking at Rumble plus Lee Sin, and now I'm starting to think Jhin lane coming through for KC. I know a lot of people do not like Jhin, but I'm seeing a lot of squishiness on the side of AJL. I feel like Jhin sets up really nicely for things like Rumble plus the Lee Sin to make plays, and you're always relevant in lane because your raw AD numbers in the early game out damage the Ezreal.
I wonder why the R and the H were boldened and then name was boldened. I was trying to spell something out, but there's nothing there. Remember his name. I would remember it if Kalist was able to get the Jhin, but surely a ban from AGAL, as you're talking about. By the way, Pantheon ban a little bit fresh here from KC. Looking for the pairing up with the specific Rise pick, semi-global effect. Siv's gone, which also against, I guess Leona, I don't always like, but whatever. Regardless, it's off the board. Pick Jhin. Trouble, your thought is spot on. Surely Jhin here clears.
I feel like you probably pick support here
but
for
then
Lucio.
You're right.
They slam something like a Cassante or a Sion.
We've already got Ezreal. I'm so dumb.
Yeah.
I'm so dumb. Why do you need to pick Jhin here? Pick a support.
There we go. That's really nice from Lucio. He's known for his Alistar as well. He's made some insane plays. And here comes the answer that we're looking for. Wukong, been one of Tarzan's also strongest champions in the jungle, could potentially be piloting something like this. And what goes towards the top lane? Mind you, it's Flandre. It could be the Rise going up top lane off of the hands of Shanks. But I feel like a Cassandra or a tank, the Ornn in this case, is a much better option, especially if you put Tarzan on something that also deals damage, like what he's hovering right now.
The Ornn I like into the Rumble, and the follow-up that's going to come through from Tarzan is explosive. Put some emphasis on him. We talked about him. Flexible jungler. Doesn't feel like he always has to play a dog to his lanes. He can also take the torch himself. Tarzan locks in the Kiana. All right, KC. Is it just going to be that Jhin? Stock standard.
Rippert is locked in on what Kalist wants to play down that bot lane.
He's in his ear. And Kalist maybe doesn't want to hear it. Do they want dive? Oh. Really? Zeri still. It's a different direction. They want to shred through this Ornn as well. As we go to the Ultra, see how they feel about that round of draft.
Bon, on est là, on est avec les fans Carmine, on va faire une petite leçon de français à Ian. It's time to give Ian a little French lesson. Qu'est-ce qu'on apprend aujourd'hui? Vas-y.
Alors aujourd'hui, on va apprendre Carmine. Carmine, tes supporters sont là.
Vas-y.
Ouais. Carmine, tes supporters
sont là.
Sont là!
Exactly.
exactly.
Exactly, French, perfect French. Okay, you ready in? We're gonna go all together.
Okay.
Pull up, pull up, pull up. T'es prêt?
Yes. Carmine, tes supporters sont là.
Carmine, tes supporters sont là. Carmine, I love France.
Carmine, tes supporters sont là.
Oui.
And
I'll do the anthems.
we're gonna get back to the game. But right before that, I wanna ask you, qui est-ce que vous voulez qui carry la game? Qui est-ce que vous voulez voir briller à Paris?
Carliste.
Perfect French from Ian, by the way. Absolutely exquisite French. I couldn't repeat the line if I wanted, but the ultras are firing up.
Couldn't either.
Yes, it was. I'm not sure. I'm not quite there. I'm still trying to learn Mandarin to see where the AGAL gyro section is, but it does not exist here in this
Hopefully
arena.
there's no Lila here in game 2.
Well, the LPL fans want Lila. I think KC want a bit of Lila. I think the fans at home wouldn't mind Lila into a game 3, but EWC 26 has other plans apparently. Game 1 was an exquisite show from KC, and now a different style of draft. Kalist pulls out the Zeri, and we're going to see if he can get to those 3 hives. We're going to see if Kalist can space out this comp, because there is a bit of explosion, long-range engage even on the side of AGAL.
I'm actually a bit worried here for AJL and for their Lila and for their fans. They've been counterpicked mid lane, bot lane is going to be fine, I guess, but definitely not a lane you want to be into with Ezreal. And then top lane's an Ornn, who's going to be suffering in the early game.
Well, you know, against the Rumble, I respect it though. You know, early levels might not be as bad into that first item until Leandri's. But you're right, for Flandre, I mean, it's going to be a lot about what he inputs into this game. His Searing Charge started, and Kana is kind of just spacing him with the Electro Harpoon. So Flandre is already having a rough time.
When you've got 2 junglers who want to be playmakers, I feel like priorities in lanes are so important. First Skull Crabs, who gets the first Q? Is it going to be Yike on the list, Kid Nicky on the Kiana? You need priorities, you need vision. And I feel like right now Tarzan is going to have to build that up for himself.
Flash Frost not going to connect in the mid lane. Shanks just steps away. Bit of Frostbite without that Q is not as much damage as Yehu back on the Anivia. He's taking Electrocute into this lane as well. So looking for those quick trades as you would expect, as for now, the wave's going to bounce back into Flandre. Of course, he doesn't need to make the reset. He can just build his components here, but the biggest question is, will he be building towards AP? I'm asking silly questions to people at home. Of course, it's going to be towards the Rumble. It's Kana hits level 3 first. And Emma will definitely be needed with the way this is going, as overheating for now. Flandre trying to abuse that window.
Ooh, KL down the bot lane, moving pretty deep. Trying to spot Yike, who is going to do Raptors into Krugs into that red buff. And will get not spotted yet, but he's on the bot side of the map, and so is Tarzan. We kind of have the same situation that we did in game number 1. Both junglers did not want to give away that bot lane Skull Crab, and it was Tarzan, who, even though he had back with the extra longsword that he has here as well, he backed off of the 1 versus 1.
5 versus 5, great Bellows Breath. Doesn't get the passive from Flandre, by the way, so Kana wins out on that trade. Trade from top really interesting. Null Magic Mantle pick up first as well. Tarzan, as you were saying last game, Trouble, it's that quick jungle back, right? You were explaining where the longsword prio comes through. Tarzan also using mid prio from Shanks is able to get the first scuttle of the game. And quickly behind, Yike will be able to get topside instead.
He might actually want to find Yike right here. He's just going to walk up straight in there. He knows he's stronger with the extra longsword, so he doesn't mind taking a fight with Yike if Yike has actually used his spells.
Kana, lane supremacy again.
This is not fun.
It's really not. Yike, the hop over the wall. Shanks, no idea. Out of mana, wants to clear the wave. This is a gate coming in. Flash Frost with a Frostbite. Sonic Wave into Resonating Strike. Shanks has no mana to stand on. He gets the egg, but at what cost?
What a beautiful wraparound from Yike. finishes his entire jungle, has absolutely no job. He's got two chances. You either try a gank or you press B, go back in base and grab your first few items. Sees Shanks on super low mana, trying to crush his wave under enemy tower and takes his chance right here. Very well played. Yepu walking as well, literally point blank for that Q stun so that then the Lee Sin Q connects.
Minion wave helped out getting the egg, so it is at least something small here for Shanks, but it's first blood over to Yike. He was on the Neferi in game 1. He found himself with a small lead. He's on the Lee Sin in game 2. And this time, he draws blood first. So, Paris very happy about that one as KC crest over about 500 gold to kick this game off.
And let's see what Tarzan's going to respond with here. Has a level 5 extra pickaxe in his backpack. And obviously the next Scuttle Crab is going to be very crucial. Gives a level 6 Kiana. Level 6 is one of the most fun ults to keep track of, especially depending on how the Rift forms as well with the next soul coming through.
Catalyst of the Aeons picked up first by Yehu. That 1100 gold already found after getting an assist and managing the minion wave. AJL looking for the deep invade here. Control ward placed down as Tarzan and Kael group up. Kalis gets chunked pretty heavy here. So Dragon might just start off the back of this as Yike is going to spot the ward, but has Krugs to clear. While Tarzan decides against the Dragon and goes towards Gromp. Meanwhile, level 6 has been acquired, but Kana is ordering down. The overheat is huge. Searing charge not going to find a knockup. Flandre not pulling out. Call the Forge God, because the God is almost down. Kana doing exceptionally well in this lane and showing me one of the best Rumble vs. Ornn performances I've seen in a while.
One of the main carries on the KC roster right here, knows that he's in an advantageous position. Takes really lovely traits into Flandre, and Flandre has to take a backseat. I mean, he's picked Ornn to suffer in lane, and hopefully get some big ults later on for AJL to set up fights for Tarzan's Kiana to press R on. So we'll see if that works for them, and how far behind does he fall to the point where Rumble can take over an entire game on his own, which we've seen Kana do plenty of times in the LEC as well.
I feel like this series, Kana has just been given two of his most exceptional picks that domestically he's been banned against, or rather have been banned against him, like all the time. And so for AL, I don't know. We'll see if this turns out to be an egregious mistake. I feel like the Jace in game 1 definitely was, like giving Kana Jace is a big no-no if you're a European fan. As Ultra Shock Laser is going to start the Dragon up for KL. He did not like that. Just a bit of range to make Dragon very, very angry, and KL takes a hefty chunk as he runs out.
And meantime, it was Yike who got the top lane Scuttle Crab, of course, with a really nice trade from Kana, as we mentioned. Which means that Tarzan had to go and search for the level 6 inside his own jungle. He's going to be still perma-clearing. I feel like the big breaking point for that early game is most likely going to be that first Dragon down the bottom side of the map. And now with that level 6 onto Kiana, KL and Hope have been trading really nice.
Played, but Pulverize in the way. KL's not going to be bopped to turret, though. Busio in a bit of trouble. Lethal tempo up for Hope as a couple of Mystic shots connect, but the last one is blocked by the minion wave. Busio's okay, and he'll use that triumphant roar momentarily as the minion wave is cleared.
But look at bot lane. We have Yehu just walking down that bot just in case Kiana was wrapping around, because I haven't seen Tarzan for so long. I mean, I feel like we're confused, KC's confused. They're like, where is Tarzan? One of the most aggressive junglers in the entire world, actually. His Tarzan was super active in the early game, not as active as we would expect to see. But his Kiana right here, after that level 6, has been pretty timid, to say the least. But he'll take an uncontested Dragon. That's something.
Yeah, looks like it. Shanks also moving down as well, so this one quite obvious to KC. Things are going down, expecting that. Yike is on the top side of the map. They won't have any information on where he really is. Kalis walking over a ward. Archangel forward from Hope. The shock down, the shock laser. But both of them do not really do much. So Kalis out of there after burning an ult. And first Dragon of the game goes to AGAL.
If they can cancel that by any chance, KL just about gets the E to connect.
If that was League Classic, that Zenith blade would go to the fountain. Not really, but you know, I was thinking of that Darius clip, close enough.
We have now Yike with the presence of Kiana down bot lane and the Dragon going down. We'll grab the Raptors for free. And he can also start the Void grabs as well with the pressure that top lane and Kana have been providing to Yike. He has managed to accumulate almost a 10 CS lead. Grab the Void grabs, 400 gold lead as well. So for Lee Sin, that is a great start to the Kiana matchup.
Longsword is
well picked up. Close to getting this first item. All grub's kind of nice. An overheated Rumble does more than you'd expect against a turret, especially with this lane pro. It means that presence on the turret plating is going to be exceptionally more dangerous the more time he's given now. In this game, first dragon was picked up before. Objective game is down for the time being. Busio's getting invaded, so AGL looking to see what pressure they can apply. And so far, it has been around trying to hover this bottom lane, leaving Flandre on an island.
They're very happy because Hope has been able to accumulate extra 10 CS over Kalist, who had to bail his last wave.
Yeah.
However, this is always a Zeri, and on 3 items is going to be absolutely scary. The only problem is that Ezreal will spike first on 2, and Flandre...
Overheating with the flames, but here comes Jike for a Sonic wave in. Flandre might have to flash out now, and he does so. The wave is so bad. Flandre was clearing a ward. I mean, he can't do anything here, and Kana has him on the ropes.
Comes a little bit of a disrespect for us, especially since Lee Sin's jungle spawns on the top side of the map, sitting in the tri-bush. Yes, Kiana is around, but as you can see on your minimaps right now, Tarzan was actually looking for a reset after his Krag, so Flandre ends up disrespecting the timers right there on the jungle clears, gets caught, loses his flash. Not the most expensive flash, because it's still on an Ornn. He has a bunch of defenses. However, he has been struggling on the 1 versus 1 and cannot find an opening. Oh my god. Oh.
There's a big reason that
Wait,
in the
LPL, point and click now?
For years, we said Hope does not get Ezreal. It was just an... It was kind of on the same level as
Oh my god.
So...
Just stop it.
Yeah. Well, Hope at 500 gold lead. Right now leading the charge here for AGAL. Yike spotted out Busio as well. He's level 6 Unbreakable Will advantage over Solar Flare, but Hope has just opened up the bottom lane with the damage on Kalista. He had to reset. So AGAL's 80 carry. Gonna get some plating here. I think 1 will be the total take, or if not close to. Trinity Force up soon, I would say, with the way this game's going down here.
AGL are trying to overload the bot side of the map with the threat of Rise ult as well. Taking a bit of vision inside the enemy territory. However, KC will bring their own numbers and eventually push them out. So all in all, that was just Hope grabbing the 1 tower plating that you said. I feel like KC have been fantastic at responding with numbers advantages right there. They have not given AJL even a sliver for a gank. And again, Tarzan has been so quiet together with KL this game. I feel like the most energetic 1v1 or any skirmish on the map at all from AJL has been Hope, trying to land those Qs onto Kalist.
Definitely has been, but now Tarzan has Profane Hydra, so the question is, can he actually put up the pace himself? Pings are going down around the top side. There's nothing here, but Yike is taking Scuttle, so I'm sure if a ward, which will now be dropped, spots out KC. And hovering around Kana, smart move here from KC as he backs off with that added pressure, gets Leandri's here against the Ornn before Flandre can pull up that Candy Crooker.
Is this the calm before the storm?
Pretty much is, yeah.
What is happening here? This is not the AL from 2025. Where is it?
But I mean, the comp is not a, you know...
It's not a Lila comp yet.
I mean, no, we don't have a Shen in this game. Like, it's very
we don't
reliant.
have Leona Kiana. That's more than enough, Lila.
Well, it'll come soon, I'm sure.
All right, well, we have Dragon in 35 seconds, and since AGL picked up the first one, it's really hard to say really fast.
Yeah, a Gal is what I'm going to get to pretty soon.
Well, they want the second Dragon to start stacking, of course. Really strong with their composition, having both Rise and Ezreal super strong on those 2 items. So grabbing the first 2 Dragons would buy them enough time for those 2 carries to get there in turn. And as you can see, KL has already set up the stage right here, always moving a little bit further into the jungle with Tarzan backing him up to set down some vision.
Busio with an angle, spotted out. Tarzan reloads again. Will he have the audacity to find a play as Hope through Tri-Rush is keeping Kalist at bay. Old Shock Laser, he's going to miss there. Dragon now spawns. It is AGAL who have themselves a place in River first. And bot lane priority is going to go to Hope. So it's going to make harder for KC to get their 80 carry in the mix.
That was also a very early Road of Ages on Yehu. He's got already 2 stacks of 13 minutes, so that's really good for KC, and they have managed to push out AJL as Shank's back for his own Road of Ages.
Ball not back, Kael. Zenith Blade, though, gets on top of the bird. Soul Flare as well. In a bad position is Yehu. He gets imprisoned up with Kana coming in to save the day. Yehu goes to the egg. Meanwhile, it's only one man ulti from Tarzan, while Yike gets popped up by Flandre, steering charge. But Kalist got Hope, and he's on a charge. Looking to chase down Kael as the blast cone's taken. Kana, Electro Harpoon. Ultra Shock Laser will not
go through terrain. So, to fight another day is AGAL, but Hope and Yike both died.
KC caught Hope somewhere in the middle of that river. I feel like Hope walked up and then he got sandwiched by two KC members. So that was a very, very unfortunate fight for the AD carry of AJL with a Trinity Force completion as well. You definitely want Ezreal to be one of your heavy hitters. And look at this again. Hope knows that Bush is in front of him and that Kalista is behind him. He chooses that fight. Bucio engages on him, and even though the team from Flandre comes in, Flandre's not looking to protect Hope. Hope is already dead. He's looking to trade a kill over on the top side of the map.
With the shot with the ulti up, Kalista just got that kill to Drake. And Kana close to the follow-up here, but KO gets out. We come back, and Dragon was not taken. AGL have reset, Tarzan's back alive, and we do this dance again.
No flash on Ryze or Ezreal. So these could be two of the targets that Yike is looking at for potential kick. He's going to start the Dragon, and AJL are trying to figure out a way to get in, probably only through that mid lane. However, Yehu on that Anivia post 6, you just burn out the wave instant.
There's no Supreme Display, there's no Call of the Forge God, there's no way they're getting anywhere near this, so AGL back off wisely, leave Dragon to KC, and will be their first of the game, while Herald seems to be the trade and starter, with now time on their side with Tarzan's ulti coming up soon.
Ezreal was used to scout as well throughout the map, but Bucio is walking up. Yehu doesn't have the egg.
Glacial Storm looking for the flash frost. The knock up from Bucio up in the air. It's a two-man stun. We get up. Shank's going to be trampled again. In and out. Yike bakes it in for the Herald. It has successfully been taken, but as Zenith played in, Kale's going to die to pick up the objective. Bucio gets the engage. It looks like a wipe. AGL running for their lives while KC's chase is imminent. Yehu follows up. It's Flandre under a turret. He's trying to base as quick as possible, but there's no way he's going to escape this unless he runs.
Yes, Tarzan right there.
Flashes away. That's the start. The Electro Harpoon is the slow. The equalizer down. Then Flandre burns in his hell.
AGAL tunnel vision the objective and get taken down by KC. The TP from Yehu. Busha, they're looking for Hope.
Hope uses opportunity to try and go through mid. Glacial Storm's going to be down. Solar Blade dodged away by Yehu. He has no egg, so he's in a bit of trouble, but the Zenith Blade taken with Hope. Not being able to find leverage because of the minions. No Mystic shots connect. And KL now down an ulti while KC open up first turret of the game. It is 3,500 gold lead yet again. And the blue side has some merit here for KC today.
KC are playing the map so beautifully. They know that Ornn ult is down, Kiana ult is down. Therefore, the two big threats for the CC are gone from the side of AJL. And that wall right here from Yehu, he will chef's keys to force everyone through that choke point. The Kalist put his W on. That was absolutely beautiful. KL has to sacrifice to grab the eye that they so hard fought for from AJL. However, KC, not only did they cash in on the kills, they took the first tower as well, which is usually what you want that Rift Herald for. So AJL already need to make a better play to make that sacrifice worth for that Rift Herald.
It's insight. This is not just a dream. This is becoming reality really fast at KC. Today, have just had the fights over AJL. I remind everyone when the draw came out, I think there were a lot of fans in the arena. There were a lot of analysts who were saying, well, this is EU's best chance. And they were so right. As everything's down for the time being. It's an objective game in 2.5 because Baron and Dragon spawn within each other, but it will be the third Dragon of the game. One that might just be a gold trade for a turret in the side map. If I could speak English better. So right now, where are we at? Trouble? It feels like...
Just frustrated. I'm frustrated for AGAL.
Okay.
2025 was supposed to be their year. They won the LPL at the beginning of the year, and everyone thought that they were it. The way they were playing around the map, Tabe, the mastermind behind bringing this roster together, and it just worked. Yes, they fell short at the last hurdle throughout the year, but they were it. And right now, I just feel like their teamfights have been so miscoordinated.
There's a lot to be desired. They're going to find bottom tower for the time being. Demolish going to be procced. Andre Help Shanks takes this down. Minion wave's going to be thinned out, so it's going to have to be the next wave. But mid here for KC is going to be their inside track, and because there's so much commitment from AGAL, but Kalist starts womping away at mid turret.
KL is looking right here. Kalist can use the wall whenever, but Bush and Yike are still around.
I mean, this is a big trade. Plates taken off mid. And top, if observers, we can have a quick sneak peek before anything happens towards mid. There is an Nivea firing away turret. 2 plates were just taken alone by Yehu. the macro right now really suiting KC.
I've not seen a single Ryze ult. I've not seen a single Kiana ult. Ornn is on the side lane taking plates. AGAL are kicking with our heads, running around the map as a foreman, but with zero threat. You can see KC are feeling super comfortable to literally just shadow them. They look at AGL moving across the map, and suddenly you see Yike and Busio constantly just escorting them, showing them that they just cannot move forward. It has been an absolute masterclass from KC when it comes to spotting AJL's aggression or even intent of and shutting it down.
They keep giving more and more gold to Kalist. BF Sword is going to turn into an IE third, surely. There is an Ornn on the other side of the rift, so let's see if it's hedged for the time being. At the very least, Kalist is on the way to his third item. 1,400 gold lead over Hope, who earlier on was trying to solo kill him and doing a pretty good job in the 1v1. That's changed. 30 seconds till Drake, 30 seconds till Baron. Dragon, obviously the port of call at this stage in the game. As Tarzan trying to get deep vision for the setup in the future play that's going to be around this area.
What's really scary right here from AJL is that they definitely want the Dragon to continue the stacking from the first one they got. But Baron's coming up on 20, and KC burns through that Baron really quickly. Look how ballsy they just walk up in that mid lane, knowing that KL is not around. He literally just walked through a ward, so there is no threat from the Leona. They walk up, they take another plate, and now they take first place into this river, which Yak has already been clearing by getting the Skull Crab. KC are just so confident on the map, and you have to commend them for that.
AGAL, the question of priorities here through the top lane, and they're getting gold. Kale's trying to make a back play. This is going to be Herald placed right next to the turret. Blitz going to have to back off because Tarzan's in the vicinity, but Yike is following the Drake. Bot wave needs attention from KC, but the wall is better. I didn't know when they're talking about the blue wall, they meant it literally. Kalist can take the Herald out. That is a broken mechanic. Yike is baiting in Hope. And yeah, who's going to go receive that gigantic wave in the bot side that has been thinned out a little bit. Hope's going to arc engine forward. Mr. Shot dodged away from. Yike here to defend with a safeguard. And mid turret's still a desperate need right now for AJL to open up the map.
Yeah, they're bringing in Flandre as well. Shanks is right behind anyone to try and get that tower. Reminder, AJL lost 2 lives for that Rift Herald that has not opened up anything on the map for them.
Well, the Forge God, Kana goes gold and gets Yike in the backside. He gets a safeguard, or rather a Sonic Wave. Kana going to be shielded out. Shanks goes forward. Busio gets an engage, but no one else is here. Their damage is only just respawning. And Nivea's isolated. It's a 5v4, and the mid turret is going to be the 5th member in this play for KC.
AJL are so desperate to get something going on the map. KC are so slippery with their composition, and no kills are going down. Nice respect right here from Yehu, knowing that the play is already over. Everyone's dispersed from AJL.
Okay, that was a mistake.
Yep.
Yeah, he said something on the comms. It was a mistake. Maybe he doesn't need it. Maybe it's an emphasis. I don't need it. To be fair, though, Dragon's already down.
There's nothing, yeah.
Baron is the only risk if you get caught out. But that was obviously a whoopsie.
KC are in a fantastic position. 3,000 gold in the lead. Going toward 3rd item for Kalist right here. And if they were worried about tank breakers, Kana has been doing great, can take down the Ornn. Kalist can assist, of course, on the Zeri. Great anti-tank, 80 carry. And for KC, it's as simple as wait for now. For that next objective, AJL are getting super itchy. All of their wombo combos have not worked because they've not been pressing their buttons at the same time. They've been super desperate. And Hope, who, no pun intended, has been the only hope for AJL in this particular game, is now sitting 1.3k down.
For AJL, all it takes is one. There's a 2-item Kiana. Call the Forge God, layers on. Job's not done yet. Kalist hovering around, getting the clear through mid-wave. Kana still has a sizable lead. Shanks is going to back away. Busio hovers in fog of war, now spotted out. The light is there on Yehu as well. Red buff circles around its terrain while Tarzan is going to look to take that away. 2 minutes 30, that Dragon is really what's pacing KC right now. They're not overforcing, they're just trying to use more members to try and open up some of these sides. And then eventually look towards mid as Flandre. He's going to break the wall, but now he has no searing charge. Bellow's breath keeps him alive. Kalist gets the flash out after the shock down comes through. Kana flies in on this mecha bot. Now 5 members hover around mid with a little bit down, with Kalist ulti down, importantly, again.
One simple spell cooldown from Yehu, and a
God, Kalist is low. It's not going to land. He gets out. Equalizer down in response as well. Sonic Wave will have no follow-up. Hope takes a mighty chunk from the second item, Zhonya's Rumble. But a little bit thrown out, getting a little bit nervous here, both teams, as they throw haymakers.
137 until Dragon. It's going to be sole point for KC. They managed to secure that one, and both teams are throwing out their ultimate scene. If anything sticks, maybe they can follow up on that. But primarily, KC have not given Tarzan a chance to get one of his big ults right here, and I want to commend them on their macro a lot, because when when Kana was over in the top lane, you saw Busier and Yike heading topside, shadowing him. When that was over, they moved back, they transitioned over in the mid lane, they pushed that one, then Kana TP's in, they get the fight, they put down the equalizer. It has been beautiful how they're moving on the map as a team, which was something that we were really worried about seeing them at MSI and wondering how this is going to translate into EWC. But so far, maybe again, the extra reps from the TS series have done them really well. And in 50 seconds time, third items are starting to come through. Infinity Edge for Kalist is going to be huge.
Let's see if Hope can match. Is that Shojin going to find its mark? Yike steals back away his own camp. Tarzan in river first has kind of been the thing. AGAL, the setup for objectives haven't been banned, but maintaining their position has been the hard part. TP going to come in, AGAL going to move as 5, and Kana on this Rumble is going to walk up through his jungle to join the rest.
I think he's trying to cover the flank. Whoever walks around through Tribush, Kana will be there to stop them dead in their tracks. Usually a Kiana might want to sneak in to try and get a big ult in the backline, but AGL are sticking all as a unit as they send Shanks to deal with that wave over the mid lane.
Push, yeah, Hope gonna get engaged on Yike, flashes over bridge too fast, Sonic Wave is gonna get Searing Charge up in the air, kicks the enemy 80 carry, but Yike went too far. Shut down from Tarzan. Shanks went for the mid wave, his position now cooked as Busio at half HP has to back away. Dragon is lost, and Yike felt it a little bit too much.
Good timing, not so great execution. The second they see Shanks trying to deal with the wave mid lane, they know they're playing 4 versus 5. Yike sees Hope overextended, but it's a very slippery Ezreal with summoners up. So Hope managed to kite him off, and AJL breathes some life into this game with that kill onto Yike and the second Dragon. Look here, Yike sees that Shanks shows up in the mid lane, he gets pinged that he shows up in the mid lane, and Yike sees target, engages on target, hits his Q, but that Ezreal is too slippery. Tarzan's ult holds the re-engage from the rest of KC to get onto Hope, so they isolate Yike and kill him off.
I want to see what was burned by anyone's legend to defend Hope. We have all flashes down, and Tarzan was the final one to burn it as well, so there is no Flash Supreme display. So is that going to be worth it in the end? Yike, of course, burning his own as well. Kana coming for a flank. Casey think now is the time. Tarzan without his ulti for 15 seconds. Sonic Wave is going to connect on top of Hope. But anyone's legend, run north. For now, KC will have mid-pro. Bolt Wave will be dealt with by minions to open up a turret and give a transition into that inner. And KC still hold control of the game. They've maintained this 3,500 lead for the last 10 minutes.
They're going to send Flandre to deal with that bot wave that's just pushed through the tower. And again, KC feeling pretty confident right here. 3 items onto Kalist. On that Zeri, they've got the Hourglass very importantly onto Kana as well that can buy a lot more time. Now the clock is ticking in terms of when the ornaments come through, they provide about 1k of power on top of the item that you already have, and 2 ornaments have been gifted out from Flandre, third one on its way, possibly onto that rise. KC trying to clear around that bar, which is the only neutral objective on the map, but it's also one of the most dangerous ones when you're playing into Kiana.
They're trying to utilize the fact that Flandre has no TP. He's matching Kana right now. And so there is a TP advantage for those top laners. Kana doesn't seem to be wanting to use it. It's his focus around Baron to try and get Flandre to panic. Zenith Blade from KL is spotted out because the Control Ward is quite a nuisance here if anyone's legend in the pit. And Kalist, the damage source, walks up. He's now got a last Whisper. And that LDR will be soon to be completed. He's absorbing all waves. He's constantly on this mid wave. He's 315, now 320 pretty much, at 28 minutes in the game. This has been such a series from him. Really such a start of the week at EWC.
I love what Busio was doing there. He was actually standing between Baron and the wall because KL kept throwing E's to try and engage the Baron of whoever's in the pit. But if he throws an E on the Alistar, he gets in the pit.
That's a great point, actually.
So that was really good for Busio right there.
Just getting sandwiched from two angles. The Arcane shift now. Where can he go? Equalizes down. Hope has no flash. You pointed it out. He's called out the supreme display of nothingness from Tarzan. He shoots, he whiffs, and it's a 5 versus 4 with Baron being thrown out again.
KC can start threatening the Baron right here, potentially turn it when AJL get too close on a 4 versus 5. They have warded the entire area behind the pit to not allow Tarzan to get in, and they do have one of the best champions to keep him out, which is this Alistar. So let's see if Busio can contain Tarzan.
For the Forge God, Busio's going to try and engage. Flandra gets a one-man knock-up. The shock is over. The Flash Frost sent in, and a glacial storm is routing anyone's legend. KC will take the Baron. They will soar with the volume of the crowd. And anyone's legend are caught in another trap. Another bolt connects, and Shanks has nowhere to go. He has to move into the eye of the storm. But Yahoo is following him up. The rest of KC are gone back. But this bird of prey is like an Articuno at level 99. Flandre has the flush, and Yahoo is running this mid.
That was a 1 versus 4. Everyone else was in base. Yahoo feeling so confident. 2.5 items. Third one just completed with the Leandris. Baroned up. KC, 4 items on Kalis, who's had a monumental series so far. GA for Yike, so he can get that much deeper. Make the play by time with the Guardian Angel. And AJL have still not found the play.
Doesn't seem like they've woken up today. KC, though, came in ramping 1 step away as they push towards mid now with this Baron buff. 1 step away from knocking out the LPL. The finalists from last EWC is not what they were last year. KC would go to a semi-finals versus T1. I cannot believe it. In some wise words in League of Legends history, I just do not believe it. KC, 5 seconds on the Dragon. This should be theirs as well to move to Soul Point.
And of course, this might be too soon, but there is a T1 waiting in the semi-final for KC. And KC really fancy their chances, apparently, as they've done fantastically well, reading every single play AJL have tried to throw their way. This is going to be Soul Point for KC with Yike and Yahoo taking over that bot side river. Hope's gonna throw his ult just to scout. And so far, I mean, KC can just be super confident. They've created so much distance that any member from AJL that overextends, they're instantly isolated by walls, by Nivea ult, by Alistars. It's been a great comp to play into that over-aggression and wombo combo that AJL have to offer this game.
Yaki's going to threaten this Baron buff now, bringing in the minion wave. The wall is out. Hope is going to have the Arcane shift at some point. Flash Frost there too. Equalizer on the back line while the cannon minion does all the work. KC now walk up. Another inner turret going to fall on down while Kalista didn't even join. He put the pressure on through the mid lane. KC don't overstay. It's very respectful play, but it's very controlled play here in the second game that is now crested over 7,000 gold.
All ornaments handed out apart from the support. And this is as juiced up as anyone can get on the side of AJL. I have a feeling that next team fight that goes KC's way, this is most likely going to be game and series for the French org here at EWC 2026. And so far it's been pretty easy. They've not even had to do much from the side of KC. They've just had to let AJL engage into them. And they've got the perfect kiting composition to deal with one by one the members that are coming in from AJL. Finish 3 items onto the Rumble now. Finish 3 items onto Anivia. They're feeling pretty damn strong.
But the face check, Yike in a bit of trouble. He's got the GA Solar Flare. He safeguards in. Call the Forge God. This could be a mistake. AGL finding their moment, maybe. The ulti from Tarzan finally finds Smart. Hope as an angle. Yahoo is down. Casey went into this choker's. Hope is going to flash over. Kalesh spaces him though. Kana comes in to save the day. A 1-for-1 as AGL finally get to send it.
KCL still pretty healthy though, as AJL have to cut some HP bars over a base so they get to at least push out that wave and get back. That was an insane flag from Kana, which forced Hope to E inside of the rest of KC. And let's watch this one more time. That's as good as it gets. Yike face checks, gets rooted by Rise, into rooted by Leona. The knockout coming through from Flandre only hits Yehu, but that's enough. Because Tarzan sees the angle for the bomba combo we've been talking about. And look at Kana. He's coming from mid lane. Oh. Can only eat forward.
That flash from Kalist out of the Mystic shot as well, though. Builds space, Kana fixes it up, but that was so close. And the amount of times I've seen, not just European teams, but so many Western teams, this red side jungle, throw an entire game away. Face checking, especially without Kana in that fight, is way too many to handle. So, game's not done, but KC have to be careful. A lot was burned there. Kalist no flash, Yak no flash, Kana no flash. But I will say, a lot was burned also. Tarzan without flash, Hope without flash. So, it's perspective here that AGL had to commit a bit to get a little bit too.
And even though Kalist has lost his own, the GA is going to make up for it for the time being until he gets peeled off. He's super rich, currently almost 5,000 gold up on that Ezreal. AJL backs against the wall. They need to find again 1-5 potentially in the jungle that the Kiana ult works wonders in. But KC are going to split up through mid and top. They're going to let Yehu push out that wave. They're going to join him now through the jungle, I'm assuming, as that wave crashes to try and take the last outer tower. In about 30-something seconds, the next Baron is going to spawn, and they've taken full control of the top quadrant of Tarzan's jungle. AGL need to find a way to try and get inside this river, but KC are just shutting all doors.
Kalist can step up even more so. You already mentioned the GA. I mean, those 5 items. He'll be building towards number 6, but Kalist is just unbeatable at this point. For AGL to stand a chance, they need to send it all on this Zeri and then hope that Kana and Yehu don't control the carries themselves. Mid push here for AGL, Baron in 5. Reset here from Yehu, looking at TP as mid turret might have to be given here. Hope wants to step on up, but still too threatened. KC going to teleport in as well, just to save it.
Got no vision behind enemy lines are here for AJL. Super scary to push up for that tower. The TP comes through and KC might push aggressively here.
Renan's doing enough damage from Kalisi, stepping up without any fear. Sonic Wave not going to be taken. Tarzan from over the wall spotted out with his angle control. Will put down in that pit of raptors. Shot going to be dodged away from by Hope as Kalist is 2 levels up over Hope's Ezreal. Iconic, but not for much longer here in this game. As KL looks for an angle, Yike is heating off that position. KC right now have a soul to pinpoint in 15 seconds.
KL is actually resetting right here. I'm guessing to get some wards, yeah. He has resetting wards, got his locket, no control ward. Oh, he has 2, sorry, for the time being. They're gonna play through that bowling tower for KC that's pushing for free from the minion wave. Both Baron and Dragon up. Yike already on the Dragon, and AJL again trying to find a way into this damn river.
They need to spot out Tarzan. Great crystallize there, cut them off. Here we go. There's the Ultra Shock down, Equalizer as well. Trying to chase up while Kalist tries to keep that ulti active. He runs through mid, but his Lightning Crash will expire. Dragon going to be started again. AGAL are forced back and have to take the long way around the crystallize once again. Great as KL spots out, but can't watch on Kana. Flash shield at Daybreak, but he's committed deep. Kana's going to overheat. Tarzan looks for an angle. Dragon again, the big ticket. Pops the ulti. Tarzan brings it out early. Call the forward god. Going to run into the pit, but it's taken. It's just secured. The kick in his blinder is the only one to take the realm war, but Busio keeps the rest of AL busy. Shanks in the middle of the storm. Hope trying to kite it back, but this one is done. AGL didn't stand a chance the moment they stepped into party.
KC paint their screens gray as they paint the crowd blue. The last hope for EMEA read AGAL so well this game. And the Prince that was promised with another insane performance in Game 2.
And Busio just flexed on the camera. He flexed on them in this game. Every performance was a beaut as KC didn't just beat AGAL, they stomped them into the dirt. I thought it was bon chance for KC, but it was actually bye-bye anyone's legend as KC moved to the semi-finals at EWC 2026. Magnifique.
What a great
Still
series
has a chance in this whole entire tournament. That is crazy. That is so crazy. That is amazing. Holy. Home base actually counts.
He mentioned how KL and Tarzan moved together. We need to do they didn't give them a sliver of chance.
In what is the size of the crowd that was at the last road trip in Paris and Evry. I think I would say maybe even slightly bigger. They came out in force, but AGL did not. I think we give credit to KC for sure, but anyone's legend, that was, yeah, that was rough to watch. It didn't come together, as you said, Trouble. That comp.
Zero Lila.
Form. It was not the LPL Lila, that's for sure. But hey, Casey will take it. Now they've got a date with T1. Oh, that feels right. KC versus T1 in Paris, round 2. Electric Boogaloo.
One step at a time, right? The TS series into the AGAL series. It's the warm-up that KC needed.
All right, Lou, tell us what's up. That was a beautiful 2-0.
Thank you guys. Semi-finals for the Blue Wall here in Paris. As I'm standing by with Kana. Congratulations, Kana Chikayo. Bravo pour cette victoire. Personne n'y croyait et pourtant ils le font. Kana, my first question is going to be about, you know, that hard MSI that you had coming back. You guys were having trouble in the mid game, even though you were having a great early game. So it seemed that today the issue was a bit fixed. So how much have you worked on this to reach that today?
일단 칸나 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 MSI 때 사실 좀 많이 아쉬웠습니다. 초반에 유리할 때도 좀 있었는데 사실 중반 게임에서 좀 많이 아쉬운 모습을 보여주셨거든요. 근데 이번에는 좀 중반 게임에서 확실히 좀 발전된 모습을 보여주셨기 때문에 그 점에서 좀 어떤 부분을 좀 고쳐 나가셨는지 궁금합니다.
사실 미드 게임 같은 경우에는 이제 중간에 정글과 서폿과 그리고 라이너들이 호흡 맞추는 게 중요해서 저희도 크게 그런 부분이 부족하다는 걸 알고 있어서 그런 부분에 맹점해가지고 잘 연습해서 준비한 것 같습니다.
Yeah, we definitely figured out what was the problem between the mid game. So we were trying to improve ourselves on the fight in the mid lane, especially the cohesiveness between the mid laner and the jungler and the supporter. So yeah, I think we improved a lot in there. So yeah, I think we got a great game in there.
You did improve a lot on this. Donc première question, on a vu que vous aviez un petit peu de mal en mid game au MSI, même si vous aviez des très bons early. Est-ce que vous avez travaillé là-dessus? Oui, on s'en est rendu compte. On a vu qu'il y avait des gros problèmes aussi sur notre gestion du mid, de la cohésion, de la synergie entre le jungle, le support, le mid, et je pense qu'on s'est clairement amélioré aujourd'hui, ça s'est vu. And talking about MSI, tomorrow you're gonna get maybe potential revenge and match up against T1. How much are you excited for this matchup and how much do you want to get revenge?
사실 저번 MSI 때 또 플레이인에서 아쉽게 T1에게 3대0 패배를 당하셨기 때문에 이번에 또 T1을 다시 만나시게 됐거든요. 그래서 T1을 다시 만나시게 된 소감이 좀 어떤지 궁금합니다.
사실 어제 호텔에 갈 때 이제 퇴근하고 호텔에 갈 때 이제 상혁이 형이랑 이제 올라가서 보자 이런 얘기를 농담으로 했었는데 이렇게 다시 붙을 수 있어서 너무 좋고요. 저희가 MSI에서 한 번도 못 이겨본 T1이기 때문에 항상 도전자의 마음가짐으로 잘 준비해서 내일 경기 임하겠습니다.
Yeah, last night actually we jokingly met Faker and we jokingly said that to each other that yeah, let's go meet at the semifinals. But it's really good to see him at the semifinals. And that being said, we didn't actually get a win against T1 and MSI. So yeah, this time we really want to get the revenge.
Yeah, you really want to get it, and I think the crowd also wants it. La prochaine question, c'est évidemment par rapport à T1. Il y a une opportunité de se venger potentiellement demain. Qu'est-ce qui va être différent? Et ben hier, on s'est croisé avec Faker à l'hôtel. On a un peu blagué sur le fait de se retrouver en demi-finale demain, mais c'est vrai, on va le faire. Donc évidemment, une fois que ça s'est dit, on n'a pas réussi à avoir de win contre eux, même pas une seule map sur le MSI. Donc là, on a vraiment envie que ça soit différent et on va se battre pour. And last but not least, a lot of fans have been calling KC the Kim Kana Corp. So I want to know if you feel at home in KC and why.
그리고 많은 이제 캐시 팬분들이 이제 카마인 코프를 팀 칸나 코프라고 부르고 있거든요. 그래서 사실 한국 팀이 아니고 타지 팀인데도 불구하고 이렇게 팬분들이 많이 사랑해 주시고 정말 정말 여기 고향처럼 이렇게 편안하게 좀 느끼시는지, 그리고 그렇다면 왜인지 좀 궁금합니다.
네, 사실 유럽에 오면서 저도 새로운 도전을 하자라는 마음으로 왔는데요. 또 좋은 성적을 또 이루다 보니까 사실 이렇게 국제전 나가고 저희가 아직 롤드컵은 못 나겠지만 모든 게 저도 KC에서 처음이고 카르민 커피도 이제 다 처음이기 때문에 더 뜻깊은 것 같고 그로 인해서 좀 팬분들이 많은 사랑과 응원을 주시는 것 같아요. 너무 감사합니다.
Yeah, this is actually the first team outside Korea, and everything was new. So yeah, even though we never made Worlds, but every time I play here, every time the KC fans has been cheering for me. So yeah, thank you so much for it, and I feel proud for it.
Évidemment, la fameuse blague, la Kim Kanako. Comment est-ce que tu te sens? Est-ce que tu te sens à la maison chez Carmine? Bah, c'était ma première équipe en dehors de Corée. Tout était nouveau pour moi et on m'a accueilli à bras ouverts. Les fans me saucent à chaque fois et j'ai tellement de support. Donc merci encore à vous, évidemment. And now, Kana, it is time to get to the key crush. You're gonna get to crush the AL key. Are you ready? Let's go, Katja.
준비되셨나요?
Let's go!
As I am proudly wearing your jersey, Kana, look. Oh. So we're gonna get to the key crush. Kana, Kim, Kana, la légende de Cassé, qui va exploser la clé de All Gamers. I'm gonna welcome you both back to the stage. As of course, you know that the fans have been supporting you for long. They love you. You can see them from over there. Come here, come here. Come here, guys. Kana, what do you have to say to all these beautiful fans here? Do you have a last word for the French fans?
현장에 이렇게 응원해주신 팬분들 정말 많이 오셨는데 프랑스 팬분들께 한마디 해주신다면요.
이렇게 먼 길 와주셔서 너무 감사하다는 말씀 드리고 싶고요. 모든 팬분들 다 사랑합니다. 감사합니다. 메르시 봉줄.
Merci beaucoup.
Yeah, thank you for all the fans for coming this long way. I love you all. Thank you for coming. I'll see you in the next game.
Est-ce que j'ai besoin de traduire ce que Kana vient de dire? Je ne crois pas. Merci à tous pour le soutien. On va encore faire mieux. On va continuer sur la prochaine game. Mesdames et messieurs, avant de rendre l'antenne, je vous propose de chanter pour Kana. 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 Thank you so much, Kamsayo, Kana. We'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, guys, for some more League of Legends.
There are just times in your career where the unbelievable and unthinkable happen. And in my career, I can't think of another moment like this. In front of this raucous Parisian crowd, the underdog European squad came out on top against last year's finalist from the LPL. It is KC, not a 2-1, but a 2-0. As I give it over to Jack Spectra.
I'm just so proud. Honestly, I'm just so proud because all of us in EU, we were saying when KC got knocked out of MSI, this is not the KC we're used to. This isn't them. We know that they're better than this. And I'm just so proud to be able to say that we're seeing the ceiling of this team. They're so good individually. They're so good mechanically. And they outplayed every single team fight.
And it felt like the level of control they had in this series. Obviously, a 2-0 always feels dominant, but in the games, the lead just being built up again and again. And even if there was occasional missteps in fights, it just never felt like AGAL had control of the game or the series. This is a huge win in front of a massive crowd who are all supporting their favorite team.
You can see the sights and sounds as they take the victor's bow. Does Carmine Corp, they book their unlikely ticket to the semifinals here at the Esports World Cup with another victory. This one, there was no doubt. There was maybe some nerves because it was taking a little while.
Look how smooth that gold graph was.
No doubt there.
Yeah, that was smooth sailing. I mean, it was slow and steady victory, and now they're moving on to face T1. I think the stadium was already pretty packed, but it is going to be absolutely insanity tomorrow.
Absolutely. I just cannot really conjure up the words to try and describe the unlikelihood of this happening. Like, I just did not think this was going to happen. After being here last week for Valorant, seeing how a home crowd wasn't able to rally around great players against the better team, this time it just felt like it started snowballing out of control. In AGAL, Flandre, who's had himself a fantastic tournament. Shanks, we've seen him play so well in the past.
Tarzan. That's the big test for me. Tarzan is such a legendary player and so many times has dismantled opposing junglers, and Yike not only managed to match him but excelled beyond that.
We'll be joined here just a second with one of the members from KC, but before we do, it's time to jump over on the B stream because not all the spots are already booked for the semifinals. Let's take a listen with Jenny.
Over at the B stream, the best of 3 is on the way. Everything is taking shape. So can you let us know a little bit what's been going on over here?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got BLG of the LPL versus G plus Kia of the LCK over here, and it is a banger. It is 1 game apiece right now, and both teams are showing some excellent resilience.
Do you have a favorite in terms of who has had the best performance so
That's
far?
a 3.
So far, Showmaker is really showing up, and G plus Kia, so really big shout out to him. But then, he didn't crumble under a lot of pressure.
It is 1 game apiece right now, and both teams are showing some excellent resilience.
Are we going to the last one?
West had the best performance so far.
I think it's likely going to the last.
Really showing up for G plus Kia, so really big shout out to him.
Alright, well thank you so much, Logan. I appreciate it. That's it from us over here at the B stream. We're going to keep you guys posted.
Counter pick against him, and Ben just played it really well.
The
So I'm going to put him on the spot here and ask you for a prediction as to who's going to win this one.
Up against T1
big BLG
in an
fans, so I'm going
upper bracket
BLG 2-1 to take
semifinals
it.
of
All
their
right, well,
own.
thank you so much,
Again,
Logan. I
the last
appreciate
time
it.
these
That's it
teams
from us over here
played,
at the B stream. We're going to keep
one
you
of
guys
the times that
posted.
they played, the last time Ox got to see them play,
And
was
there it is,
over
the
at a
updated
league of their
playoff
own.
bracket.
And now
It
joining
is
us in a league of his own is
up against
Brucio,
T1
support
in
for
an
KC.
upper
What
bracket
an incredible victory. How does it feel, brother?
Again, the last
Feels
time
pretty
these
good,
teams
but,
played, or one of the times that they
Job's not
played, the last time Ox got to see them play, was over at a league of their own. And now joining us in a league of his own is Brucio, support for KC. What an incredible victory. How does it feel, brother? It was pretty good, but
Let's see.
job's not finished.
Ask you a little bit about
Job's not
MSI,
finished. Hey,
because
I was looking for
really
that.
surprised. I had kind of hopes that you would be.
But yeah, you know, like, I think we just played solid today, and we weren't getting super pressured, so it honestly just felt like a normal day of League of Legends. And yeah, just all 5 of us played good, so we won.
The team consensus about
I want to see that. I want to ask you a little bit about MSI, because I was really surprised by you guys. I had kind of hopes that you would be at a similar level to G2, because you showed that throughout winter and spring. What do you feel like happened there, and what's changed for you coming into EWC?
Players, coaches, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, overall, the team consensus about what happened there is we're too focused on each other and not individual responsibility in the game, about calls, about your champs, about everything. And that's kind of the big mindset shift we all did, including players, coaches, everyone. And it's really showing for us today because, you know, when somebody has a strong idea, they stand by it, they're confident with it. And that's why I think, like, the fights we're taking are more, you know, more explosive, and we're making more creative plays, and then we're also making less mistakes because everybody's just doing what they think is good. Yeah, I feel like you could tell because you guys were kind of constantly trying to hand check the enemy, and each and every one of you felt very comfortable that you knew how individually to play it without really thinking about.
Yeah, for sure.
So I wanted to ask, obviously, during your career, you've had some really close matches against legendary LCK and LPL teams. So as Gen G in Worlds 2024, BLG and MSI 2025. How does it feel to take down this team in the knockout stages against legendary players like Tarzan, like Flandre?
Yeah, really good. I mean, as you said, I've never beaten an LPL or LCK team in a best of series. I actually faced AL in MSI 2025. And like, we beat them game 1, and then after we just got destroyed. Like, their level was just way too high for us. So, you know, got the revenge, and it feels wonderful.
I have a bit of a broader question that's maybe hard to answer, but I feel like from MSI and EWC, these last few weeks has been the weirdest weeks of competitive ever. Like, we had G2 beating T1, but then they get 3-0 by Lion. We had Lion going 5 games up against HLE, but then they randomly just get knocked out here, right? And then HLE now losing suddenly to T1 when they looked great at MSI. What do you think is happening? Like, is it just the variance? Is it just some teams are better on the day?
It's probably a combination, you know, like League of Legends has a lot of luck. You know, you can do the right thing and, you know, just like the
Yeah, I
numbers
remember we had this discussion before
the
the
numbers
podcast.
didn't go well for you. But also, it's probably the teams that did good at MSI are a little bit tired, and the teams that lost or did bad in MSI had all that time to like rethink and like really figure out their team issues, and now they're doing good, you know? For example, T1 beating HLE.
Yeah.
Lion did really good at MSI. They didn't do so good here, so I think it's kind of, you know, just flipped.
So for a large portion of the year so far, we've had more Enchanter supports being the meta. We then got the transition at MSI where there's more engaged supports, more moving on the map, and the bot lane mages that allow you so much freedom. How do you feel about the shift in the role for supports in pro play, and how has it benefited you as a player?
I like it a lot because I feel less responsible for the ADC, so I feel a bit more free in the game. You know, I kind of view all 3 lanes as like my lane, you know? Like I can choose to be top, I can choose to lane mid here for 2 minutes straight as long as there's benefit over being bot. And, you know, if something bad happens bot, you know, it's, I feel less of it being, yeah, my problem, because I'm playing the whole map, not just bot lane, so I like it.
Obviously, you just played in front of one of the most ruckus crowds at an international event. How was it in front of the Parisian, but more specifically, KC Blue Wall fans?
Excellent as always, and I'm so happy we got to deliver them a win.
Did you feel a specific moment here where the fan chants, the fan crowd really hit you?
I was so locked in the whole time. I didn't really focus on it, but after I won, yeah.
He was using your energy to focus everyone. He doesn't need a specific moment. It was all throughout.
Exactly. Yep.
Can we get some predictions for T1 tomorrow?
Who did they play against?
Today they played against Hama Life. But predictions for you guys against
Oh, we
T1.
play them tomorrow?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. 3-0 KC, of course.
Nice, bro. You kind of ruined it by not knowing.
I'm not a format expert. You are.
He shows up to play. He doesn't even know.
Fair enough.
It's a best of 3.
We can
it's
help.
a best of 3.
It's good we can help.
Oh, it's a best of 3.
It's a best of 3.
KC.
There we go. That's what you just point Busio in the right direction, and he kills and sets up the kills there. Busio, it's been a fantastic journey for you this year. You also have ENC later on. What excites you about ENC?
What excites me, just more competition. You know, it's I've never played, you know, a national tournament with a different team, so it's going to be a new experience, and I love that.
Finally, close it out for the fans, brother, as you go back yet again for another matchup, another attempt here against T1 personally, and also taking in like the victory today. What do you have to say for the fans?
Yeah, thank you guys for the support. You know, you guys make it special, and show up tomorrow because we're going to dominate.
Big Busio, everyone. Victor today against AGAL, getting his first ever best of victory against an LPL squad. Congratulations, man. So proud of you.
Thank
It's
you.
so awesome to see your growth. Risk it all and get the victory, dude. Now, that closes it all here from us. It has been a fantastic day of action, but EWC quarterfinals are not done. You can head on over to the B stream right now. D plus Kia and BLG 1-1. You want to see who finishes up and will book their ticket to the semifinals. But for now, on behalf of everyone here at EWC, thank you so much for watching, and we'll send you to the STC recap of the day.
We get Victor POV, he protobelts away. Kalist in the 1v5, really, at this point, it seems. From our POV, he's got nowhere to get on out. He gets Shadow Dash, stunned up. Cassiopeia hit hard. Yeah, he finds a great stun, though. But the Chaos Storm lives on.
We were
He's there playing very carefully. Doesn't want to get burnt alive by Bin and this equalizer. But we take a look at the vision, right? We see that Deke plus Kia, they've got that control ward near that Hextech Drake because it's the first Drake of the game. It hasn't been taken. Good equalizer. Obviously a wave clearing. It's a bonus, though, to get extra damage onto Shiwu. A little extra pressure.
Well, with Bin having been down the teleport, it does allow him to reset and not have to worry so much about the wave being in a problematic position. Will bounce back as he arrives at the turret, so we'll be happy enough with that. In the river, though, on in danger, has that mark atop him, but won't have an audacious charge to deal with, and Lucid should pick up this Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, just pokes on away, gets that priority, able to pick up that Scuttle Crab tidily. The XP is worth it from those Scuttle Crabs because it almost gets you to that level 6, which is why double Scuttle is so important because it gives you that level advantage when those jungle objective fights break out. But that is not to be here, as we do see that, you know, Lucid is rotating around to that top side, but I don't see a Scuttle Crab sitting in that river just yet. D plus Kia, vision control on that bot side around the Drake pit, but there's also a control ward from BLG. So both sides here valuing vision and information, but not quite ready to pull the trigger on the Drake because the Grubs are up in 1 minute. And that's something that we've been seeing more of, right? More teams are going for the Grubs first, trade for Drake, rather than giving that 2 to 3 minute window of opportunity for them to be able to cast.
Completely agree. And of course, as we just look at the game state in general, been a relatively slow one, not super aggressive. Hell, there's a bit of damage from Fiber. Gets a nice trade there, the ace in the hole after body block by Career, especially as that cozy campfire shield and the warm hopes, rather, shield would have timed out.
Career says, smash, get down, I will protect you, and takes that ace in the hole quite nicely. That is the support that you want in your games. Like we saw a little earlier when that Nautilus was blocking all of those skill shots onto that Lee Sin there. It was spectacular, and it just keeps those 80 carries healthy. It keeps them alive, or in that case, your jungler as well. But we are talking about BLG versus DK. We are talking about a game 3 of a best-of-3 series that has gone the distance. We are talking about if you lose, your key gets crushed and you are knocked out of EWC 2026, and neither of teams want this. BLG, LPL's last hope here.
And on the other side, D plus Kia, team that in some ways has been a bit of a surprise to make it in some ways. Their form domestically has been so inconsistent. Lucid and Shiwu sometimes incredibly high, sometimes incredibly low. Showmaker on good form here as well. Looking to take it to the likes of Knight if they can make it happen. Is up a good CS margin here. Dragon being started. BLG though, thinking of contesting. Shun with the ult could look to come on in. Stolen Shinzao ult. Dragon taken. But unfortunately for Lucid, a Crescent Guard will not keep you alive. And he'll trade the Dragon for his life.
And that's the thing I like about the Pantheon ult and the Crescent Guard interaction. All the play's still going.
Smash does have to flash away from that binding from on, and that'll get something extra out for BLG.
A very respectful flash, because if that stun had landed, that was built over Peacemakers, that was your little snap traps, that was an ace in the hole, and you would have been dead. So that speaks to the experience and expertise of these players, but I wanted to talk about that interaction with Pantheon and Xin Zhao, right? Depending on who pulls the ultimate first is how the interaction pans out. If you Pantheon ult in and then Xin Zhao repels you, happy days. But if you Xin Zhao Crescent Guard and then the Panth ult comes through, unfortunately, that does not work in your favor. Yeah, you go.
About to say, the Dragon still went the way, of course, of DK. Still see the Grubs towards BLG, and they've got that 1,000 gold lead. But again, one of the things we've seen across the first 2 games was attempting to get that lead to snowball beyond 1 to 2,000 has been a challenge.
Like you say, 1,000 gold lead, but the Grubs still up. That is that second jungle objective. The next Drake, 3.5 minutes away, because it was just taken. A lot of vision control happening around here, but Shun is where all of the gold advantage is for BLG. DK. Both kills to his name. On a couple of assists, Viper with the one there, but look at the CS advantages. Showmaker still pulling away from Knight there, 20 CS, and that's what you would expect with that range in the melee matchup. Viper, though, 10 CS up over Smash. So both teams are winning in different lanes. Different win conditions are coming online. As we go to this replay, that beautiful Pantheon ult from the bush, it wasn't on any kind of vision, straight into the midst of DK. Nothing they could do to stop that from happening.
And I do love our observers giving us some of these cinematic outros. It's cool to see that. Have some fun with it indeed. And it's a nice moment there from Shun, who does get that kill. Of course, it's still the dragon from DK, so don't hit too much. That is a good tempered fate, though. Shun's around. Showmaker, clutch. Flash.
Absolutely. We saw the vision, the tempered fate to lock down Showmaker. Shun was going to go in with that stun, but Showmaker's flash, instantaneous, prevents the play and definitely saves his own life there. But now, Showmaker critically, no flash for 5 minutes. He's a very immobile mage.
And all the while, reminded while that dragon fight was happening, Shun was on the grubs. So actually now he goes and finishes them up, gets that third one. Bin potentially in danger here as he's overheated and stunned up, teleporting out to safety. No CC from Shiwu.
I'm sorry, that was brilliant because he knows there's no CC, right? So the moment that comes through, he's like, I'm going to TP out of here. You don't have the damage to finish me. You've just comboed off. I'm A-okay. These are the kinds of plays that make and break fights, and this is why he's earned himself the nickname Giga Bin, because it's just these creative plays, these different angles that you just do not expect that change how it plays out. But Lucid trying to invade on the jungle here. On will spot it out and try and repel them.
There's the smite away, and Lucid gets that one at the very least. Still a gold lead, and the teleport behind. Hang on, DK. This might get a bit spicy. It's the Silas coming on in. On over the wall with the magical journey. Shun here. They don't pull the trigger too much further, and that'll be DK able to get out. BLG looking for a little something, but can't quite find a kill or a pick.
Yeah, the timing just a little bit off there from BLG. I like the call, I like the initiative, the proactivity to try and get that team fight in that mid lane, because they know Showmaker didn't have the flash either, but DK playing respectfully, they've just backed away and there was nothing left for BLG to get. Has been trading into Shiwu on this top side.
That they are. Lucid on his Krugs, overcomes Knight, looking for damage. That's big blast cone away. Tempered Fate needs the scout of the week, does nothing. Showmaker no flash, but wait, Knight super deep. Needs to potentially turn this around and go Shun with that W, buy some time, the magical journey out. DK defend, and now actually maybe can run at BLG, who've gone very deep to make this attempt on Showmaker's life.
No, Viper's here as well. It's a numbers advantage over to BLG if DK keep pushing forward, but I think they're happy with that. So many resources committed his career there, just trying to offset the tempo recall from Knight, but a great sequence of plays from both teams. The numbers were there, the ultimates were there, but they were just able to juggle their health bars. Showmaker and Knight both went golden at the same time because of that tempered fate coming through from On, which bought DK the time to set up, robbing the initiative from BLG.
Gold in the bot lane is near even. 91 to Viper is hardly anything to speak about at this point. Interrupt there onto Showmaker as he was looking to reset, is still farming well, and again, Syndra is so potent, it feels like right now, and Showmaker over the years, how many incredible Syndra games have we seen from this man?
So many, and when you get to that 100 charge, you get that execute, it comes online, you become so much deadlier as the next Drake of the game. Our second Drake has spawned here at the 13-minute mark with the Rift Herald a mere minute away. This game, after those 2 kills in the early, has stayed so close. DK not willing to give over any gold, any objectives, any kills. BLG hunting, fishing, poking, trying to find a weakness in the defense that DK is putting up right now, but DK, they know this is the last effort. They have to win.
Dragon is alive, 50 seconds on Herald. Lucid in the river first, but On and Viper currently tussling with Smash and Korea over vision control. You can see Knight has made the roam up through the river.
Yeah, look, a river is a great place to roam as well. Wide open spaces, a little bit of water, just something to refresh, a bit of play happening.
Tempered Fate on both. Billy Gaming, the traps are there. It's sprung, and the bot lane collapses from D plus Kia.
BLG found their angle, but they're not done yet.
Lucid in danger. The Crescent Guard gets him out to safety. Alas, the same is not true from Smash and Korea. The crowd begins to erupt behind them. The BLG fans smell blood in the water.
On with the Tempered Fate on 2 to start it all off. Viper with the follow-up on the snap traps to get the lockdown. Knight responded as well. A fantastic sequence of plays coming out of Bilibili Gaming to get themselves a priority on the Drake.
The thing is, though, they take so much damage doing it that despite the numbers advantage, they don't feel confident sticking around. They still get the Dragon D plus Kia, find a silver lining.
Yeah, silver linings are better than no linings, that's for sure. I would like that, please, and thank you very much. They are on their second Drake. Their dragon stacking has begun. It's that Hex Tech, it's that Cloud, so a little extra movement soul, but it will be an Infernal Soul, which I have to imagine that Smash on that Lucian will value so heavily. But Viper on the other side would also value that equally, that extra chip, that extra poke. But let's take a quick look at the vision control here because it looks like a fight's about to break out around the Rift Herald. DK, they've got some vision, but BLG, they're here first.
With that reset after the double picks and the fact they didn't contest that dragon means they can come up to contest this Herald instead. Showmaker is on vision and is now in danger. Does have the flash, maybe has to burn it. The Cosmic Binding, the Rocket Belt in, the ace in the hole, and Knight claims a scalp.
And that's the vision I was about to talk about up in that top lane. Showmaker, unaware, was trying to be patient about it, but we go back to this replay, and here's the beautiful Tempered Fate. Unfortunately, unable to get out of that one. The snap traps, Knight is there, Viper is there. It's 4v dead, and they take the fight convincingly, but we're still not done.
Tempered Fate land onto Korea, but they didn't manage to quite get the trap underneath him. Arm on, over the wall. The Locket keeps him alive, but elsewhere, Shiwu with the solo kill on Bin. And through the magical journey goes Lucy, gets trapped, gets stunned pretty low, but not taken out. Shun is on top of Shiwu, trying to get some vengeance for his top laner. A smite and a Comet Spear. Ensure it's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, Shun able to get Shiwu back. That is DK finally on the board with kills there too. Shiwu getting the better of Bin, but Bin did enough damage that Shun was like, you know what, I'm going to commit my ult. I'm going to go down there and get that kill because the rest of BLG were able to take that fight with the team fight that DK put together, and we'll see this one again. Bin just wanted to clear a ward out, but Shiwu saw the angle, saw the opportunity, and look at the health difference here. Shiwu is still sub 50%, chipping away, poking away at Bin, and in this extended fight, even eats an equalizer to boot, flashes away.
Oh.
Bin just feeling so confident he gets comboed under the turret. Down he goes.
Bin giveth, Bin taketh away. We've seen a little bit of that from both our top laners this series. Bin and Shiwu have had very high highs and a few lows to go with them. Make no bones about that one. Knight does get that bot lane tier 1 as we come out of the replay, and BLG now find themselves up 4.1 thousand gold. That's a lot more meaningful.
Yeah, and at 17 minutes, it is significant. Both objectives will be coming back up and around the same time in around 2 minutes here as well, so there's a bit of a split play that could possibly come up here. Oh, yeah,
Showmaker does manage to force of will away that red buff, but the smite is a little early. That does mean, however, that BLG still don't secure it.
Yeah, good job there, Syndra being able to use that to pull the red buff away. But we look at the CS, Bin has some lead. We see Showmaker still up, but Viper up over Smash, so he's definitely caught up, has that 1.2k gold lead, as does Knight, as does Shun. So it's gold leads abound here for BLG, except in that top lane where Shiwu was able to secure that 1 kill onto Bin.
You can see all of those gold leads, Viper, Knight and Shun leading the way by significant margins. They're in fantastic positions. I think Viper as well with that BF sword and that pickaxe in inventory can't be miles away from an Infinity Edge, especially considering Smash has already completed his. I'll note, however, that Viper has gotten the steel caps as the Caitlyn, where it's just brown bags right now for Smash.
Yeah, that's it. And the Essence Reaver Navori Flickerblade are a little bit cheaper than an Infinity Edge Hex Optics as well. So that's why it's going to take Viper a little bit longer, despite having that 1.1k gold advantage. And like you said, completed boots versus not completed boots. On looking for more.
Doesn't throw the Tempered Fate. Was trying to see whether someone overstepped. Won't happen. Minute until Dragon and Smash in Korea manage to hold their nerve, and BLG don't decide to pull the trigger.
That's it. Both teams have 4 flashes on either side as well, so there's so much mobility, so much movement. Surely they want to try and fish it. Green angle.
The abscond, the abduct, and Showmaker has to scatter. Just about keeps himself alive. Knight smelled a kill there and can't quite get what he was looking for.
Well played by Showmaker to live there, but such a fantastic angle from Knight. The patience, he saw Showmaker alone and was like, I can take you 1v1, and he very nearly did if it wasn't for that stun coming through. But we're back to normalcy somewhat. We've got the Baron up in 15 seconds, the third Drake of the game in 30. So which team will go for what objective? I have to imagine DK will go for that Drake to try and get their third and get on to Soul Point. Because if you can get that Soul, that Infernal, you have a win condition online. Your damage is serious, almost exponentially improved, increased here.
Is going to have to go through the tier 1 here. Rocket Belt's away to drop some turret aggro. Knight looking for it, but they are therefore giving up this dragon. Likely Knight flashes in, looking for the Abscond of Dark to get some damage down. That's good from the side of Shiwu. Knight left low, but not down. Keeps trying to heal. The Between Worlds is there. Across the Veil as well. Abscond of Dark to the Kingmaker. Tries to make this work. This is a bad word from Shiwu at all. The 1v1, though, eventually goes the way of BLG's mids.
I feel like Shiwu did a great job there. Bin goes in, Equalizer dropped.
On to Lucid of all job people as well. The jungler left at about half. Slight fumble of my words, but Lucid just about survives is the gist of it. Yeah. Towards the dragon, though, go BLG.
That's it. They get that priority because they're able to poke the jungler of DK away. So they're going to be able to slow down DK's dragon stacking here. They take the third Drake of the game, which is also an Infernal. But look at the damage as well. Shiwi putting in so much work at 14.5k.
Lucid again just threatened a little more, won't quite go down. Smash does try to go forwards there with a relentless pursuit. Flash in from On, gets the stun. Damage onto Lucid! And the jungler's dead. Korea now in danger. Knight over the wall, the Abscond, the Abduct. The damage keeps rolling. Scattered back, just about surviving a Showmaker. The damage can't quite be found. And they'll lose their mid-tier 1, but it's only the one member for D+ Gear, but everyone else on blinking health bars. Baron alive, but I don't think BLG feel quite that bold.
BLG take the life of Lucid and they take the mid-tier 1, so still a great fight for them, even if they didn't get everything that they wanted. Ben looking for an angle onto Shiwu here, having to play respectfully. But importantly, when that fight broke out, it was a 5v4. Shiwu was still dead from the previous fight over on the top side of BLG when Knight solo boloed him here. Shiwu just trying to clear some waves out, and the next objective still on the Rift is that Baron.
Soul Point denied, gold lead extended, no turret still for D+ Gear. This map is so frustrating for them to walk through, especially now that BLG with this Bard, with this Pantheon, can just turn up from very odd angles with Magical Journeys and Tempered Fates and Grand Starfalls to boot.
Yeah, that's it. There's a lot of playmaking ability on the side of Billy Gaming here. And we do take a look at the gold bounties that are up. Shun nearly 700, Knight 400, Viper 300. So these guys, there's a lot of standing gold. Shun is 5-0-1 right now and is matching the CS of Lucid too. Lucid, unfortunately, has died twice. So he has the Sundered and the Black Cleavers, but that's it. He hasn't completed his boots and he's half an item behind Shun. So there's a lot of power there in that Pantheon.
He's currently 2 levels behind as well. A camp should make that just the 1, but it's still not a great space to be in.
Yeah, Knight also having that half-level advantage over Showmaker right now. Almost everybody except the supports are on their second level of their ultimates, so the poke coming through is dangerous. Shadow Flame collected for Shiwu there as well. That could be a one-shot combo if they can find a fantastic angle.
Yeah, not quite the level 16 where the ult gets a bit stronger. Worth noting as well, Showmaker 2 stacks away of those Splinters of Wrath from that 100, and therefore the execute on the unleashed power. Maybe that can be a difference maker here.
We're fighting over the red buff again.
Syndra's over by tier 2, so she can't pull it away this time. But Lucid secures it nonetheless.
I was looking for that. I'm like, I don't see Showmaker. There's no way they're going to pull that buff away. But they bring the numbers and they get the red buff, which is now on Lucian. But they've got so much vision around the backside of this Baron pit. BLG has at least 4 wards in here. DK, they know it though. They're moving in to clear this vision out. So BLG have no information when they go for that Baron. We do see Knight though. He's lurking patiently, might be looking for another play on the Showmaker.
He has been trying to find these ambush moments from the bushes, from other spots, been very active on the map, down some CS, but still up in the gold, having been pretty active in general.
Yeah.
And half until Infernal Dragon.
I'm loving this game. We're 24 minutes in. It's a 6.5k gold lead to BLG. DK go in.
On's in danger, gets knocked up and immediately blasted. Signs of life.
On is wiped away from the face of the Rift, but it's only a support. We've got Knight on the top side pushing in against that top side tier 2. DK forced to respond despite having that numbers advantage. There's no objective for them to go for on that bot side.
We've been too risky to go towards that Baron. I guess the tier 2 falls, so in the end it sort of becomes on for Baron. Lucid thinks about staying on the Gromp because I don't know about that. Too dark and too dangerous when it's full of Shun and Bin. Shiwu still in this top side, bot side rather, clearing away that wave. Should be safe.
The Rift is dark and full of horrors, and Lucid is gonna respect that one. He walks out of there, and Dallasly with his life, because Bin and Shun, they were there. They were ready to go after this jungler because the timing is great. With that Drake up in 45 seconds, now is the time you want to get those flashes. Now is the time you want to kill the enemy jungler and give yourself that key advantage in these objective fights. Baron's still up at the 25th minute, though. No one looking for it.
I'm not seeing third items yet for BLG, and that means this is probably about as playable as it gets for D+ Kia in an even game state, assuming no mistakes. There is still Soul Point available if D+ Kia can get this, but they will need to secure it now, and they may just say, look, we can afford to give this one up and play to scale a little. Showmaker over that 100 stack.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, temper fake.
That's the one. Lucid left Golden, not taken out. They don't full send. Look at Knight, though, on the flank angle. Yet to pull the trigger. D+ Kia unaware right now of the Silas, thinking about coming from the flank angle.
Yeah, Knight does have a fantastic flanking angle. They've got wards down.
Oh,
the DK see him coming.
Smash slides away. Good relentless pursuit to escape. Flank dissuaded.
Yeah, there's a 1v1 happening on the bot side at the same time, though. Shiwu and Bin looking to try and tussle, get some advantage here. Cullen goes
down.
out.
On's left low, but not down. Surviving for now, but it's 5% HP. If that D+ Kia, maybe that's enough. They're in the river.
It feels like any fight could go any way here, and if you win, I know we're 26 minutes in, but it feels like it would decide the game because of the way these two are tussling, the way these two are fighting, conserving their gold for these items. ZK Smash, he's trying to push in, get some priority there. First to the Drake here. They've got the vision control and in the position.
6,000 gold down, but with On sent back, it feels like D+ Kia might have an angle. A narrow one perhaps, but it's there. D+ Kia waiting in that bush, seeing where the Knight face checks. He's got a Breath of Life to immune some of the CC. Dragon down to 3,000.
There's so many layers to this fight. There's players everywhere.
Oh, it's taken by the Syndra Scout of the week. That gets Soul Point, but the fight after a danger. Lucid just about to survive it now. Flashing from On, they can't quite get the kill. And they get out alive.
The great heist of EWC 2026 just happened before our eyes. DK, they get the third Drake. They are on Soul Point, and they get away with their lives. It only costs an ultimate and a flash. You've got to be happy with that. But the Baron is up for the taking. Surely BLG want to look for this.
They've certainly rotated a few members over for DK, though. Soul Point secured. Can they survive another 4.5 minutes? Can they pull off the game one again? It's a bigger gold lead they're up against. It's a more frustrating team, I would argue, in the later stages to manage, but the hope stays alive. The game isn't done. The fight wasn't lost. The dragon is secured.
Bin patiently waiting in these bushes. Shiwu surely knows what's up. He's advancing forward. Bin's getting ready here.
Look at Shun. He's coming down really fast. He's trying to get here to be in range for a Grand Starfall. Ult for ult as it stands. The Rocket Belt in. Looking for another one. There's an Electro Harpoon to the Flash. Shiwu in danger. Flashes in turn.
Flash for flash, you've got to be happy with that. Shiwu stays alive, but a great patient play from Bin there, trying to take out a member of DK, trying to claw back any advantage here. BLG, they've maintained this 6.5k gold lead now for quite some time. DK doing an excellent job.
He's nearly in danger there. Knight over the wall, thought about it. The abscond was used, but the abduct was held. And Lucid gets to put those wards away.
And that's it. Shun still 5-0, hasn't died. Knight hasn't died. Viper hasn't died. The significant serious damage dealers haven't died, and Shun just picked up a GA. He's never going to die, barring some miraculous mistake coming out of these players here. DK up against it. Vision control coming through around the backside of that Baron pit. They have to know that Baron is a serious objective. If they don't get it soon, in 3 minutes time, it's going to be, do you go for that Baron or do you go for that Soul?
3 items for Knight, 2.5 for Bin, 3 for Shun. The AD carries are at least matched, but this is a difficult position for D+ Kia with that item discrepancy.
And something of worth note as well, DK have not taken a single turret of BLG's. BLG can push up hard, heavy,
Hang on.
and fast.
On court, the unleashed power! Showmaker scatters on, and he is left weak at the knees.
Numbers advantage to DK, and they know it. They're going to advance here in this mid lane. There's a 1v1 tussle on that bot side over there, but DK know that they can strike now. Like you said, before those 3 item completions come through, but they're unable to get through the snap trap line of the Caitlyn.
Knight's being collapsed on. He's in a 5v1. Oh,
Spotted
no.
out.
Arguably the best player in the world right now. So much danger. Goes Golden. Where is the rest of BLG? The Remember Down, and Knight in the mid lane is taken out by Smash.
DK are finding the angles. They're finding the ways in. They've cut the gold lead by 2K. They're not able to do anything with it right now, though. They are recalling. Lucid looking to clear the vision. BLG know that the jungler is certainly going to move over there, but they've got the wards. They can see the Baron. They know it's not under threat. They've got time.
Some cracks just beginning to show here, Logan. BLG were 6,000 gold up, but they lose the Dragon. They get picked off a couple members there as they're setting up in the mid lane. It doesn't cost them Baron yet, as On may be in a dangerous position himself, but does manage to just get out there with a magical journey.
Just wanted to get that ward down, nearly costing him his life. On has been caught twice now. If On keeps doing this, this could be the doorway for DK to get back in. And the more time Shiwu has, the more possible just an ult one-shot combo can take out the damage dealers of BLG here. Been doing an excellent job of keeping Shiwu in lane though, so he's not able to get out onto the rift and have that impact. We take a look again at those turrets. Every single one of BLG's is still up. That's a lot of standing gold for DK to be able to catch up on if they're able to get them down, but the snap trap lines prove defensive.
They are 40 seconds on the soul. 5,000 gold is the advantage. Well, 4.5 now. Let's be fair to D plus Kia. It's more playable than it was.
Yeah, we did just see a TP coming through from Knight. He's just answering Shiwu on that bot side.
They're looking to get to Shiwu. They're looking to go onto the flank. Shiwu in danger between worlds he goes. He's trying to TP out. Knight interrupts. He absconds and he abducts with Shiwu's hope of escape. The blast cone is there, but there's a shield vault. And the Aurora, well, she's rabbit meat. It's rabbit hunting season.
Shiwu trying to get those fancy feet, trying to buy time, but it was such a heads-up play from BLG to 2v1 onto Shiwu in that bot side. They do commit that ult, they do commit that TP, so they lose a little bit of mobility here, but it buys them that numbers advantage at the critical moment. That Drake is up, that Baron is up. BLG have started it, but I love that DK recognize it and they're not going to contest.
The problem is it's now 35 seconds and no teleport on Shiwu and the respawn. This is going to be a 5v4 around the Baron.
Yeah, and this is the intelligent gameplay coming out of BLG. They get the numbers advantage when both objectives are up so that they can take both of them with those serious numbers advantages. Siwu, 20 seconds left. BLG keeping DK away. They're getting vision control. They're getting priority.
On a flank, looking to potentially catch someone out as D plus Kia must enter the river, must get past these snap traps somehow, some way. It feels like this is their final moment. They must roll the dice, weight it against them, though it is.
Yeah, weighted against them because of the wallet differential, because of the hand sniff coming through. The equalizer goes down.
It's dangerous, but Lucid chunked out. That's frustrating. That's your jungler. He's tempered fate. He's got no opportunity to get to the Baron. And BLG secure it for free. Knight in the mid lane. Flash away. The stolen between worlds. Viper takes out Lucid. Bingo's golden. Shiwu is here, though. Maybe they can pick up the Rumble, who flashes away. Showmaker with a shotgun. Scatter. Smash. Shuts down Viper. BLG on retreat. Need to get out. They have the Baron to their name, but D plus Kia don't go quietly at the end of the fight.
3 members of BLG get away with that Baron buff. It is Knight on the Silas, it is Shun on the Pantheon, and on that Bard, who will still be able to put in the work. They will still be able to siege the base of DK, but DK are still putting up a fantastic fight. That Baron power play, it's negative for BLG right now. Look at this snap trap line. DK cannot get over it. That equalizer, so much zoning, so much spacing coming through from BLG, and they don't even need to kill Lucid, they just need to stop him getting in, and that tempered fate did exactly that. But it's a bonus that they get his ultimate. It's a bonus they get that kill. And here's where DK turns it around. They force Bin to go golden. Scatter the weak is fantastic because Shiwu's able to get over the wall and full combo Bin.
2 for 1, but the Baron to BLG. They will get to respawn. Knight here now. Look at Shiwu. Remember, still got the flash, but no teleport. Shun is here. The TP in from Showmaker. Looking for the angle. The scout of the week is there, and that puts Shun into a horrible spot. DK down Baron, down 4,000 gold, but still finding picks.
BLG overstepping, BLG getting overly confident here. They lose another Baron-empowered member of their team. They're only down to 2. DK have the numbers advantage here on this top side, and they are looking to drive it home. That is a massive wave. BLG forced to respond. A TP coming in from Bin.
Signs of life from DK, signs of panic from BLG. DK are not giving up easy. They have been so resilient across EWC, and here against one of the very best in the world are not going quietly. They were down 6,000 gold. They've been down Baron, and yet still they refuse to die.
That 6k gold lead cut down to 2. What was previously no turrets, they've picked up 3 of them. DK refused to go down here. They've got that vision control as well through their top side and BLG's top side, so they know what Shun is doing. He's back up in 2 seconds, but there's only 2 Baron-empowered members of BLG. They've been unable to do anything.
Tempers his own fate, it doesn't matter.
He's caught again.
Bin's in danger as well, he gets knocked up. Lucid, 0-3, it doesn't matter. Double for Showmaker.
DK get 2 members of BLG. There's only 1 Baron-empowered member, which is Knight. They've lost 4,000 gold.
The gold goes down to 1k alone. There is not just blood in the water, it's crimson in truth.
The TP, they're going for it. 5 members of DK are sieging the base of BLG.
The last hope of the LPL in danger of being snuffed out. 3v5 DK can maybe, just maybe do it. The wave clear is there. They'll back away. Inhibitor is there. Gold lead somehow for DK on the retreat now, but BLG, they had it in their hands. This game was theirs. The series was theirs. And they throw it all away.
DK not overstepping. They know the limits. They saw that snap trap. They knew they lost the wave and they had no more pushing power. They will take that recall. DK, after 36 minutes, have found their way back into this game. The gold is negligible. There's no difference here. Drake up in 30 seconds. It could be the Infernal Soul for DK if they're able to secure it. The next Baron, another 2 away. BLG, they have to get control. They have to get vision to prevent this Drake.
They're in the river first, but there are a couple wards here for DK. GA for Smash, GA for Lucid. Nearly full build for Smash, who was right back in it.
Yeah, 223, 400 CS there on that Lucian. Level 17. There's a level advantage for Knight over Showmaker, Bajun over Lucid, but Shiwu is level 20 over Bin as well. Advantages.
Scatter! They're getting onto 1 on left low, but not dead this time. They still managed to get down onto Shun, who is desperately low, 20% HP, and DK maybe again can keep on rolling. Shun will need to reset or find a camp to heal.
Knight's coming down though. It could be a pincer maneuver. He was able to push Shiwu away, who had to recall. The numbers advantage to BLG. They're just delaying. They're buying time for Knight to find a way in.
Trap
the
line is
Drake
there.
less than half.
On trying to keep the way, the jungler. He's gone golden. They need to win the spike fight, and it is won by Shun. The fight after, though, is another seed in Filey! The Aurora comes in. Buddy with a gun. Shotguns down Viper. Bin and Knight alone have to hold the hopes of the LPL.
DK!
But it's going through their hands. Water, sand in the hourglass.
DK are doing it. DK are beating BLG, the LPL's #1 team, who came second at MSI 2026. It's 5 versus 1 for another 20+ seconds.
To the Nexus they go. Bin alone is put in his namesake. The last hope of the LPL snuffed out. D plus Kia, go forwards.
Parlez-vous français, are you not entertained? EW 2026 last quarter final delivers an absolute monstrous series. BLG's key will now be crushed by D plus Kia.
One way or another, this team is magic. Sometimes it looks bad. Sometimes it gets you to a semi-finals. D plus Kia, from 6,000 gold down, from a Baron down, take out LPL first seed, who not so long ago people were talking about a golden road for.
Well, they had a golden road, but it is going to be crushed here at EWC, and it will go into that boulevard of broken dreams with everybody else littered by the wayside as DK move up to the semi-finals tomorrow. I don't know how they did it. The fans don't know how they did it. They're crying. I'm about to cry because that was a win for all time.
The LPL's last hope goes home. BLG go home. D plus Kia manage a wonderful, wonderful series that will go down in EWC history. It's pretty special. You look at the players like Showmaker there. How many scatter the weak did that man find? How good has this man been for so long?
And if I may say, as my last game here at EW26, and I believe yours as well, Initialize, it has been a pleasure. It has been a joy getting to cast with you all week, but this game as well. What a special moment to share here at EWC 2026 at the Kadia City Battleground to watch DK come back against BLG.
It feels like every match that's played here is a 50-50 chance it's an upset. Everyone and anyone can lose. It was going to be a tough schedule for so many of these teams who had MSI so recently, but for D plus Kia, the magic continues, the run continues. Valdez in the desk, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. I can hardly believe my eyes and my ears as D plus Kia come back from over 6,000 gold behind. I was watching that game, and I still don't know how they managed to do it. But D plus Kia are moving on to the semifinals against Gen G tomorrow. Just incredible stuff. BLG had a massive lead, and again, from so far ahead, you know, there's always two sides to every story. D plus Kia, huge props to them, but BLG feels like they dropped the ball a little bit here, gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Jamada was right. Like, BLG is really good at losing this type of the game. It's so random. They were so ahead in only game, but it's just like really crazy that like there's so many factors that came in once that it actually make me able to DK can actually come back. Like it wasn't even like one. It was like so many plays that were so blunder for BLG. But the thing is, like, I think today also I think DK the main reason why I think the DK were actually on the form, not like, you know, like this is a kind of, I would say, like what DK can bring if the enemy teams are not actually making clean game. Like this team has a momentum that actually win against good team. Like just look at the squad. Like Showmaker's there. It's like he's still playing like so well in the entire this series. And I think the Syndra was like actually really nice pick against this many melee champion for the draft wise. I think also Shield, especially like this game, I think he played quite well. And I think everyone really tried hard this game. So it was really good to see.
I'm glad you had so much to say, Huni, because I think if I say much more, there might be some problems. No. I'm thanking you, truthfully. I'm not going to really try to contain my disappointment in BLG. But what I will do is I very much will credit DK, because the overall experience difference between these two rosters is gargantuan. And to come back from what was realistically an insurmountable game state gold lead, this is a game DK had no business winning in almost any reality, apparently, except this one. And you can see how much it means to those guys sat in that chair, and just the ability, and I would imagine the leadership from Showmaker coming through in so many of those moments. Shiwa as well, stepping up huge in so many picks.
It was funny because I remember I closed the Game 2 desk and I was like, I don't know, Showmaker's kind of running out of picks. Syndra's very meta. He picks it up. I'm like,
tonight.
Oh yeah, like
tonight.
I think I should have probably known about that one, but yeah, I mean, just crazy stuff. I don't know how they managed it. And D plus Kia, they surprise us once again. We are going to have Showmaker on the stage now, standing by with Kitty and Maddox. Take it away.
Welcome everyone for the post-game interview. By my side, Showmaker from DK. Congratulations for eliminating Congratulations to Showmaker for eliminating the final standing LPL team from EWC 2026. How are you feeling?
일단 쇼메이커 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문으로는 이번 대회에서 남은 마지막 LPL 팀을 꺾으셔내셨습니다. 지금 소감이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
이제 경기 시작 전에 좀 모두가 BLG가 이길 거라고 예상했을 것 같은데 그 예상을 뒤엎고 저희가 승리해서 너무 기쁩니다.
Yeah, I think everyone felt that anticipating the results is going to be a BLG win. However, I'm really excited that we could make an upset here.
A major upset, especially with BLG's previous international result. Of course, going into our next series, you guys will be versing against Gen G, the title defenders of 2025. Do you have any words for Chovy in the mid lane?
이제 다음 상대로는 4강에서 이제 타이틀 디펜더인 젠지를 만나시게 될 텐데요. 초비 선수에게 한번 뭐 말씀드린다면 어떤 말씀 드릴 수 있을까요?
정말 산 넘어 산인데요. 네. 초비 선수 이제 내일 좋은 승부해서 서로 좋은 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다.
Yeah, I mean it's another mountain over the mountain. But that being said, yeah, let's make a great game. Show the great performances here.
Of course, and we have so many fans in our secondary stage. Would you love to say merci beaucoup to the crowd for our Paris crowd?
진짜 오늘 많은 관중들이 또 디플러스 기아 경기를 보러 와주셨는데요. 이 경기장을 가득 메운 관중분들께 메르시 한번 외쳐줄 수 있을까요?
너무 많이 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사드리고 메르시. 네.
Thank you. That's everything from us.
Thank you so much, guys, on the stage, Kitty, Maddox, and of course, Showmaker for the big victory. I like how he, the first thing he addresses is like, most people probably predicted BLG to win this one.
Yeah.
And he gets it. He knows his own team. He's very self-aware, and yet they were the better team today.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a player, I think you always understand what the realistic odds are coming into a series. I'm sure
sometimes. Sometimes.
You know, I think you'll know, right? Like, even if you have full belief in yourself, you'll know what people are thinking. And regardless of that, I mean, Showmaker time and time again has defied odds. It's been half his career doing that. So, yeah, I'm just very, again, excited for DK. I think this is obviously a huge moment for them. And, hey, you never know. You know, Gen G, sure, they've looked scary here. It's not below them this year to lose games.
Yeah, I mean, it's 100%. It doesn't mean, I mean, they are playing same group, same actually stage, the same matches. They, of course, they deserve to win. Like, sure, I mean, they indeed, that they take away, like, I think really positive way. They are really favored. So what should we do? What should we do for the next game? I think I could actually see from the preparation, like, they were not really 100% confident, like, going in this match, of course, but I don't think they were scared, like, how they playing. Like, they wanted to actually just show all of it, what they got. Because if they lose today, like, that match, like, they just go home, like, that's what you don't want to see. So, and also, like, I was really appreciated, like, both team and also fans, like, going really crazy for this game, and it was banger series.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that was going on during this series. Like, we were watching Lucity bought Merc Treads at 36 minutes into the game against Kate Bard, Silas, Rumble, and Pantheon. Like, I feel like there were a lot of nerves. They had to play on stage in front of a European crowd against G2 and beat them 2-0. And now they come here against BLG, and the main stage finished, and everybody moved over here for game 3, and they make this massive comeback under all this pressure. It's like, I just don't know how they managed to get through it.
Especially after the G2 series. I'll tell you what, this crowd is taking no prisoners. If they have a team they're supporting that team significantly.
Yeah.
The T1, anytime T1's been on that stage, T1 fans going crazy.
Yeah.
And yeah, here, even once the A stream series finished, this was we might as well have been in Korea. Yeah, as far as the crowd's concerned. But that helps teams get across the line. Huni will tell you, you make a play, you hear the rumble underneath your feet from the crowd cheering. It pumps you up, and that had to have been again another one of those factors for them that really helped them, you know, stay the straight line.
Yeah, I mean, I think though, you know, it really depends on, like, it could be bad. It could go bad. It could go wrong because like dealing with the pressure amount, like it's actually not easy. Like you're playing in front of like at least like how many people? Like at least I think there was 1,000 people here. It's it's small.
And we cannot stress enough how many people came over here to watch that game.
Oh, it was wonderful to experience. Obviously. For us.
Yes.
And for all the DK fans, we saw some pretty crushed BLG fans, and unfortunately, they are now out. Yeah. You were one of them. I saw you. And yes, BLG will have their key crushed. Showmaker, last time when he crushed G2's key, he took the handle clean off.
Wait, did he? I missed
he
that.
did.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
And now this time, he's got it down with the second key crush.
You know,
it didn't explode this time.
That's what I was about to say. No loud bang.
Yeah.
Maybe he was more careful this time.
I think so too.
I can imagine. Producers, Showmaker, please this time a little bit softer, lads.
It was. I didn't hear any sounds. It was really smooth.
Wow, it really did just crack.
Yeah. Huh. Interesting. And that's BLG. Your MSI finalist is out here in the round of 8.
Yep.
1 best of 3.
Yep.
Against D plus Kia. And D plus Kia's run to get here has been through some really strong teams under a lot of pressure in front of massive crowds that were, at least on the main stage, going against them.
Yep.
And now they go up against Gen G, who, yes, they're looking strong as well. They're looking in form, but also I feel like had an easier road to get here based on what we've seen. I mean, they took down JDG, who is good, but is not BLG. So very curious about, how those two teams, Gen G and DK now, are going to feel going up against each other. Maybe DK makes it interesting again.
Recently, League of Legends is a lot about form on the day.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so as much as I would, very recently, as a matter of fact, and as much as I would like to say, yeah, clean Gen G 2-0, frankly, who knows? After what we just watched.
You really can't not know. Like, I think it's like really hard to say everything since now. Like, I think because everything was on the secret. Like, they didn't attempt an international tournament.
No.
I mean, this BLG team is like, you're a finalist. And also DK was considered as a not top tier team in LCK. And right now it's like, how I would judge this form is like, they are considered for sure as a top team. Like, I wouldn't say they're much better. It's just like they could be easily in the like top 4. I can strongly say like top 5. That is like doable against Gen G at this moment. I think
it's definitely doable. I think if we had predictions, I would probably predict DK.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, like you said, form on the day. I think DK's road was more difficult to get here.
100%.
You know what?
I would say DK are favored.
On the main stage, I mean, obviously here they definitely had the fan support here. I reckon tomorrow they'll probably have the fan support as well over Gen G in the main stage. I could see that.
Yeah,
100%.
Underdog feeling as well.
Underdog, and I just think in general,
there's a lot of Showmaker fans.
Yeah, Showmaker, Canyon. On the other side, I guess.
I mean, the crowd
were do a little bit of
the head-to-head
of pulling for the crowd work. Yeah,
I mean, crowd were crying. She was crying, like dude, she was so happy that like DK actually just managed to win this game, this series. I mean, it'll be even better for tomorrow if that actually happens. So I can't wait to see.
I even saw a fan who had the old school Damwon gaming jersey with
like 2019
with Nuggery's name.
Yeah, right.
And I was like, she's so based. That's awesome. Like, she's a real DK fan from back in the day, and now she's supporting them here in Paris. It's kind of awesome to think about. She's been a fan for a very long time. Yeah, People's Kia, crazy story. And we're going to see, obviously, more from them tomorrow. But, guys, we are done here on the secondary stream. The Qiddiya City Battleground is over for now. So thank you so much for watching us during this entire tournament. Make sure you are tuning in tomorrow for the main stage games. The semifinals will begin once again for EWC 2026. But from us, thank you so much and have a good night.
BB have itemized here and kind of played around this idea of, you know, yeah, if they can toss burst this Kez at the start of the fight, it's going to be rough, but we're making that as difficult as possible to do. Right. And it might get to a point where you can kind of just run these other cores in a little loosely, like we're just going to throw the Centaur and the Slardar and see what's happening, and if Kirchich likes that fight, then he gets a guaranteed ability to join that without getting initiated on. If he doesn't like it, maybe you can either cut your losses or get out.
Divine Llama trying to take the outpost, gets stopped by Save. Surrounded by the wards, Avalanche on 2, though. That's a really good setup. If they have some follow-up damage, it'd be really nice, but Miro still got off the cart, put the Kez inside of it, and drives them away. The BKB was used by GPK. Enigma Galaxy, a fishing expedition. They got something out of BB team, but they can't really chase.
Still looking for the Daedalus plus buyback on Sumail. He's trying to save for both here. Will be a big damage upgrade front line.
It's a shame for Enigma Galaxy that they don't have better things to follow up that Avalanche. Right, it's like the only AoE disabled that they really have that works with that is going to be the Bushwhack. But then also, at the same time, Timbersaw, when he goes in, he's going to be cutting down all these trees.
It's not
so
easy.
It's kind of awkward.
Ideally, you lead a fight with a multi-hero Bushwhack. I mean, that kind of goes without saying.
It would be.
But then at least the combo chain is a lot easier to execute here. See if Omar can find the opening. Still BB in control of the network, in control of this game.
Level 25 Kez gets the +1 Echo Slash attack, so
yeah.
You're going to need some repositioning tools for these heroes. They can't afford to get hit by all 3 of those.
It's just incredibly debilitating.
This mid tower still up, and Sumail doesn't want to let it stay up any longer as he put himself too far forward here. Tried to hit the Bushwhack. And Kez inside the cart actually tossed together away from Sumail, because Sumail, he needs the distance right now. All he's got is a harpoon to work with, trying to get away from these heroes. Oh, he's getting jumped. Nullifier placed onto him. He can't get away. He has to turn and fight. It's his only option, but these heroes are just too damn tanky. Sumail's eventually going to go down. It's up to the others of Enigma Galaxy. Devi's already cut down the Shadow Shaman. Now looking back to Katomi. 2 supports down. Devi getting a little stuck right now, though. That's no good. Now he's got 2 cores on top, and they burst him down nice and easy. It doesn't matter how much reactive armor you have against so much physical damage.
The second the Kez gets loaded in that cart, it looks rough because you're tiny committed on that front line. There's no way you can bail him out. There's no way you can kite that fight in the long run. And Sumail kind of just walked into it. I don't know if he was thinking he's just going to take that tier 1 and blink out, or
yeah, that was
they weren't there, but
odd.
He gets caught in a moment that he probably regrets giving him that opening.
And it's so close to some levels that I think do change things, right? Level 25 on Puck. That helps with this Octarine, you being able to spam out these spells even faster. Maybe some really long team fights. You can get double coils out.
All 3 of their course 25s are nice. They add up in these long fights. There's another nice coil, some decent damage, but it's not doing a lot on its own. No Ags, no Divine. We're not in that territory yet.
Going to be 2 lanes of barracks, easy for BB team. Enigma Galaxy on their last hope here.
They are just continuing to build the tank. Like Heart Slardar, Vlad's Undying. Everybody's such a difficult target in this game.
Saint, you're going to run out of damage.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Great Bushwhack here. You disjoint this a little bit and you toss that lawnmower onto your Timbersaw. Like, you deal with that thing. I don't want any business with it. But you still don't have the Daedalus on the Tiny here. He was holding on to 4,000 gold. So like, you're holding gold for buyback, but you're taking the fight in a place where even if you buy back, I don't think you can get here fast enough to make a difference.
Also, it seems like they have damage issues right now. So can you really afford not to buy out this Daedalus?
That's a big question mark on this fight. Like, you do get to clean up some of the backline here with the mobility. That part looks good. But again, it takes so damn long. It's still sitting on 4,700 gold. Didn't die on Courier or something, right? He's just trying to get the buyback plus the Daedalus here. Refuses to buy out, but I think you have to.
So very close to it. But if you get that damage item, and in the process, Kez picks up another extra life. Roshan Roar is going to stall things a bit here, and BB team are not going to be caught inside this pit.
This is the Roshan where you don't really just want to force it anymore if you're EV. You're looking for the fight off of the objective force. You're trying to get Nigma Galaxy to bite the bait and come in a little bit so you can get some nice angle. They're going to smoke and look exactly for that with a big flank. There is a high ground defensive ward from Nigma. They have two, in fact, on this area. So it is a good place for them to fight. If they can break the smoke on a ramp, try and get a quick stun off. You have buybacks into the outpost. Could work out well for you if BB do not execute well.
I love that they're getting away from this secret shop high ground cliff area, going all the way around. And now, the Shivas pops, they spot the bait. That's just who they wanted. With the nullifier already out on him, GH is dead. Jump in from Lordov, trying to clear out some of these heroes. BKB activated from safe, managed to get the hold on Smail.
Look at the focus.
BKB, and there's that focus.
Instant buy.
You've got the buyback, and now you're going to have to use it and win this fight. It's your only option. A jump onto the Omar, Hoodwink, he's dead next. Smail comes in with his BKB and starts laying into both Kiritich and
He's just dying again.
Losing this fight, he can't win it anymore. He doesn't have the damage, and BB team, they're just too big, too bad, too tanky, too much to handle for Nigma Galaxy, and they will win out this fight and win out the game. Devi is their last hope, and he last man down for a Kiritich rampage.
The damage from this Kez is out of control. The second he gets loaded in the cart, there's just like nothing you could do. You just run him out of the coil. There's no control that can go onto the Kez. The Bane died very early on. He is just swinging this katana over everybody at almost 12,000 damage.
And one of the melee heroes that looks really good with the card, because if they get the save and he gets off the Raptor Dance, it's a full heal for him, and they can drag that Raptor Dance right over Nigma Galaxy and claim the 2-0.
This is a team I think has been a little underestimated in this event. Like, they are looking better and better every series we see them. They understand the meta. Their drafts are very strong. They can cheese you with some good last picks. You know, they always have that Huskar mid. They have the Arc Warden, some random stuff that can come out. Miro plays a lot of these summons heroes in the offlane. It's not easy to keep all the threats in mind to get a good draft. And then even when you do, we haven't seen this team really lose lanes. They're a very difficult team to beat on lane, so you can't really run them over. Okay, well then we have to out-team fight it. Yeah, but then it's like we saw here, it's not an easy team to out-team fight. They're very mechanically skilled. They have good angles on those smokes. They understand how to play around the objectives, not force it too much, kind of bait enemies in, then take the fight. I mean, that's a fight into outpost, into enemy vision, into the buybacks, and they don't drop a single hero.
Great.
Like, that's disgusting execution. So they are in form right now. They're going to be a tough team to beat here as we go deeper into the event. Man, they're looking to win it all.
And they're looking very, very good, and with a very definitive win over Nigma Galaxy. This is really the only misstep I feel like BB team had over this whole series. I feel like it was very disciplined play. That was just the one go. This was one of the worst looks for Nigma Galaxy, trying to go on this Lordor and just coming very close to getting the kill, but not good enough. And even if you did, you end up losing 3 for it. I had to go back to, you had this Timbersaw who was so strong. Devi Llama secured an advantage, but it didn't feel like the team utilized the Timbersaw that well in this early to mid game.
I felt like you couldn't stand on the front line. Like, either the fight is being split and they're both assassinating the back lines of the fight, or it's not just him anchoring it. I also think a lot of this game was decided, let's be real. The first tier 1 for Nigma Galaxy went down at 25 minutes.
Yeah.
How many of the deaths were preventable if you had some earlier tier 1s? How many of this map would have opened up for a hero like Puck, for a hero like a Blink Tiny who's trying to get pickoffs? You couldn't get the lanes in deep. You're dying trying to get this tier 1. You just don't have the space to work with.
Absolutely. It has been a clean 2-0 from BB team. We can go up stage now for our winners interview.
Thank you so much, Cap and SVG. I am here with GPK. Can we get a little noise, please? Congratulations, sir. Heck of a match. You got to be feeling pretty good right now, am I right?
I speak on Russian?
Yeah, sure, please.
Да все отлично, просто чувствую себя хорошо. Фокон вылетели, так что думаю, надеюсь, что мы хорошо пойдем по сетке.
Yes, all marvelous, all good. The headphones are off, and I believe that we will continue moving forward with the grid.
All right, fantastic. I want to talk to you a little bit about the Lina. I mean, we saw this today. It's like deja vu. Game 1, big Lina plays from the last series. Same with you today. Were you copying, or was this your plan to come in?
Нет, мы не копировали. Я на линии, в принципе, очень давно начал играть. Я прочувствовал, что в этом герое есть, как-то высокая сила. Но я играю другим билдом, и мне кажется, в каком-то плане это сильнее даже в компетитив доте. Но это лично мое мнение.
Well, no, we were not copying. It's just that with Lena, I've been playing for quite a while. It's just that we tilted and sort of deviated the strategy there and there. But yes, indeed, it was a mesmerizing experience to do that today.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk a little bit about Slardar. Would you recommend people do this at home? Because I don't see anybody play this hero like you.
Просто да, научиться дома это делать, потому что я, честно говоря, никогда как вы делаете это здесь.
Ну, лично я ненавижу этого героя, но нашей команде он подходит, и вроде у нас получается с ним побеждать, так что why not?
Honestly speaking, I hate this hero.
No!
But without that hero, our team can win, so that's why we are using him for sure.
Dang, sometimes you gotta do what you hate for victory. Fair enough. All right. Well, we saw Vici earlier today. We saw their 2-0. Now we saw your 2-0. You're up against them next. Very similar series. What do you think is going to happen in the next one? Is it going to be another 2-0 or will they present a challenge?
We just destroy them.
You will destroy them! I don't need a translation for that! All right! Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the best mids in the world, GPK. Thank you so much. And let's get your team up here, gentlemen. It is time. Don't leave! I need you. You must stay. We got a key to crush, my friend. Come on up, come on up. Now, one of you has to be the key crusher. Who would it like? Oh, yeah, let's go, baby. Who's crushing this key? Who's it going to be? We can even give it to our boy over here. No. GPK, you crushing?
Yeah.
Yeah, boy, let's go. It's time for the crushing. Open the doors. Nigma Galaxy's time has come to an end. The copium flows upon the floor as it dissolves as quickly as it came. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. GPK, please, to our keymaster, gather around as best you can, boys. We're about to see Nigma go down. Hit it, my friend. Here comes the crush. Hopes, dreams. The world weeps, and they say, yeah, baby, all the way. Oh, hell yeah. There we are. Let it go. But you got it. Let it go. You're killing them. Thank you. Oh, fantastic. Okay, like a fine wine, we shall present the key to you. You must say yes. It is crushed enough for your expectations. Crush them in real life, just like in the game. Go ahead, please inspect the key. Is it crushed enough? Good?
Nice.
Nice! All right, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, goodbye to Nigma Galaxy. Hello to BBT. Moving on. Let's give it one more time for the boys. There we go. And we'll shoot it back to the panel.
A dominant 2-0 here on the main stage. BBT move forward, guaranteed top 4 here at EWC for Dota 2. They will have Vici Gaming to go up against next. But let's break down this game we just witnessed, because it was a more even draft, which is what we wanted from Nigma Galaxy. And still, it's BB Team that dominated this game.
Yeah, I think we just saw 2 different caliber of teams today. Obviously, Nigma lost the series, and I don't feel like we saw them at their best, but I also think BB Team did show their absolute best that they've been working towards this entire year, and it's nice to see a team that has historically done well during the regular season that's now ramping up at the right time. It seems like they've fixed some classic issues for them, Mira.
Yeah, and I like that they came in today with very clear ideas and things that we didn't maybe see them do before, like the Naga Siren, and with their vision, they were able to execute it very well and very easily. In fact, it looked almost too easy in that game too, because the draft was a bit more even, but it did feel like they always had that one step in that mid game over Team Nigma, and you wouldn't expect it to be that way potentially, especially if there's a Timbersaw in the game versus that kind of heroes, but it wasn't even close.
It was not, and you know, the kill score at some point, it looked kind of even, but at the end of the day, I think the majority of the skirmishes that we saw all took place either in the middle of the map or on the side of Nigma Galaxy. I felt like BB's side of the map was never, Brian, in contention.
Yeah, it feels like there's so many ways to lose the game right now. There's so many ways to lose the draft. And you talk about like what the game looks like, and Mira said earlier, the draft is half of it and executing is the other half. But for me, it's like, we saw the Shadow Shaman come out and we're wondering why Shadow Shaman? We've hardly seen this hero at all. And then Mira said, oh, it might be a preemptive counter to the puck. And it's like, when you have the answers already picked in your draft, and you also have a very run-at-you lineup, you're going to have decent lane matchups. You have Centaur, Slardar, Kez. If this is not the like signature low cooldown, we're going to be up in your face for the entirety of the game. I don't know what is. I just looking at the heroes on paper, I think they tried to pick Timbersaw as like a hero that can sustain through that or be durable enough, but I don't think there's such thing. And yeah, BB team, they just brought the heat constantly.
They made some really great plays too off the back of GPK Slardar, and he said in the interview he doesn't like playing the hero so much, but he'll do it for his team, and it was super valuable in this game because this Timbersaw that we talked about is like the one strong hero in Nigma's draft. At some point, he was just getting blink stunned by the Slardar, killed by that Kez, or blink stunned by the Centaur, and just getting that damage amped so much by Slardar's ulti that we couldn't really feel his presence in that early game. And then that cascaded into them just feeling really weak in the mid game on Nigma.
Yeah, a tough game for them for sure. Potentially the break that they had was killer as well, because we definitely did not see them at their best. But that's the reality of it. You have to be able to perform at any time on any stage, especially with single elimination. You got to do everything you can to be as prepared as you can be.
Yeah, I also think it's a bit of that extra flair of creativity. It's a combination of, it's like, yeah, GBK said they didn't steal it, but they weren't picking Lina earlier on in this event, and that means you have to be able to kind of take inspiration from what other teams are doing. And also, it's like GPK's always played Lina historically. It's not like he learned the hero for the sake of the game that he won today. It's this extra layer on top of the meta that we always talk about. You have a long group stage. You're already on like the 4th day of the playoffs, and the teams that I've been seeing winning, especially Vici Gaming with the upset earlier and BB Team as well, is they just seem to have that extra spark of creativity, the one little curveball that the other team didn't really factor in, and just played a huge role in the draft.
Yeah, you said, Brian, during the draft, you know, when the Centaur came out, this is for you the hero that is very much shaping the tournament, but there's another hero on the rise that is very much shaping this tournament. We saw yesterday Malady crush on it. I'm talking about the Undying. I believe there's a couple Undying clips that you want to highlight specifically because of this.
Yeah, I want to talk about the fact that teams like BB Team, they always have answers to what the other team is doing. In this game, we felt like Nigma Galaxy did not have answers. So in this first clip, you're just going to see that they're Fiends gripping the Slardar here, and there's a tombstone at the bottom of our screen. And this is meant to be a 3-man gang from Nigma Galaxy, but meantime, instead of being able to focus the Slardar, they feel like they have to back off and instead retreat. You have the Centaur, obviously, to stampede and take him to safety, get safe in position to lock down Lornoff on the puck. But this was kind of the story of every single play that Nigma tried to make when the game was still even. So if we take the next clip, you're going to see that kind of Omi, in order to take the tower, just lays a tombstone down. And I'm just going to fast forward a little bit through this as like Nigma Galaxy, they just avoid the tombstone entirely. They're lingering, they're lingering, they're lingering. They're going to wait for that tombstone to finally end. And they're like, okay, I guess we're now allowed to go. And they do manage to get the kill on Miro, but this is kind of the fight scenario that they're in, and this is a problem being posed by a 5-position hero, not a core. And this is an example of, okay, we're going to get a kill on save. Maybe a little bit of a missed bushwhack by Omar, but there's also a GH Bane coming in, and the tombstone save, and the puck. And I guess we're just going to walk away now is the option, and Save, who's a low HP support, gets saved by the tombstone. And the reason why it's so important, I think, to highlight this is because Nigma Galaxy had the Undying in game 1. They had the shard save, but the answers that BB Team drafted towards it, the Naga illusions to quickly kill it, the song to take it out, it's just such a different such a difference on paper when you naturally have those answers within the abilities of the heroes. You don't have to itemize around it or anything like that.
And he did all of that while also setting up his safe laner for success.
Of course.
We did also choose an MVP, and it is that safe laner. You got to give it to Kiritich in this series. Great Kez, great Naga Siren performance, Effie, well deserved.
Yeah, he played fantastically on that Kez. At some point, the game looked kind of stable in terms of how the lanes went, but the second Kiritich joined on his Kez, when he TP'd mid and got the fight, we're like, okay, he entered the game. And after that, it felt like any play that they made with their double blink setups in the Centaur, in the Slardar, Kiritich was there to dish out the damage. And this is a hero that I would say is in his like top 3 carry heroes, period. So you have to think about this Kez coming in. It's scary. And now you have to think about the Naga if you're a team that likes to run summons and likes to run Lycans and Beastmasters.
Yeah, I like Kiritich a lot. He kind of reminds me of Crystallis in the sense that he has these like signature heroes. Like he even picked Bloodseeker during the group stage. He'll just whip them out when it feels like a good game for them and he thinks it enables the team in some way. And then he also has like his meta staples that he's just gonna go to when it's just a good hero in the game, and he needs to be the one blind picking and setting up GPK. And this is Sumail, like, as well as Divine Llama, like all these meat shields that are supposed to be tanky strength heroes, they just don't look like it.
Sorry, I just watched Bane get one tapped. Like that's
the life that.
That's the life.
Yeah,
that is what happens. But this game, like as it progressed, it did feel like which team had the tankier heroes could take fights more easily. There was a double heart. There was one on the Slardar and there was one on the Centaur, and they were able to get gone on by the Tiny and then disengage pretty comfortably. Shout out to the cart as well from the Centaur. But they disengaged and they were able to go back in, whereas every time Nigma were gone on, the disengage was just the end of it. There was not really a comfortable way for them to kite around and take that fight.
Yeah, and just like that, we are losing one more team. Nigma Galaxy gets eliminated here, and for some final words on the team, we're heading over to GH.
Hello, I'm here with GH of Nigma Gaming. Guys, had a tough 2-0 right now. How you feeling?
Feeling good. Excited to be here.
Oh, okay. No bad feelings. You didn't expect to go farther. Just.
Of course, we would have wished to go further, but you know, it is what it is.
How do you feel like the break affected you guys? I've been talking about with other players. Amar felt that he was upset that he didn't get to play for 5 days. It felt like it made them rustier. Maybe. Do you feel like that affected you guys at all?
I wouldn't be able to say whether it affected us or not. It's a bit too random to quantify exactly what's the consequences of the break.
Gotcha. All right. Okay, well, let's talk about the games a little bit. Game 1, you guys got that Naga Siren that you had to play against. What was that like? Because it felt like, at least the analysts were thinking, felt like the perfect pick in that position.
Yeah, it was a really good pick, and it struggled us a bit, but I thought we had some good chances.
Okay. Game number 2, Slardar lineup, tons of minus armor, physical damage. That game was definitely a lot closer. What do you think was like the crucial parts in the game that led to your loss?
I think some team fights we didn't really execute them correctly, and then maybe a bit gameplay around the map was not ideal, so it cost us the game.
Gotcha. Well, I know you're captain positive. You're always generally happy. What's your outlook for the next couple of weeks as you prepare for TI?
I think we're going to take a small break for the moment, and then maybe in a week or so get back to the grind and then prepare harder for TI.
Okay, well, that sounds great. Any words for the fans out there? I know they're very happy to see you here. Excited you guys have more tournaments coming up.
Well, of course, thank you for the support as always. And I wish we can deliver more in the future.
All right, well, thank you for joining me, GH, and good luck in your upcoming tournament.
Thank you.
I think coming top 8 here for Nigma Galaxy is also a great promise for going forward. This iteration of the roster hasn't been around for that long, so maybe they get eliminated here, but top 8 is still a very strong result, Brian.
Yeah, I might be projecting a bit, but that was a less joyful looking GH than I'm used to seeing. Like, I know he was still remaining very positive, but I feel like I can tell in GH's way that loss did suck, quite frankly, that they wish to have gone further, and I'm sure they're happy to have been here and they're happy with their group stage performance, but I just feel like there is more for this team to give than what we saw in this best of 2, and I think anybody in his position, and also as a spectator, that we were rooting for them, not because we don't like BB team, but because Nigma finally might have been back. But yeah, it was just hard to watch that interview because I think GH such a positive influence on the scene, and you tell it took a little bit out of him here.
Yeah, but he mentioned they were going to take a break, which I think will be very good for them. Like, they qualified for TI, and that was quite the slugfest, and it taught them a lot, too. Here, they went 9-1 in their group, and, you know, losing to BB team, that's not anything to be ashamed of. They're such a strong team and could potentially make it all the way to the grand finals, and I think taking a break, resetting, you know, getting your reps in, maybe expanding your carry hero pool is going to help you a lot moving into TI.
Very, very true. It does leave us with 4 teams here in Paris. The top 4 is known: Yandex, P-Vision, Vici Gaming, and now also BB Team joining that top 4, meaning we can already kind of gauge what potentially might happen, because we know guaranteed either BB Team or Vici is in the grand final. Same thing goes for Yandex and P-Vision. And I just want to quickly look ahead a little bit. Of course, tomorrow is when the semifinals will happen. Brian, your thoughts on them?
My thoughts are that during the group stage, I thought Team Yandex and P-Vision were just a far above all, like with the way that they were just absolutely destroying their groups. It wasn't just wins, they were absolutely manhandling everybody. So we talked about Team Yandex versus Team Spirit being like the potential quarter grand finals. I also think this is grand quarterfinals was what it was. I think this is basically the grand semifinals, and that's not trying to take away anything from BB versus Vici, but I do believe the winner of that series will inevitably be the underdog going into the finals.
Well, we gotta touch upon BB versus Vici as well, because I think Vici Gaming already here, top 4 FE, it's a success story.
It is a success story. I'm so excited. I mean, XM mid slurk today, enough said. Like, they're feeling themselves. Like, at some point watching Vici during this EWC, at the start of it, I felt like they didn't have that much confidence in themselves. They weren't willing to really go outside of the box with their hero picks. They were kind of picking, you know, cookie cutter heroes for Jin Q, for XM. But as they collected a couple of wins and made it through that survival stage, all of a sudden, there's the position for Zeus farming 2 rapiers. There's the mid slurk for XM. I think they're going to take that confidence going into the series versus BB tomorrow.
Yeah, BB also looked very scary today, so curious to see what Vici Gaming is going to come up with tomorrow. But of course, all those semifinals will take place tomorrow, and that was it for today. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you missed any of today's action, we got you covered, because this is it for today. But we'll of course leave you with the STC recap of today, and we'll see you tomorrow.